Hello, welcome to our second Hyperfixations on Doctor Who. We are Loud Equals Funny, plus Gabe. And
Plus Gabe.
today we're talking like I just said, we're speaking about Doctor Who today.
That's right. It's
So,
been a few
yeah.
months. What was
Yeah,
the last one? It was at the start of
This
it was
one-
new
November.
specials
It
and
was
stuff.
it was on the fucking 60th anniversary.
It was right on the 60th, yeah.
It was.
Right.
This is also
It's
It's been a
First-
long time.
This is also first Hyperfixations since the one we did with Caddy about music.
And the first one since
Yes,
we've gotten
that was a
cameras.
really good one. I watched it.
Yes.
Yeah, it was fun.
one of
I
my
watched
favorites.
the Caddy one. It was really fun.
But both the Caddy ones are pretty good. We hope to have him on again soon. He's celebrating his birthday recently.
Yes.
Which, happy birthday.
Yeah,
Ooh,
happy
Caddy.
birthday, Caddy. Yeah, we got to do some more music hyperfixations in particular. But,
Yeah. This
one-
this year sucked all around for everybody involved with the podcast, I think.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Especially Tyler, he was the
We're
bad luck
cursed.
charm.
Yeah,
we
Had to
we
brought
pause
it
for
all
cursed
that.
upon us.
Caddy. Damn.
That too.
But yeah, things have been rough recently, but they're picking back up. So who knows?
Yes.
We might have them on pretty soon.
You even got
Yeah.
new shows come. Well, a returning show coming back again soon. I guess we'll. Gabe, do you want to bring this up?
Oh, I have to talk about it?
No, I mean,
Oh,
do you
yeah.
want to bring this up? I'm just making sure before
Well-
I even say it. Yeah, it's like.
I mean, we could. Like,
Yeah.
I'm guessing most people who are watching this might not have seen it.
Probably not. We only did
But
two, and one of them was all of
ages.
us talking about
The fanatic.
the
right?
Fanatic,
Fanatic.
yes, which is
Yeah.
still my favorite experience.
Ages ago, we did a show, Mike and Gabe at the movies, and then we did like it was two,
Yep.
and then we were gonna do more, but then just a bunch of stuff happened,
Oh,
and then
yeah.
over time, it's kind of to get back to that. So we're gonna try
Bring
to
it back.
do more of that soon. It was very fun.
Yeah, the first movie we really want to talk about is Longlegs, because the trailer for that is fucking amazing. Like, Osgood Perkins, who is Anthony Perkins' son, is working on it, and The Blackcoat's Daughter is a fucking amazing movie. You should watch it. And
Yeah, we'll probably work
Yeah.
on that close to when that comes out, like just after that comes out.
oh, yeah,
But that should be really fun. I'm excited for that.
I am too. I've been going to the movies a lot recently because if you're a movie going, if you want to get back into a movie going experience, there's a lot of good deals like Regal Unlimited and AMC A-List and stuff like that here in America. Go to the movie theaters. There's good shit coming out all the time. Please, folks, please go see movies.
Yeah.
Furiosa.
Okay, so
And then up here,
my USB shit kind of fucked up, so I'm back. Hopefully.
All right, you're
Sorry
good.
about that.
oh yeah, you're back. Yeah, and then up here, up in the Toronto area, we got the TIFF Bell Lightbox, which is always a good one for films. Like no matter where you are, if you look around, you'll find a specialty theater that plays interesting movies you might not have seen, classics, new releases, and like it's always worth looking
Oh, yeah.
and just seeing if there's one near you that you don't even know about, because
Yeah,
you
I
can
think
end up
the
seeing some
last-
cool stuff. Like I have.
The last film I saw that wasn't at my house was in a small place that's ostensibly a video VHS store. In the back room, they play movies, and they just have these really uncomfortable chairs, and it's just like they have a projector set up. It's the most ghetto setup, but they have cheap beer, so it all works out. You know, I saw
Nice.
Tetsuo the Iron Man.
Ooh.
It was worth
Oh
it.
shit. That actually sounds.
Oh, that would have been good.
Sounds like it'd be a fun
Yeah.
experience for that movie. But yeah, I've been wanting to do this again for a while, and just
Yeah.
Oh, go on.
Yeah, a lot of stuff's been happening. We wanted to get this.
This. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we wanted to get all of this done like sooner.
It's coming
Yeah.
up to
But I think it's thematically relevant, I guess, to have this. Well, not thematically, but we.
Oh, I meant like all of our side projects in general, other
Oh,
than the
yeah.
main show.
Oh, I thought you.
we
meant
wanted
this
to do all of this shit sooner.
Same with
It's
second
just-
screenings, because
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I mean we're a
that
bit
too.
into the year now, but it's time to finally get that going. I
Getting-
think.
Hell yeah.
we're
getting things locked
setting
down.
the plans up. Yeah.
Second screenings, I think this is going to be one that people are going to be excited for, because we're not going to do video for
I'm
the
looking
first
forward to it.
season. Probably we're just going to do like audio for that, but I want to get all of them just all dropping at once. So I think it'll be interesting to see how that works. Yeah. Anyways, Doctor Who.
Doctor Who.
Doctor
Yes.
Who.
Yes.
That's the whole
Doctor
point of the
Why?
video.
The reason we're here.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I
I-
was saying before when I thought we were talking about this, the first one we did was at the start of the new spate of episodes,
Yeah,
the
we
60th anniversary.
wanted to get this one
Yep.
out when the current season that's running right as we're recording this, new episodes coming out in a few hours.
Yep.
We wanted to get this one out at the beginning of this season,
Yeah.
and
but-
we are on the date that
Same.
week 1 of the finale starts. So
Yep.
that's fun.
I mean,
You know,
Yeah, we last time we covered spatterings of the original run through to the end of David Tennant.
Yes.
And I feel like because I think mainly Tristan and I have seen classic
Yep.
Who, it was pretty brief when it comes to
Seen
like
a lot of
specific
classic Who.
story
I even have the DVDs
and
right
stuff
here.
for this one. Oh, really? I thought you hadn't seen as much as.
I'm the
Well,
Oh
one
no, yeah,
who's
because you've seen a bunch
mostly-
of Tom Baker, you've seen some Five. Yeah.
I'm
I'm-
mostly into
yeah.
3 and 4 and
3 and 4, I think, are
some of the later
basically
stuff
the
too.
best.
Yeah.
I'm the one who's probably
Really
seen the
classic.
least of classic.
Yeah,
Who.
you're
Like,
right.
I've seen Tom.
I recommend it.
Baker. I've
If-
watched
if-
spatterings basically, where it's
If
like
you ever
seen some.
if you ever want to, well,
Oh.
we lost Claw too.
We've lost two
Everyone's
people
having
on
camera
camera.
issues.
Okay, I have to go fight off a shark. It's fine.
Oh, all right, sweet.
Duly noted.
Good luck, inshallah, brother. All right, so geez,
yes.
what was I saying? If you ever want to just kind of absorb classic Who,
Yeah.
I recommend either like just getting a massive torrent of all of it and then just putting it on a playlist,
Yeah.
or if you don't want to do that, if you don't have the space,
Yes,
I would suggest like do you have a smart TV?
I do. I've got a
Go
I
to,
got a Roku.
Use Pluto. Yeah, same. I use Pluto TV. They have
Okay.
a whole ass classic Doctor Who channel. You have to put up with
Same
commercials,
with
but it's so
same
loud.
with like the Roku. The Roku channel itself actually has one too, because they kind of share the same,
Yeah.
essentially same provider. But yeah, I've seen some episodes through that. But most of the time when I'm doing that, I'm usually watching Deal or No Deal. If I'm being honest.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair. Honestly, I would do it more if I didn't use my TV to like a game.
That's fair. But yeah,
Yeah, no, I've seen a good amount of classic Who. I was watching some before when we were, leading up to all of this. And I watched like 5 Doctors,
That's a
3
good one.
Doctors also.
That's also a good one.
Yeah, I like the 3 Doctors more. 5 Doctors is like, where's Tom
It's a bit of
Baker? What's he
it
doing?
is a bit of a mess. Yeah, he's made out of
Yeah.
wax this time. You know how it
Yeah, but it
Yeah, I
was
think I got you and Bane confused.
Oh,
yeah.
I was like, which one of you hasn't seen that?
I'm the one
Well, I
who's probably
also-
seen the least. Yeah.
I haven't seen most of them for like a long time though. My classic Who phase was like 10 years ago ish, around the time when I was watching more of the the main series, the new series too. So
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
yeah, we've all been kind of everyone kind of drifted away from Doctor Who for a little while.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
people
Yeah,
like to pin
I-
the blame on Jodie Whittaker, but it was
It's
really
Chibnall.
more Chris Chibnall, the
It's Chibnall.
showrunner. You can complain, and we'll get to it. You can complain that Jodie Whittaker's like not really a Doctor Who fan, and there's like stuff about that maybe too. But mainly the reason why it sucked for a while was because the guy who was running it was not very good.
True. I also
Yeah, the writing as a whole just wasn't there to support it. So it's like,
Yeah.
Yeah. I would also
and
say
so
that
most
like
people just kind of lost interest, but now people are back because it's woke.
of course. I would also say there's
it is
some,
very woke.
It
is.
It's always kind of been. You know?
Oh wait, I should have been on the I should have had my
Like-
finger on the trigger there. I
Yeah.
don't know what came over me.
The
Tea,
other,
I guess.
the other thing I'd say is like the problem is like media I guess media watching trends change. So I had a problem where I didn't get to watch most of the show because I ended up cutting cable eventually because Dish Network costs
Mm.
like $150 a month, and it's like, no, I'll miss out on some shows to not pay that much. And
Yeah.
like trying to watch them on streaming, especially after a certain point, became whack-a-mole of like, what service is it on now? Where it's like now
Yeah.
half of it's on
It used to
fucking
be
HBO.
yeah. Used to
and
be
the
on
other
Netflix.
yeah.
Yeah, now half of it's on most of it is on HBO. And then the classics are just kind of floating around wherever. Like you can
Yeah.
get them on BritBox, you can get them on like I said, Pluto
Which I just
TV.
signed up for
And
recently.
and
That is
then
so annoying.
yeah, and then you have the new series, which is only on Disney Plus
Yep.
and iPlayer. And if you're not in the UK, you can get this little thing called a VPN.
Yes.
Yeah, it was really weird when I saw that the Disney Plus apparently only has the current few episodes from Shifty Gatwa. It doesn't even have I don't even think it
It's
has
got the
the
specials. It's
David
got the
Tennant
specials.
ones.
Yeah,
does
it has the 60th anniversary.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
they're-
Yeah,
In
it
fact,
aired
that's
on
where I
there.
watched
That's
it.
right.
I watched the Star Beast on my friend's account.
Yeah,
Yep.
it aired on there.
It
That
only
makes sense.
has, and it's because I believe overseas HBO still has the rights to
They still
all
have
of
distribution
New Who.
rights.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then Disney now has the distribution rights overseas for New Who, modern Who, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know what this era will be called, but
It's so weird
I
because
call this New Who, and then like whatever's newest is New Who,
Yeah.
and then I've sort of retroactively called 2005 to 2023 the revival Who.
that's a
I
good.
could-
I,
I
feel
could
like
see
that's a
that.
good name.
But the thing is
see
don't
that.
forget that fucking Capaldi was also supposed to begin New Who with an episode called Pilot that was basically
Well,
like, just
yeah.
watch this one. This is the first Doctor Who
Yeah.
episode you need
And
to
then
watch.
Chibnall did the
Soft
exact
reboot.
same thing.
Yeah.
Well, see, I think you
Yeah.
could say that even with like Tennant and Matt Smith, where it's like those first few episodes, they're always kind of like a soft landing spot where you can kind of like start there if you want to.
Yeah, you'll miss a few things, but you'll always miss a few things.
No,
It's fine.
it's like
Yeah, it's very strange though
and,
because
well, I kind of get it though, because you kind of want to give them their own.
Well, I mean, it's a different showrunner. It's
Yeah.
not going to feel the same,
Yeah.
so they want to do their own thing. You know.
I will say it is very strange, in particular with this most recent rebranding that they've done, this new era, because it's very much billed as a jumping on point. I mean, the previous stuff isn't even on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
It's a Disney
Yeah.
Plus show, so But
Um,
it starts immediately with a throwback to 2008, and
Yeah.
then you could just skip those 3 specials. Fine, whatever. Second episode of the new season references the giggle, which is right before someone would jump on if they don't want the baggage.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
So
very
it's
specifically. It's not even like you have to you have to have basically watched all of the original RTD era. It's not even just like a Rose
Yeah.
Tyler reference.
I
It's
see
a reference
that's
to
that's the thing.
like
You
his
could
last
just watch.
companion who has like the most wacky fucking shit going on.
You could just say, okay, well, just watch series 4. But you need for series 4 to work well, you need series
Yeah.
1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
It's
so
kinda
it
rough.
basically it does kind of require. I mean, that's why I would say just start at the Ruby Road, Church
Yeah.
on Ruby Road.
And hey, if you don't want to pay for multiple streaming services,
I mean,
flipping, you know.
Yeah, BBC
We're not
iPlayer
sponsored.
exists.
We're not sponsored, so I'm not going to give you a direct, precise suggestion. But hey,
Yeah. Look
get
it
in
up.
touch.
Find your own.
figure
I
it
mean,
out.
speaking of new runs and new showrunners,
So we going back in time?
we could talk about the 11th hour, I guess, to start.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
The 11th hour is a really good
Well,
episode to start on. Like
last
in general,
time,
I think.
We were saying before last time we did this, we went through
Yes,
classic.
previously on Doctor Who.
We went through
Yes.
classic. We kind of brushed through it pretty quick, and then we got to the era that, as a bunch of filthy youngins, we all kind of resonate with is the 2005 onward.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, and we spent a lot of time talking mainly about Christopher Eccleston and David Tennant. And then we realized, wow, we're like 3 or 4 hours in, and I know Tristan.
Yeah,
and Gabe,
I had to add part 1 to the
Thumbnail. Yep.
Forewarning, Tristan and Gabe are going to have a lot to say about Peter Capaldi, so it's going to be
Oh, yes.
exciting.
He's
I'm
the
gonna
best.
I'm gonna be
you
smiling.
know
and
you,
nodding. I
you
like
know
what I've
you know
seen.
what it is. You know it's you know how it is. Yeah.
I've got his Sonic glasses that I saw in an episode. Yes.
Nice.
They're really good. We'll talk about that. The Sonic
Oh
sunglasses.
shit!
are
I
a
didn't
good
take
idea.
I didn't take my shades out of mine.
We'll get to
Capaldi, it's interesting because I like Peter Capaldi. He's not my favorite Doctor. I think he's maybe a couple of you guys' favorite. We'll get to that, but I don't like Stephen Moffat that much, and most people have kind of yeah. After everyone got a little older and realized Sherlock wasn't that good, everybody was like, "Oh, this guy's not that great of a writer, is he? Actually?" And he's got some good moments, but you know, I like Peter Capaldi for everything in spite of Stephen Moffat's writing a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And that it dates back to the Matt Smith era, which is I
Which
mean,
we're also gonna
11th
talk
hour
about. Yeah.
is 11th hour is a really good episode. I like it, and I saw a
Me
few.
too.
I watched a few episodes from the Matt Smith era that were not horrendously annoying and were good.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, the ones with the what are they? Not the silence, the Weeping Angels, where they're in that like future
Yes.
planet area. Whatever. It's like the
Uh,
two-parter with River
The
Song.
Byzantium, yeah, the Time of
Yeah.
Angels and Flesh and Stone. Yeah,
That's
that-
one.
that's a good
Great,
two-parter.
great two-parter, and 11th hour really good, but Matt Smith, not a lot of people's favorite these days.
Not
Yeah.
anymore. When he
Yeah.
was around for his first couple seasons, people were all in on Matt Smith because he was really
Understandable.
charming,
Oh yeah.
really fun.
Well, all the
you know,
Tumblr girls loved him.
No, true.
that
Yeah.
too, yeah.
He brought a new era of fandom in there. Plus, it was also when the show was starting to like stylistically change a little bit. They were getting better cameras. They were doing these
very
Getting a lot more cinematic and a lot less sci-fi.
Yeah,
shit.
there's a whole ass fucking lens
yeah.
flare in the 11th hour.
Fuck yeah. It
We're
became
we're playing with the big boys now.
yeah, it became more of this like it became more filmish in a way, if that made sense. And
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's a lot of stuff that
Yeah.
starts in the 11th hour that doesn't carry forward. Like, there's that scene where he's like standing out in the open space and he's like hyper analyzing everything around him in a split second as we
Sherlock
jump
scene.
from person to person.
That was
And
that
it's
was
like
cool.
it
it's
was
a cool
in the
scene,
moment.
and
yeah.
it sets up how analytical and how clever and how his brain works.
But could you imagine if they did that the whole fucking season?
Yeah, if they
never do it
kept
again.
doing it,
If only
it's
the Doctor
cool
had a
precisely
mind
because it only
palace.
happened once. He
He
did.
does.
Don't say my
He does
Yeah.
later.
I know, but I hate
Capaldi.
that word.
Oh,
At one point,
yeah,
Capaldi
God.
kind of has a mind palace.
Oh God,
Yeah,
no,
the word,
that's
the word
true.
But it's
mind
really
palace
good.
is so
It's in-
tainted.
Yeah,
It's
it's
in,
done really well.
Yeah,
in
I
Heaven Sent.
suppose.
In
Yeah.
the best
Literally, yeah,
episode
actually,
of Doctor
yeah.
Who.
I just watched that fucking
Yeah.
today.
It's a good one.
It's good. It's very good.
But the interesting thing to me about the 11th hour is that it's a very weird, like, look into the past, because not only is it like a new step forward, but it also has a bunch of guest stars who at the time weren't that big of a deal,
Yeah.
and now
yeah,
are
the-
like, wait, they're in
God,
this episode.
what's her name?
Oh.
That woman from Broadchurch.
Olivia Colman is in it
Yep.
as like the primary form that the villain Prisoner Zero takes towards the end of the
that was a
episode.
Well,
surprise.
A third of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. And then also there's a bit where it's like Rory's buddy Jeff or something,
Oh,
and he's played
Oh
by
yeah, that guy
Oh,
never
he-
showed up again. I don't know what was
No,
up
never.
with that.
he's played by Tom Hopper, who went on to be in a couple episodes of Game of Thrones, not many,
Yeah.
but a couple. But then he was one of like the series leads in Black Sails. He's one of the series leads in The Umbrella Academy.
yeah, he's the big dude.
Uh, he's one of these
Didn't
actors that's
recognize
kind of
him.
popping up everywhere now, and I'm just like, it's weird to see these people, because throughout Matt Smith's whole run, there's a bunch of people that just show up as cameos and as guest stars, and I'm
Well,
like, wait, they're here?
the most famous one, arguably, would be James Corden.
Yes.
Everyone's favorite.
Yeah.
Imagine a
But we
Dalek
also
blowing
get-
James Corden up.
I'd say the closest thing, because Matt Smith's run has a bunch of people pop up as guest stars, like what's his name, the guy from, he's in Curse of the Black Spot, he's in Downton Abbey, what is his name, Hugh Bonneville,
Oh,
he was like a pretty major guest star, because again, he's in Downton Abbey, he's one of like the main guys. You got Toby Jones, like throughout the whole run, all of these people pop up as like guest stars, and I don't think we've had that since. Besides,
Not on that same level.
no, actually, yeah, I don't think we've had anything of that level since.
yeah, I'm not sure what it was. I mean, I know some of them, like Toby Jones, was also on Sherlock at one point, but I think that was like a little later.
Doctor
Yeah.
Who
I think that was a
series.
little later.
Doctor Who series 12. I think it had Stephen Fry, it had other actors that I don't know, but are like apparently famous. But series 12 did, and I remember this specifically because they had a trailer with all of the names that they have, but no other story details. It's just like, look at our guests.
That's right, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
Like,
But it's just
alright.
interesting because I think it's only in Matt Smith's run that there's such a heavy focus on
heavy focus,
special
for
guest
sure.
stars. Because, like, just to name a few, there's Toby Jones, Michael Gambon, James Corden, like
Bill Nye.
Bill
he was
Nye.
in,
There's so
yeah.
many people
Yeah,
who
that's
pop up.
true.
What's
Warwick
his name?
Davis was in Nightmare in Silver.
Yep. There's the American guy who's in the Silence two-parters. Mark
Oh.
Shepard, who
Yeah,
was in
yeah.
Supernatural.
Mark Shepard is an American.
Isn't he?
No. He's like
He puts on a good
Scottish.
accent.
Yeah, I
Is
think
he-
he was the one who played the American.
But he played an
no,
American.
you're right. Because he plays Willoughby Kipling in
Yep.
Doom Patrol. You're right.
Yep.
Yeah, I always, whenever I
Shout out
think
to
about
Doom
him,
Patrol.
I think of him in that Doctor Who role where he plays an American, even though I know
Yes.
he's been in so many other things.
But no, I mean, I
never
get
really
it.
watched that much
He
Supernatural,
nailed it.
So.
He fucking nails that accent. Gotta respect
Yeah.
that.
But I think that's like a main thing that's very noticeable. Like they published them for a while. There's the big book of Doctor Who.
Yeah.
The
And
annuals.
I have the ones for series 5 and 6, I think.
Oh,
And
shit.
on every episode, it was like, this week's special guest star, this person. Here's all the things they've been in, and I remember that so vividly as like a defining thing that era. That like,
What's his face? What's his face? He was in Red Dwarf and Harry Potter, and also he played Rory's dad. Mark.
Yeah, he plays Rory's dad.
Mark, what's his face?
He's introducing dinosaurs on a spaceship, I think.
Yeah.
Mark
What's his
Williams.
name? Mark
Oh, also
Williams.
David Bradley, the same episode.
Yeah. Funnily enough.
And Robert Webb and David Mitchell. Mitchell and Webb are also both.
Oh yeah,
in
they're
that
the
episode.
robots.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Again, if you
Wow.
really look
Series,
at this
yeah,
run,
Series 7 did this.
there's a lot of cameos and guest stars.
They went kind of all out, which, I mean, hey, respect.
Well, you could also argue Tom Baker.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. You figure the
Yeah.
BBC would just have a contract where they just pay Tom Baker like daily, you know? It's like just give him like 500 pounds a day. Just like
I
here.
definitely. I remember going through. I remember going through the first Matt Smith, series, and one of the interesting things early on was they tried to push a romance with him and the little
Yeah.
girl that he
That
met.
was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a
She
fan.
sexually assaults him at
She
the end of
assaults
Flesh and
him.
Stone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
like-
very weird.
Few
It's both
times.
predatory. It's predatory because she jumps his bones, but also he's kind of
not-
like grooming her, like by accident. It's like a
Yeah.
horrible situation.
He's also not
It's-
saying no at some points. It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eleven and Amy have a really odd relationship where on one hand it is a very sweet relationship of like
Yeah, it's a familial thing,
It
and that when it does
becomes-
that, it's fantastic.
It
But then
becomes
when it,
that way. It starts a little fucking weird.
yeah, when
I
it
don't think
when
they
it's
knew what they were
horny,
doing.
Yeah, where it's
I
like-
don't like that.
When it's her and fucking what's his name?
Rory.
Rory. When it's her and Rory, and the doctor as like a third wheel, you know, with like River Song, I guess.
Yeah.
Then it's fine. It's fine. But
Yeah,
early on, when they're trying to push that, it was a little fucking awkward. I
It
think they were
was-
trying to go for like a Rose thing again.
They were,
But-
and it's like that.
I'm
worked
glad
for
Moffat
Rose.
changed his mind if he was going for that.
Yeah.
I'm so glad.
Like,
Well, they start him with her as a little girl. It's just fucking creepy.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like
The
have
Rose
her-
thing is at least it feels a little more fitting at the time, you know.
have him.
Although
have
she
him
did-
show up
she-
when she's like
she-
16 or 17. Make it. It's still awkward then, but it's like
Yeah.
Yeah.
way less fucking awkward.
Who was it?
Yeah.
It was
But
I'm pretty sure it was the Ninth Doctor who went back in time and did like gave Rose some sort of gift. That's a bit weird. To be fair, not the first time they met though.
yeah,
No, it was
Like-
after they had formed a relationship as
Yeah.
it's like it's all right. That makes sense.
friends, quote air quotes.
You know.
At that point it was friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. The moment
Before
she
he,
sees
became,
David
before
Tennant
he
is
became
when-
more handsome. Yeah.
Yes. In fact, like after
To be fair, I think it started like a little bit before then. Like a
Yeah.
little tiny bit before like he regenerated.
All right, but then here's a question: do we count after they regenerate? 'Cause it's like, all right, then afterwards, is it like now entirely kind of just a new person? So it's like,
Well, it's still the
trying to
Doctor.
It's the same person.
but effectively, it's not the same one they met. You got to think of a companion way of thinking. It's not the same Doctor you met.
I mean, it's sort
I
of like
suppose so.
it's like replacing someone with an alternate universe version of the same person. Like they
Exactly.
die and you get their fucking alternate.
Yeah.
Well, the
You
other
know.
thing to remember is the shift between 9 and 10 is pretty direct. He doesn't forget anything about her. He doesn't have like a
True.
reboot. When you switch from Smith to Capaldi with Clara, there's a very clear shift where like he
Yeah.
doesn't forget her, but his opinion on her completely shifts.
Yeah.
For David Tennant, for Eccleston Tennant, that doesn't really happen. Their relationship just kind of continues, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
It's more of a straight
It's-
line than any other like
It's kind of
maybe,
like
maybe other than like
Yeah.
the third Doctor, the third and fourth Doctors and Sarah Jane, but that wasn't really a romantic thing. It was just kind of continued friendship.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
It's a lot funnier when you go back to the old days and you see like any companion leave or any dramatic moment. It's so much less. They'll structure whole episodes and series long arcs around fucking David Tennant leaving, and then it's just a rock fell on fucking Tom Baker's head. I guess he's gone now.
Yeah, it's like,
Oh, what a shame.
hey, look,
Yeah,
everyone's
like,
got their
well-
workplace accidents, you know.
God damn it, the companion quit. This is gonna be your final story. I don't know, fucking make it so that he drops her off in the wrong place. That's funny.
Film her from behind, and it's clearly a different actress, and she just waves to him. And,
Yep.
yeah,
Like,
We're in
fine.
a wake trip.
there was a budget dispute. Poochie went back to his home planet.
exactly. Yeah.
I guess
I
when it-
love
when it-
how I love how silly older Doctor Who is, though. I mean, just I think I mentioned it last time, but just you compare it with now, and you see, especially now, they've got the Disney money, and they're filming on the fucking Mandalorian, like super CG, insane
Yeah.
green screen set, and then you go and you watch one of those older episodes where the most complex effect was like the Master would rise on a fucking podium for like a second, and there would be
Or
like,
or
a beautiful
someone
thing.
would put on like cling wrap or aluminum foil and like wave their arms around on a
Yeah.
green screen.
a big tarp with some holes cut
Plunge
in.
her into
you
a
know.
trash can.
Yeah, exactly.
Or like-
Exterminate.
Or like the Centauran, the Tom Baker Centauran story, where it's just them running up a field, like a hill, and then
Yeah.
down into a quarry, and the Centauran has like a little robot that just kind of like almost falls over every step it takes, and it's just like, whoa.
Fucking poor guy in the
right.
suit.
But I was gonna ask, like, I feel like the best way of handling this first Matt Smith season is just like, what are your guys' thoughts on it overall? Because I know we've all seen the whole season.
Yes.
I really
What
like it
series?
overall.
I think it's probably like
His
it's
strongest,
his strongest. Yeah.
for
Like
sure.
looking
Yeah,
at it,
it's
it's like that Amy really does get her own like. I do feel like she kind of grows into her own by the end of the season. They set up enough for the later seasons, but I really do think that like it kind of falls off from there in the long term. It's like I don't really like much of Matt Smith's
yeah.
run personally, but
Well, I'm looking here at the IMDb to jog my memory, and I'm remembering that the top rated, I think it's the top rated Matt Smith episode in general. It's Vincent and the Doctor.
that was a
That
Yeah,
really
that
yeah,
good one.
that's
episode
his
is
best.
not,
That's his best for
it's
sure.
not that great though. I don't know.
I
It's
really
like
fine.
it.
what I love it.
Well, it's okay. I just remember watching it a while ago and just like it's an okay episode. It's just I was like, is this really the best thing from like Matt Smith's era? It's like,
Yeah.
It's like when I
I
watch an episode from, from like Five's era, and I'm just like, oh, this is one of his best.
I think
Okay.
it's the situation of like Vincent and the Doctor is very sweet. It's very
Yeah,
heartfelt.
it's
It
a
has a
good
lot of
episode.
clear passion behind it.
Yeah.
But when you actually look at like how highly it's rated, it's like the 5th highest rated episode of Doctor Who on IMDb.
9.3.
All right, yeah, it's
No,
not
it's
number 5 overall. Good
Yeah,
lord,
Like it's
9.3.
it's
ranked
top
higher
10
than
maybe.
it's ranked higher than Journey's End, Family of Blood, Midnight, World Enough
Midnight?
in Time. Like, yeah, Midnight is ranked like 10th, I think. It's like, but it's a
What the fuck
good
is wrong with people on
episode.
IMDb?
It's a good episode, but when I revisited it, because I think we watched it together,
Yeah,
uh,
we did.
Yeah.
and I couldn't help but think like, yeah, this is a little bit messy in places. Like it's good, but the actual way the episode progresses is very like, there's a thing. How do we solve the thing? I don't know. Talk about other stuff. Thing shows up, resolve situation, and it's like there's not a lot of
To be fair,
connection
that's
between point A and point B compared to a lot of other Doctor Who stories where it feels a lot more put together, you know?
I
It's
get
still
where you're
good.
coming from.
to be
Yeah.
fair.
Like,
That is how the writing does kind of come out sometimes in the
Yeah.
Matt Smith era. I don't know what it is.
it is, but it's also like that's the best one. I don't even think it's the best example of that writing. I still think it's probably Matt Smith's strongest episode, but writing wise, I don't think it's the best.
What would you think is the best?
I would say writing wise, maybe Amy's Choice.
To be fair, Amy's Choice
Amy's
is
Choice is
really
pretty good.
fucking good.
I don't
I-
remember a lot of these episodes, but
Really?
I definitely
Huh.
liked 11th Hour like a lot more.
11th Hour is really fucking good.
Like
Yeah.
it was that's my thing is like of the ones that I saw recently featuring Matt Smith, I'm like, yeah, Vincent and the Doctor is like my least favorite of all of these. I really preferred like Time of the Angels and Flesh and Stone and the 11th
Damn,
Hour.
you really love James Corden.
Was he? Wait, he wasn't in those, was he?
He's in The Lodger, which is the same season.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't watch that one
To
though.
to be
I-
fair, I will defend The Lodger as kind of an alright episode.
I remember it's an okay. It's
I will
just
not
he's
defend
annoying.
Closing Time.
Yeah,
I will
Like-
never defend Closing Time. I hate that episode.
I
Wow.
cannot
Is that the
remember
other one
Closing
he's
Time.
in?
Yeah, it's the one with his baby Stormageddon.
Yeah, and
Okay, yeah.
he
That sounds
James
awful.
Corden overcomes Cyberman conversion through the power of baby.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, this is the next series, but I
Man, I'm-
kind of
I-
preferred the next series, even though it's like really messy in a lot of spots.
Yeah, the next series is messy as hell. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Well, I guess before Series 6, I guess the other big thing for this season is there's the overarching storyline that pops
The
up.
cracks in time.
It's I think it's the best example of overarching Moffat story until
Oh, yeah.
all these final season.
Yes.
But Moffat loves the
Yeah.
over arc, almost to
Actually,
a fault.
Definitely.
I do like 12's good man story arc, but I guess that's not the full season arc, because the full
No, it's
season
like a
arc is
couple
like heaven.
episodes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like and it works for some of his other things, the long season wide arc, but it doesn't always work for Doctor Who, because he always like I remember I think in the next season it kind of fumbled near the end.
Yeah, I think the issue is
The cracks in
that Doctor Who works best as an episodic thing, and when you take it out of that, it's hit and miss.
I think
That's the whole problem, is that not many of these, like Vincent and the Doctor, one of the things I like about it is that it works fairly well on its own. You don't need to see a whole lot
Very
of anything
standalone.
around it. Yeah, but
Yeah.
so much of this era is marked by like, oh, can I go and watch like The Doctor's Wife? Well, maybe that one. Maybe
I don't
one.
know. I think the first episode of the entire show is recommended watching for The Doctor's Wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of shit you
Yeah.
gotta watch, honestly.
also
but,
just like anything by Neil Gaiman.
Also,
Yeah,
I would say War Games.
Yeah.
So you know what the little cube is, although it's not really essential.
Nah, it's not that relevant. Yeah, they kind of explained it in the episode, so.
I just forgot what I was gonna say, if I'm being honest.
Same.
Yeah. No, I was saying like the thing I kind of like, and I do kind of want to talk about this series. How X-Files did it was they had the Monster of the Week episodes where you could watch those pretty much like without even having seen the first episode. You could watch a Monster of the Week episode right now and be fine.
Yeah.
But they always had the lore episodes separate and titled
the continuing plot episodes.
Yeah, so and the way X-Files does it is really cool because they have distinct names for each style of episode. There's Monster of the Week, and then there's the mythology arc, where
it's usually my struggle.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you know what's gonna happen in this episode. It's like, all right, buckle in.
Yeah, it's easy to do a list of like, watch these episodes. You don't need to watch. That's an annoying thing sometimes with like Star Trek too, is where you'll have like, oh yeah, technically you need to watch this episode of the original series because it introduces this alien, but you don't really need to see it, but like kinda.
I think Doctor Who reintroductions of monsters have always been pretty good.
They've been pretty solid.
Yeah.
Because like the Silurians were reintroduced during Series 5, and they got them pretty all right. It's just a shame about the rest of the story, you know?
Which ones are the Silurians?
Reptiles that live underground. That they've been
in Cold Earth and the Hungry Earth. Or Cold Blood and the Hungry Earth.
Yeah, Hungry Earth, Cold Blood, A Good Man Goes to War, and whatever else, Faster Zone.
Yeah. The big thing I think about this season though is like, I think this is a good use of the overarching story thing because the cracks in time are a thing to look out for every episode that don't tie into the narrative until the very end.
Yeah, and usually they happen at the very end of the episode. The camera will pan over and you'll see a crack in time. Ooh, mysterious.
The only moment, I think the moment they become actually like boom is the end of Cold Blood, which is like the last 4 episodes of the season anyway. So it's like you're already towards the end of the run.
I would also say Flesh and Stone. At the very least, you need to know what the crack is. Like, oh, it's a crack from Amy's bedroom wall.
Oh wait, yeah, true. Because they all the angels fly into it at the end, don't they? Yeah, you're right. Yeah. That episode also does the really cool thing, or Time of Angels does the really cool thing where they set up, I guess spoilers, right?
I would recommend watching at the very least 11 and 12 before watching this episode.
Yeah,
but we haven't spoiled too much, so thankfully.
Before continuing, but like
the Doctor fucks Dumbledore.
Yep.
He does. It's true.
Snape sets
Michael Gambon is in an episode. It happens.
Oh my god! And Snape sat in the cuck chair and watched.
We're gonna have
sadly, we didn't get one without recommend.
So it makes sense to kind of spoil some things here or there. So if you haven't seen the 11th run or 12th run, those will probably be the big ones we end up spoiling a
I'm
bunch.
looking for
Let's
you
12.
guys to. I'm looking for you guys to remind me of what the fuck happened in some places. So
Yes.
spoil
yeah,
away.
100%. So the cool element of Time of Angels and Flesh and Stone is there's the scene where Amy has her eyes closed and the doctor comes and talks to her.
Yeah,
And of
she
course-
she has to keep her eyes closed, or else like
Just-
the,
The angels, yeah.
yeah, the angel will come out of her eye and maybe turn her into one too. I don't know. It's
Something,
weird.
It makes sense
Stephen
in
Moffat.
context.
Yeah.
But the big moment in there that's actually really easy to miss unless you're a stickler for continuity
Oh,
is
yeah.
Matt Smith comes and talks to her, but he's not wearing his coat. He's only wearing the shirt and suspenders, which is what he's wearing in the second part.
Yeah, his coat got snatched.
Oh shit.
And of course, the reveal at the end of the season is it's him kind of going back through the events of the season in reverse because of Doctor Who stuff. And that's when he stops and talks to Amy. And so like
Oh shit.
it's the best example of Moffat doing the overarching thing because it's not intrusive
Yeah.
and it's stuff that you can kind of not pick up on or might go over your head if you're not like paying super close attention that then
Yeah.
comes back around later. It's not like in the later Matt Smith episodes where it's literally like him obsessing over Clara for 5 episodes because he's like, what is this, who are you, and it's like actively ruining a lot of the dynamics of the show because it's so fixated on making you ask questions.
Yeah.
We'll get to that later, but I do have a minor counter to that. Just a minor.
I enjoy it, but I
Yeah.
don't think it's as well done as this.
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah.
Um,
And then Moffat. Well, the heaven stuff was fine.
I think Heaven is cool.
The
I
heaven
think that's a
stuff was
cool run,
fine.
but
Like
we'll
it's
get
not really that intrusive, and all it does is make you ask questions
Oh.
and not like, oh god, what the
Duh.
fuck is happening?
Well, the other big
And-
one is the goddamn astronaut,
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember
which
astronaut
we're
shit.
about to
Are
talk
we
about
on to
Series 6.
season? Yes, true.
And
I remember
then
this
If you
part.
guys,
the hybrid
I guess
kind of
we should.
sucked.
I guess we should also say Series 5 has the Pandorica stuff, and I do think the Pandorica
Yes.
two-parter is really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it.
The Big Bang can be a little messy in places, but it's also trying to do like 50 things at once, so that's kind
Yeah.
of, you know,
It is
you can see
also
why it's messy.
it is also fact fans named after something that happens at the end of the episode.
Yeah.
Oh right, yeah, I
horny
forgot
ass,
about that.
horny ass Moffat.
Bang.
Horny
Yeah.
ass. That man's
Thanks, Steven.
horny.
Because it ends with Amy and Roy consummating their marriage, doesn't it?
Yeah, we just don't see it because
Good for them.
family
Yeah.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's for kids.
But like I think for the most part, Series 5 is pretty. It's pretty fun. It's not like
Yeah, I
amazing, but it's
like it.
fun.
It's
I really like it. It is the best example of a full season that the 11th Doctor got.
Yeah.
But I think the problem is starting next season, he has 2-part seasons.
Yeah.
I
This.
Yeah.
see. I'm not opposed to that in concept, but
But
the issue
execution.
is that he kept going with heavily overarching plots.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Uh,
half the season would be half the story. It's like,
Yeah, and then
All
you'd
right.
have to wait 6 months for the next one.
So like when it comes to Series 6, I guess we'll start with A Christmas Carol, which is that's his first Christmas special. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's so good.
It's a
Right.
very good Christmas special.
remember
It's
like
just a retelling of A Christmas Carol, but with Doctor Who shit added, and that's super cool.
I remember liking that one. Yeah.
It's a really charming episode. Michael Gambon is Michael Gambon, so he's super good.
Michael Gambon always kills it. I haven't seen him in a thing where he's bad in it.
No, he's Michael Gambon. He's a
Yeah.
treasure. And then following up that, we get the astronaut storyline, I guess, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the Doctor sends out
Yeah.
invitations to River Song, Amy Rory, and Canton Everett Delaware III, I think, and himself
Yes.
You remember
And-
his full name?
Shut
I
up.
don't know how the fuck you knew that, because I was like, I was some other dude.
I remember it's Canton, Delaware. I
I'm
don't
looking
remember
at
Canton,
I'm looking at the IMDb. That's the full name, Canton Everett Delaware the Third.
I just
brother.
know this, damn it.
Hell yeah. Boom.
But so invites them all out to a picnic next to Lake Silencio. And then an astronaut comes out of the water and shoots that motherfucker dead. Doctor's fucking dead.
Fucking
Oh,
got
what
the
a shame.
blicky pulled out on him.
And the
Yeah.
beginning of the new season too.
Yeah, and then they go back to the diner and the doctor's fine. He's there.
Oh,
It's just
I-
him in the
yeah.
past though.
Prank you
I,
bitches.
I do think it's a really cool way to start a season of a sci-fi show.
Super cool.
to
Yeah.
to have this mystery of why were they all invited here, who invited them, and then the main character dies, and then the younger version is just like, hey, what are we doing here? Like, it
Like-
immediately sets up so many things for you to make you go,
Yeah.
yeah.
We also meet the Silence there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which a
I
lot
like
of people
the
have.
silence a lot.
Yeah, a lot of people will have issues with the silence. I like them. They're fine.
I fucking
Yeah, I
love
get
their
them
design
mixed
of the
up with-
idea.
I get them
Slender
mixed
Man
up with
looking
the
ass.
Ood.
Yeah, I will say
Oh,
that.
I
The
think-
Oods are the one with spaghetti mouths,
Yeah, but they're kind of similar.
and the silence are just straight up Slender Man.
It's like
They put eyes on Slender Man and called it a day.
The
Fair.
weird
Looks
thing,
cool.
That's the thing is, this was around the time when like creepypastas and Slenderman started happening. So all of the Weeping Angels and fucking SCP as well was also
Oh, yeah.
happening.
Series
one-
6 Series 6 wrapped up a little bit before I started watching, and my first exposure to the silence was through someone posting an image, real life Slender Man. Wow. He real, this photo of him.
Oh, that's great. I like that.
So yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
I think, and the cool thing about the Silence is they explain them a lot,
Yeah.
but they don't do it to a degree where you fully understand what the Silence are.
Yeah, I like that.
The Silence have like a canon, like this is why they exist and how they exist. And it's weird because it actively ties into the overarching storyline of like the church.
Yeah.
They were created by the church. The same people that are in like the Weeping Angel two-parter, Flesh and Stone, the same people
Actually, they're different. They're different fucking organizations, which is insane. But there's the Anglican Marines, and then there's the Church of the Papal Mainframe. So it's like
Oh, you're right, they're
Catholicism
two
and
different.
I forgot the same thing during Boom. And I
This
was
is
like,
how
oh
I-
yeah, Anglican.
This is
Right.
how I know I'm a casual Doctor Who fan among more
It's-
serious, more professional.
it's not
Doctor
made
Who
plain.
fans.
It really
It's
isn't.
not
You
made-
just have to pay attention and know a little bit about like Christianity sects.
No,
I-
you're right. You're right, because there is the Papal Mainframe who run the what is the name of the specific
The Church of the Silence. Although
but I mean the specific soldiers who are sent into the Byzantium. They have a specific name. And I cannot
Anglican
remember.
Anglican Marines.
Are they Anglican Marines as well? That's what I thought.
They should be. Hang on, I'm on the wiki. I haven't pulled
But
up. I
they're
haven't
two
been
different
using it.
organizations. Anyways,
Hang on, I'm gonna go to Time of Angels and see.
We gotta figure
but yeah,
this
the
out.
Silence are cool. They have a really cool design, really good practical effect costuming.
Oh yeah.
Really good.
Genuinely like a step up from a lot of stuff they've ever done before
Oh!
at that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
The temple in the in Time of Angels of Flesh and Stone, the one the Byzantium crashes into, that's the final resting place of the headless monks.
Which ties into the Good Man Goes to War.
Yeah. So
Oh.
where the hell is it?
Shit.
Oh no, the archive. The archive of the Beryllium archive,
Oh shit.
which
I'm not
I'm sure
fact-
Gabe
not
I'm
fact-
sure Gabe will remember, but That not the temple that the Byzantium crashes into. The one in the very beginning, where the Amy and the Doctor are looking in a museum, and they find the black box of the ship.
Okay.
This is the first Doctor Who episode I ever watched. I remember a lot of it. What was all right? So Anglican Marines, where are they?
I was just looking through the. We're still on the astronaut episode.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
just
Yeah, we're still on that. Yeah, the two-parter.
okay,
'Cause I
Father
was looking on the
Octavian.
second episode here, and it looks like it has almost the same plot as the Monk trilogy from the
Not
in the
quite.
12 era.
It's
Well,
Not quite. It's kind of an
the
inversion.
way it's described here, it sounds like, did they know about each other?
To be fair, there's a lot of similarities. There are.
Yeah.
There are, yeah. So I got to Father Octavian, which it's father, so he's probably just part of the Church of the Papal Mainframe. So not Anglican Marines. Those are different.
Okay.
I don't
so
know. I don't know why
different
Moffat made that so confusing. But yeah, these guys are Papal Mainframe because he is a bishop second class, Father Octavian. But yeah, it
Shit.
just has him affiliated with the Church.
I like this lore. It sounds pretty. I never
dope.
picked up or like acknowledged any of this. So like it
I just
sounds
kind
pretty-
of, I just kind of hear the words and I'm like, oh, that's cool, and I
yeah,
don't really think
papal
about it.
mainframe. Yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, it's
I
pretty
like. It
fucking
sounds like a.
sick.
To be fair,
it sounds like a Shadow
do
the Hedgehog level. I like.
we
it.
do see the
Uh,
Papal Mainframe, but that's next season.
Oh,
Yes.
shit.
Yeah, but like the astronaut two-parter is very cool. The Silence two-parter is very cool. I think it's cool seeing Doctor Who in America.
Yeah,
That was a big thing in
Oh,
the
yeah.
marketing. We went to America to film Doctor Who.
We went
yeah,
to Nevada
because
and shot
that's
some scenes.
this is the second season that was aired on BBC One at the same time as BBC.
Yes. That's actually,
Not simulcast, but
but it's like
same
same.
day.
I
Yeah.
Yeah,
mean,
same day.
it kept. This is the sort of.
We
This
just
is
got
when
6 hours later.
they really started to shove Doctor Who into the U.S.
They did.
Yeah.
They finally started trying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is good they did. I mean,
And
I mean,
It was
there
successful.
there were
Audience.
airings. There were airings of classic Doctor Who in the U.S. and there were
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
fans of it.
But it
And
was
there were
on,
there
like,
were certainly
PBS.
fans of it.
They
here.
referenced fucking Doctor Who on
In
Big
Fallout.
Bang Theory.
Fallout.
Oh yeah.
First one.
we I can't I still can't believe this. I learned this like a few years ago. We got the 5 Doctors before Britain did.
Oh,
2 days before.
fuck.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
That's funny.
America.
Woo!
Yeah.
We
Doctor
win.
Who was also
bitch.
Hell
when
yeah.
was okay. This is when I say this, you're gonna be like, "Excuse me." When did My Little Pony start?
The 80s?
I couldn't tell
or-
you. I
I mean,
couldn't
No, like
tell
the
you.
modern
Friendship is
run. I think it was
Um,
2010.
I'm,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take
It was
a
I know
wild
where
guess.
you're
I think
going
it
with
was-
this.
I
But
It was
I don't-
late 2011.
I think it was 2011 or early 2012.
So okay, so it was 2010. I checked. It was 2010.
That's when it started
So
blowing
that-
up. Well, no,
And
it's,
there's direct Doctor Who references
yeah.
Yep.
in the show pretty early on
Hey,
to David Tennant's run. So
Yeah,
like
I remember that.
okay.
that's interesting to think about actually in retrospect.
the history of Doctor Who in America.
Here
My
I
girlfriend-
thought
I
it
watched
was.
My girlfriend likes it, and I've watched a few episodes with her. Okay, just
I've had
prefacing.
I've had to see episodes
Here
while
I thought it
babysitting,
was-
so I get
Here
it.
I thought it was like socially acceptable to like Doctor Who now, and you just reminded me of that. So that's just terrible.
You know, it is now. That was
Wow.
like a decade and
well,
almost a
now I
half
remember
ago.
that happened. Like I'll never live it down.
I feel you, brother. I feel
So series 6.
you. Yes.
yeah.
No.
Following up that two-parter, we get one of my least. It's not bad, but it's one of the weaker Smith episodes, and then
Yeah,
one of
I
the
have a
best
story
Smith
surrounding it.
episodes, back
True.
to back.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
shit.
very strange. So we get Curse of the Black Spot first, and I have a theory. I'm not sure if this is based on any information because I've had the theory and I've forgotten the information. But I have a
feel
theory
it.
that Curse of the Black Spot should have been in the second half. Around the time Night Terrors aired.
Yeah.
But I think it was like some sort of effect they couldn't get for Night Terrors, so they had to like work on it longer or something like that.
Oh,
Basically, they
is
got swapped. I'm not sure where exactly I heard
maybe.
this, or if I just kind of formulated it of my own volition.
I get
But
No, but it continues the ongoing Amy pregnancy arc.
that's the thing. I think that was just added in
Oh, yeah, I guess it could have been.
because
I don't know.
all you really need is just some Adam Kavarian going, "Oh, you're pregnant, innit, it, bitch?"
No, but the TARDIS as well. There's also the sequence in the TARDIS.
that. Yeah.
True, but that also could have just been from the end of Night Terrors.
Oh, wait, here we are. This episode was supposed to air in the autumn half of the series, but was reordered,
Ah.
along with The Doctor's Wife being 4th instead of 3rd, and Mark Gatiss' episode, or Gatiss, episode being 9th instead of 4th. This was because Stephen Moffat felt Mark Gatiss'
yeah.
episode was too dark. So which...
Oh, that makes sense.
I mean,
That does make sense.
yeah, but it.
I mean, Night Terrors is not a very fun episode, a good episode, but it makes sense that they would be a little worried about that showing third.
I remember
Yeah.
Night Terrors being
I remember
enjoyable, but it's like
liking it.
rated pretty low, so I'm like maybe.
It's entirely for one reason. We'll get to it when we get to it.
Okay.
But
Um,
I also have a story surrounding the Curse of the Black Spot.
oh?
So I was getting into around 2012. I was getting into Doctor Who. I was like, oh yeah, I want to get a Doctor Who shirt.
Yeah.
So I ordered a shirt that was like Rule 1: The Doctor Lies, which is a quote that I despise nowadays. But
Yeah.
I had it on a shirt, and then I also additionally got like a Zelda shirt and a Skyrim Black Hand Dark Brotherhood shirt. And
Oh,
said,
you
"We know."
sound like you were insufferable back then, but we all were.
Yeah,
so,
hey. You should
Hey,
have seen the
listen,
shit I wore back then, man.
yeah.
I'd bully
yeah, those are
myself.
tame compared to the shit
I'd
I wore.
bully
I had
myself.
fucking zombie outbreak response team shirt.
Oh dear.
I feel
I had a
it,
black
though, I
shirt
feel
that
it.
said all my black shirts are dirty. That's still
That's
pretty
actually
funny.
pretty good. I'll give you that one.
But anyway, what was I saying? So I wore that shirt
Yeah.
to like Golden Corral one day. I was visiting my sister up in Roanoke. It was actually I think the same day that I got this.
Oh shit.
But I was wearing that shirt and I was like, "Oh, word! We're rolling up to Golden Corral. I'm about to eat some grub." And then this guy caught me off guard, like, "Is that a Doctor Who shirt?" And I was like, I didn't look down at my shirt because I was like, I own a Doctor Who shirt. I guess I'm wearing it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, that's a Doctor Who shirt. And he was talking about, oh man, I love Curse of the Black Spot. It aired on my birthday. Oh man, that's my
shit.
birthday. That's Curse of the Black Spot Day. And then I had a wonderful meal at Golden
What?
Corral. Yeah, he was like one of the servers.
I mean, hey.
Oh.
I hope he's listening. I hope somewhere
hope-
out there he's there.
Hope he finds it.
No, you're
I'm,
out.
if you're
Somewhere.
listening out there, Mr. Guy, I'm sorry. I was wearing a Skyrim shirt, but I did have a Doctor Who
Oh.
shirt.
I'm pretty. I just double checked because I was curious. The Long Game also aired on that same day, so I guess the
shit.
Long Game is also his birthday episode. He gets to celebrate
Nice.
with the Jagrafess hanging from the ceiling or whatever.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. The Jaggerfest hanging from the ceiling, and then there's just this ghostly woman singing outside. Hell yeah.
Um,
So yeah, Curse of Black Spot's a pirate
I thought
episode.
It's a weird one. It's
Yeah,
a weird
Yeah.
one.
pirate action.
I don't hate it. It's fine. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't hate it either. It's just kind of like
I like that we got a Doctor
feels
Who
a
pirate
little-
episode.
it feels a little weird. Like the idea of it is really cool. Of like anyone who gets injured on this pirate ship gets a black spot on their hand and then gets pulled away by the siren.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then the way that they Doctor Whoify it is
Yeah.
fun.
It's a bit.
But also, the more you think about it, the more you're like,
Yeah.
why would this ever make any sense?
Like,
You know.
I don't know. It's weird.
It's a weird one. Moffat episodes are always really weird.
Well, actually, this
find,
is
like-
a Steve Thompson episode. I don't know who that is.
Oh, but Moffat showrun episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got a
it's just-
strange gaggle of writers.
I've mentioned before, Stephen Moffat just has this fucking like.
Oh, he
he
also
turned the
wrote Journey to
Doctor
the
in-
center of the TARDIS.
He turned the doc
And
when left unchecked, he turns the Doctor into Willy Wonka, and I just don't care for it.
Yeah.
I mean, you say that, but he sang "Pure Imagination" last fucking week.
That's true.
Yeah.
but I
Well-
would say that whatever Moffat energy has been kept under wraps, so that's
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
contained.
It's power limited.
Yeah,
That's basically. It's basically putting a spoonful of sugar instead of pouring the whole goddamn fucking bag in.
Yeah.
You know, which is what some of these seasons and episodes are, where it's like you're getting pure, unadulterated Moffat in your veins. You're not getting anything
too
else.
Following up Curse of the Black Spot, we got what I stand by as the best Smith episode, which is
Fair.
The Doctor's Wife.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good one.
I'm not quite as big on The Doctor's Wife as everyone else, but I see that it is a good episode.
I'm
Like,
a colossal Neil Gaiman fan, and
that makes
the
sense.
entire
Neil Gaiman.
episode is dripping in his specific style of writing,
Yeah.
and I love it.
It's a shame we only got
again,
one other
yeah.
episode with him,
Yeah.
and it wasn't good.
Which one was the other one?
Nightmare in Silver, and it was not good.
It's the one where Matt Smith becomes Mr. Clever because he has the Cyberman controller in his brain.
No, I don't even
And he
know
has
That's
that
the only
one.
part of the episode I liked.
Me too.
I was cool with that.
Clever.
I love it when the Doctor has an evil twin who's himself.
Yeah.
Again,
Works
special
great with
guest
Enemy of the
star
World.
for The Doctor's Wife. Special guest star Michael Sheen.
Yeah, he was the voice.
Oh,
The
he was
voice of the
awesome.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also the woman who plays the TARDIS, I'm pretty sure was like a major Coronation Street actor. I'm pretty sure she's in like 400 episodes or something. So like that's
Goddamn.
another guest star.
Jeez.
And I mean, again, guest starring world famous writer and whatever Neil Gaiman.
Also guest
obviously.
starring in Ood
True.
and the previous console room.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
true. That's a cool
Yeah,
scene.
it's a good
yeah.
episode for TARDIS lore and for I
Yeah.
remember, like, because I haven't watched it in a while, but it's always it always comes up as like a thing whenever TARDIS stuff comes up. It's like, oh, well, we remember from the Doctor's Wife, like, oh, right.
Yeah, like if you've played Fallout New Vegas, and if you look around the TARDIS,
I need
it's
to.
mostly just the Doctor's Wife and Journey to the Center of the TARDIS stuff because we don't have
Yeah,
much
basically.
else.
Yeah.
I will say there's some really fun stuff surrounding this episode. So I did not use Tumblr very often at all. However,
Fair.
I do follow Neil Gaiman on Tumblr because he's super active and he constantly responds to people, posts behind the scenes stuff, discusses his processes
Nice.
of writing and making things. He's
I wonder
super
if anyone's asked him if he's going to come back for the new Doctor Who. That'd be nice.
Maybe,
That'd
I don't know.
be-
People
that'd be
will
good.
constantly be like, the big one is a student was like, Mr. Gaiman, I was trying to write about a thing that you made, and they got mad at me. For
I know
calling
that
you Neil,
post.
and they got mad at me for calling you Neil. Can you say that we know each other? That way I get my marks up. And he was like, yeah, I know you. You're chill.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
He's super cool. But I remember around this time, people were asking him, like, what were your inspirations for this episode? Because it's so cool. And he specifically cited, I have no mouth and I must scream.
That makes
As
a
bad,
lot
man.
of sense. Wow.
Alright.
Holy
As
shit.
why House acts the way he does. And he said that he really hoped that Harlan Ellison would watch it and get it and appreciate the bit. And apparently Harlan Ellison did watch it and did appreciate the bit.
Oh, hell
Fuck,
yeah.
that's
That's
pretty dope.
cool.
That's pretty dope.
Oh, I wonder if we can get Harlan Ellison on Doctor Who. That'd be nice.
I'd be down.
I thought you were gonna say get him on the podcast. Huh?
I mean,
Shit,
Uh,
that'd
I
work
would
too.
throw that yeah. I thought that's where he's
Okay.
going too.
The other-
Fuck.
If you look up this episode, you can find so much information on it because Neil Gaiman is always so active on
Okay,
discussing.
let's see what's TARDIS. By the way, for those of you at home, stop using fandom. If you want to look at a Jesus Christ, if you want to look at a Doctor Who wiki, TARDIS.wiki. Fuck
Not
fandom.
wiki. Fuck fandom. Yes.
Yeah, you don't want to do any of that. Fandom is pretty terrible. Spyware. I don't know about spyware, but ads.
It's not
bullshit.
spyware, but yeah,
Bunch of
it's
ads. It's annoying.
fucked over with
It's no
ads.
good.
Oh
But-
my god, there are so many story notes.
Oh yeah, there's so many because he's so active. He just talks about
Yeah.
everything. So
Oh,
the big
hell
thing
yeah.
that I want to talk about here, because it does tie into stuff later, is House was not going to be the villain. Him and
Also,
Moffat, because Moffat wrote in a lot of stuff for the episode. Yeah.
really quick, one of the original working titles for this episode was House of Nothing, and holy shit, that's such a good title.
It's actually pretty dope.
That's a very good Doctor Who title. But one of the big things that they were going for here, because Moffat was writing it with him in chunks, he specifically said Moffat actually ended up writing a lot of the best lines, he thought, which is,
damn.
you know, that's cool.
That's a shame.
But the plan originally was for the villain to be the Great Intelligence, taking control of the TARDIS.
That would have been so fucking cool, and it would have tied in with the fuck. Oh man.
Which of course, that becomes relevant later. In Matt Smith's run when he comes back, but they couldn't get the rights, so.
Oh. Yeah, because classic Doctor Who has that issue where each writer owns basically all of their story except for like the Doctor Who, the things that directly tie into Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which
it's always really weird.
As much as you know, I'm a big supporter of rights going to the writers instead of a big corporation. But if I were to choose one exception, you know, it's a shame that we can't just get an Ice Warrior story whenever we feel like, you know, a bit of a shame. Oh well.
Piss your pants
Following
right
that up-
now, everyone.
Done.
No one in particular,
yeah,
just
Hey,
everyone.
that's faster, so
Oh, it's warm.
piss
I
your
don't like
pants,
it.
everyone at once.
Yeah, everyone.
You have to be watching this at
Um,
exactly 4:05 p.m. though. If you're not, you pissed your pants wrong. You
Yeah.
should have waited.
So
or
if you
done
got
it
to this
earlier.
bit, you'll come back to this episode, rewatch the whole thing tomorrow to get to this point at 4:05 to piss your pants. There you go.
Yeah.
Boom.
Well, now it's 4:06, but it was 4:05, and that's when you should have pissed your pants.
Viewer retention's gonna rise up to this point now because people are gonna go back and do it.
What about
Hell yeah.
demon retention?
send pics of you for proof.
Don't say that.
Yeah, do not
but-
send pictures of urine to us, please.
I don't want to say too much more about The Doctor's Wife because it's like if you haven't seen it, just go watch it.
It's
an
really
episode
good.
that is so unique and cool and interesting, with great performances, great music, great cinematography, great production design. Like it's just good. Just go watch it. I don't know if I would say the same for the next episodes because they are the Flesh two-parter.
There are bits of the Flesh two-parter that I really, really like, but everything else I hate. It is such a shame.
Yeah, it's a really weird one. Because it's so great in concept as like a what would you call it? Like a deconstruction of like capitalism and work culture.
Yeah, I like that. I also kind of wish we lived in a world where people wouldn't have to risk their lives on shit, but also maybe dial back the sentience on those flesh guys, you know?
Fun fact that Claw will appreciate, written by Matthew Graham, the guy who made Life on Mars.
Oh, interesting.
That's cool.
I was just looking
He
through
wrote-
the pictures here, and they are mostly just Amy Pond. So very cool IMDb.
He wrote 3 episodes of Doctor Who, and I'm pretty sure we talked about this last time because the other one he wrote was Fear Her, which
Oh boy.
Another classic.
Jeez.
It's crazy. I really like his writing in the stuff he writes 90% of the time, and the rest of the time I'm like, dude, this sucks.
About that live Bane reaction, by the way.
Live Bane reaction, yeah. To be fair, it looks really nice with the Omega and the TARDIS there.
Yeah.
Doctor Who reference, Omega? Doctor Who?
Also,
again,
This one's a
another-
two-parter? This one doesn't seem like it needs to be a two-parter.
It really didn't need to.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I don't remember this at all.
Although,
I gotta
to be
honest.
fair,
End of part 1.
there are
is
no other
the
two-parters
Flesh
in this
Doctor.
series, so you know.
Wow, so why waste it
You gotta
on that?
savor them while they last, you know.
That's a good
Yes.
question.
Oh, this is
But again, and I
Doctor.
can
Don't shoot him. He's the fake. No, he's the fake. Don't shoot me.
Yeah.
Great.
and again, I can say this for many episodes, several special guest stars, Raquel Cassidy, who's in Downton Abbey, Mark Bonner, who is a really great actor. He played Blackbeard in AC4,
Oh
and,
shit.
Black Flag.
Really?
Oh shit.
There's your
Yeah,
mention,
and
by the way.
so
Yep.
he's also in a excellent TV show called Catastrophe, and he recently made an appearance in one of the final episodes of Inside Number 9. He's a really great actor. Love him.
Oh, shit.
Nice.
I watched that show.
So like,
Starting my
yeah,
rewatch of it
I think
soon.
you'd really like it.
Yeah.
You'd really like it.
It's actually why
but, like,
that's why I resubbed to BritBox actually to rewatch that.
It's basically the only reason.
Pretty much.
Uh,
Yeah.
Well,
So-
they have they have classic
Harder.
Doctor Who.
That-
Yetla?
I was gonna say the next one, A Good Man Goes to War, is kind of a pivotal one for
This-
the
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's
it's
a big
for,
one.
the,
Pretty-
for this
pretty good.
Doctor.
pretty good for like a very heavily story centric episode.
Yeah, I don't remember it that well, but I just remember that title is like it's one of those fucking t-shirt slogan things that Matt Smith had 100 of. That
Yep. He was.
that was
he,
another thing I did not care for.
That
There's
was-
so many like
So-
catchphrases and shit.
Yeah,
they really
I
came
will
from his
say-
era the most.
Oh my god, I just remembered. Holy shit. There was someone posting, unironically, a bit crushed, hyper contrasted Halo Reach screenshot with that Good Man Goes to War poem overlaid over it in red text. Someone
Oh my
unironically
God.
posted that shit. It's
That's really
fucking
funny.
hilarious.
I was that.
That's
But
good.
I was just looking at Mark Bonar's TARDIS wiki page, and he's been in a lot of shit. Like he's the main doctor for the 11, not doctor, the main actor for the 11
Yeah.
in the Sixth Doctor Adventures run.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's
He's done
everywhere.
he's done a
great.
lot of voice work. Holy shit.
Good Man Goes to War is a really cool episode. The guy who directed it, I know I keep talking about fun facts about what they've done outside of Doctor Who, but he is the guy who actually directed the 3rd episode of The Last of Us that
Oh
came out
shit.
recently.
Wow.
Oh, interesting.
The
He
that
directed the
Peter
Bill
yeah, the
episode.
Bill ups. Oh fuck! Hey, what a champ!
He's
He
a
hasn't
really
worked-
everything I've seen him direct. TV directors don't have as much creative control over visuals as film
True.
directors tend to.
Which
But,
is sad. It
still,
really is.
Good work.
He
is good
also
work.
he also worked on It's a Sin.
Yeah, and
which
Daredevil,
is-
I think.
Pretty relevant
Um,
because that's a Russell T Davis show.
So now,
Yeah, they're buddies.
Hell yeah.
gentlemen, I have to ask you at this point in time, I think the question must be brought up, and we might have talked about it a little before, because I forgot that it's not actually a Matt Smith era like invention fully. River Song, she actually originates
Yeah. Yeah,
before
but-
Matt Smith.
Yeah. So River
But
Song shows
I
up in one
remember-
of the final episodes of the 10th Doctor's run. For those, who-
Yeah. And she was pretty good in that one, but then I remember fucking hating her every time she showed up.
she does get
the first
kind
time
of.
I watched. The first time I watched, but recently I didn't mind. I didn't mind her.
There are bits of her where she gets awfully annoying.
The spoilers
But-
shit. It's
Yeah,
too,
I'm not a big fan of the spoilers.
It's like after
and
the
I'm not a
first
big
little bit,
fan
it
of.
was
Well,
cute,
I-
but it's like
Go
I
ahead.
think it entirely depends on what doctor she's interacting with.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so.
Well,
Because I don't think she
yeah.
has good chemistry with the 11th Doctor. At least not Alex Kingston and Matt Smith. I don't think they have great chemistry. But
the main. That's the thing.
12?
Her main.
I actually-
the main person she's ever with is him, and so it sucks because that's like his his main sort of romantic character and like a big
Yeah.
recurring character, and she's just not great with him. But yeah, I mean, with 10 it was good. I don't know, what has she done outside of 10 and
She's
10
in she's
Smith?
in she's in she's in one of 12's Christmas specials, and it's actively
Oh.
one of my favorite things that River is. I'd actually argue I prefer River in that episode over some of the stuff in the library, because it's an episode where
Oh,
Oh,
You're
sorry,
kind of
did I
seeing
interrupt?
River
Shit.
you cut out. You
lead
cut out there.
while Capaldi chases after her. Right. Oh, I cut out. I'll repeat myself.
Oh,
I
you
think
cut out again.
What
Uh,
a shame.
Okay, we're having
Um,
technical difficulties here.
It's gonna
Woo!
happen every
it's
time now.
in the Christmas the Doctor. Oh, 1 second.
Okay.
Let me fix my internet.
Let me
1 second.
pause the recording for a second while we get.
I've been recording this whole time.
Yeah, yeah.
Same.
I just unpausing the OBS record. All right, hey folks, we're back.
You
So
might want
So the other big thing that happens in A Good Man Goes to War, this is actually like a very defining moment for Matt Smith's run.
Mhm.
Because it introduces the Paternoster gang. It introduces
Yes.
Strax and Vastra and Jenny,
Oh,
who
yeah.
are very recurring characters.
Yeah, I like
Well,
them.
they recur a few times. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, they carry
Three.
over all the way to Capaldi, so
yeah, they
Yeah.
do. They do, but then they get dropped pretty quick when it comes to Capaldi, though.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Yeah.
it also introduces the iconic thin, fat, gay Anglicans.
The thin, fat, gay, married Anglican Marines.
That's it. the
Because
thin,
why
fat,
would they?
gay married
Why would they need names as well?
And I think it also is that also where we meet Dorium for the first time.
I think Dorian was in Impossible,
he was in
Impossible
Pandora
Astronaut.
Opens.
Pandora opens. Yeah, that's it.
I'm
gonna double
I
check
always
on that
really
just in
enjoyed
case.
Dorium. I really enjoyed when he was just ahead and Matt Smith just kind of had him around. I kind of wish he was around
Yeah.
more often because I really enjoyed his performer. But yeah, he's a fun character.
Dorian
A lot
Amalgama.
happens. A lot happens in this episode, though.
Yeah.
A lot. Because I think this is also where we find out who River Song is.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
So so who River Song is a big mystery. You know, she's someone who is on par with the Doctor intelligence wise, and seems to have some seems to have done something wrong in the eyes of the church. So we're all kind of wondering who the hell she is. And as it turns out, curveball. River Song is Amy and Rory's child.
Yep.
Why not?
Which you kind of, I mean, if you're like an attentive adult viewer and not a stupid teenager like me, you probably see Melody Song or
Melody
whatever
Pond.
the fuck, Melody
Melody Pond.
Pond, River
Melody Pond.
Song.
Yeah. It's
Like you'd probably pick up on it if you weren't a dumbass like I was at the time. But
Yeah.
you
Fair,
know, yeah.
But
But they
also
only
it wasn't
reveal
really
that name by that episode, I
yeah,
think.
it
so
wasn't
it's
really
like,
built up beforehand, you know?
Yeah, yeah. But
Yeah.
it's just like when you watch that, it's like, oh.
like dots connecting.
Yeah.
And she can regenerate, which is why
Yeah.
she has managed to survive so long.
That's
Yep.
another element of the mystery, yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely found elements of her fucking annoying throughout the run, but I think that was more just because of Stephen Moffat's writing. She herself and as a character,
Yeah.
and she has a whole like sub-series of Big Finish audio dramas too.
She does.
Apparently
Diary
they're
of River
pretty good.
Song.
I've never checked those out, but
I've heard good things.
I should probably look into them.
After that, because this marks that's why everything big happens here, is because it's the end of series
Part
6A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
after this
series
happens-
6A and 6B aren't really separated that much. So
No,
you
it's
can,
only like
you can still watch them as a full season.
It's over a month, but it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
the one next series, which we'll talk about, is a lot more egregious in just being
Yeah.
two completely different storylines.
Yeah.
The next episode is one that follows after the last one, I guess, because Melody Pond is
Let's-
adrift.
Guys, let's kill Hitler.
Is
You know, that's a good idea,
Yay!
Tristan. No one ever thought to do that.
it does feature one of my single favorite Doctor Who lines where Rory is told to put Hitler in the closet, and he just kind of like meekly shoves Hitler into a closet, and it's
Shoving Hitler in
just
the
such a
closet.
stupid bit, but the line deliveries from everyone are so perfect that at just making it awkward and uncomfortable.
Yeah,
I
it would.
remember this.
It's a fun bit. It's just a shame that they kind of had a whole episode surrounding it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Although to be
remember
fair,
that
the episode.
It was like a big meme, fucking like 4chan, like well, not like more Reddit, like haha, let's kill Hitler, lay Hitler,
Yeah.
Doctor Who upvote. That I remember that was like a thing with this one was like a little bit. It was a little annoying some of the stuff surrounding it,
Yeah.
but
The problem is it ends up just mostly revolving around
Yeah.
11 and River. So
Yeah.
it's like
it's not even
after,
fulfilling
like,
for
10
that.
minutes, no, after like 10-15 minutes, the actual stuff with Hitler as a character, which is a great sentence, is pushed aside, and it's just kind of like
It's shoved in the
no.
it's shoved in the closet, just like Hitler.
Exactly.
Literally. Yeah.
But then I'd argue we get one of the most bizarre series of episodes to end off a season of Doctor Who.
Yeah, because like right
Because-
after this is Night Terrors, right?
Night Terrors
Yes.
is right after, which you mentioned before we'd get to as to why it's so.
So real quick, I
This
do
is
want to talk a
one that
little bit.
Oh,
Just
go
kind
ahead.
of go over the shit that happens in the episode.
Yeah.
Or should we keep it kind of spoiler free
For Night Terrors.
for Let's Kill Hitler?
Oh,
Oh.
well. I mean, we
No,
gotta
go wild.
All
we
right,
gotta
so
we gotta spoil it. It's fine.
yeah. So in that episode, the TARDIS is hijacked by Amy and Rory's hitherto unseen, which is very strange. By the way, sorry.
Random
train of
best
thought.
friend or something.
Yeah, lost my train of thought. The tea my mouth is very hot right now.
Funny.
But
tea.
so hitherto unseen, best friend Mel's, who they named their child after.
Mel's.
And
creates a
she
paradox because
she hijacks the TARDIS, and then I think she got shot by Hitler.
Hell yeah.
I'm
Which
pretty
is an
sure.
honor, you
Yeah.
know.
I mean, what a way to go
I don't
out,
know.
really.
I would prefer to do the shooting if it was me and Hitler.
Well,
yeah,
but if you gotta get shot by
rather-
anyone,
it's like,
I don't know. I'd rather be shot by somebody that I like. At least I know there's no hard feelings.
I guess.
oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like
But,
an accident.
Yeah, so she got shot by Hitler, I think. And she fucking regenerates into River Song.
yeah,
So it turns out that
Yeah.
Amy and Rory grew up alongside their daughter,
Which
It's a real mindfuck.
who, by the
yeah.
way, had regenerated previously. I'm pretty sure River Song's the third incarnation in that.
We
line.
see a version of her
You
where
gotta-
she's like a little girl in a
Yeah.
back alley, and she just
Yeah,
fucking
that's
you gotta think
That
that was at the end
like,
of.
Rory
Impossible
probably
Mission
tried to fuck
1920.
her.
yeah.
Oh God!
Yeah, Rory probably hit on her a
Maybe.
few times. You gotta think about that. That's,
Yeah, yeah.
that's
To be
gross.
fair, she was kind of like bristly and a bit of a bitch. So he might not.
That's
have.
probably. But I'm just still thinking worst case scenario. It's like he probably hit on her.
I mean, the whole thing is a problem if you think about it. Don't even.
Yeah, it's
we're
very.
gonna get.
It's
Yeah, it's like
We're gonna get
Yeah,
back
and
into
like-
10 meeting Amy as or 11 meeting Amy as a little girl and all that. It's
like,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Gabe was saying earlier.
oh
It's
god.
it's a bit bootstrappy because they named their daughter after their daughter.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
oh god, yeah, that's true. That is pretty stupid.
yeah.
Moffat.
Bootstrap
Huh.
paradox. Google it.
Yeah. All right.
I love that
then
episode. All right. But yeah, so
Alright.
they didn't kill Hitler. Damn shame.
Unfortunate.
In the title, that's false advertising. We could sue the BBC.
They should.
Well, the
Fair.
title is a
Yes.
reference to the statement in the episode.
I
It's not a
know,
line.
Yeah.
But
You could. It's just funny to think about.
come on. BBC lawsuit.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
That's how I
This
felt
whole-
watching Inglorious Bastards.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
there was also introduced in this episode the Tesselecta, a robot that takes the form of
Oh,
any person.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I
Oh.
forgot about the Tesselecta. I always forget about it because it's such a weird. It's in like 2 episodes.
Yeah. It is in precisely this episode and the episode that it is the most relevant.
Yeah, you gotta set up something so they put it in that
It's in
episode.
another episode as well. It's in another episode as well.
Yes.
A third? Or just the two?
Technically.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
I don't even remember this thing.
I vaguely do. Now we're getting to the point where I'm starting to slowly not remember these episodes where it's like, hey,
Yeah, they get turned into soup in your brain sometimes.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
been
the Matt Smith era.
it's almost been 10 years since these episodes, so I'm just
Yeah.
I'm not getting it.
I'm gonna take this thing off.
I feel that.
Didn't last too long, unfortunate. You should have gone with celery in the lapel.
Fuck no. I'm not taping a decorative vegetable to my
Listen,
ass.
I've
You
got
kidding?
celery in my fridge. I should have done
I know,
it. It
so
should've
do
been on me.
I get that.
I did this just just because I wanted to.
Yeah.
There we go.
And then
Much better.
what comes after that? Next is Night
It's
Terrors.
Night
I believe.
Terrors.
Night Terrors
yeah.
is next, and it
Which
is
I
bad.
remember.
Oh, go ahead.
I remember kind of liking Night Terrors when it happened because I thought it was just kind of a fun, like,
It's an-
horror concept or whatever. But I haven't seen it since. So
It's
yeah.
just bad because. Well, here's the thing. I get why it's like this. Before I get into my criticism, but the child actor is just bad.
That'll do it. Yeah.
I'm so sorry to the kid. He's probably a great guy now. And I understand why they made him act kind of weird because it's like a sort of parallel for autism. Like I'm pretty sure the kid's meant to be like, neurodivergent coded.
Yeah.
I get it.
And he's also like
Still
the
kind
core
of-
the entire. He's there the
Yeah.
entire time.
He's kind of unbearable to listen to and see go
like
about
most
his
autistic
business.
people.
Yes, of course. We hate autistic people on this channel.
Hell yeah, where do you think we are? We hate ourselves.
Hell yeah,
Women
brother.
and minorities. It's it's wide encompassing. So
Slam dunk.
yeah, no, this episode. I mean, I don't remember the child actor being particularly annoying, but I can easily believe that. This
child
is the
actor.
one with. Or this isn't the one I'm thinking of, actually, is it? No, I'm thinking of one where it's like a hotel or something. There's like a floor of a.
God complex.
God complex.
That's
That
God
comes
That's a
Complex.
good one.
Yeah, that one's actually 2 episodes.
Actually, you
later.
know what?
Yeah.
That's my
Wow.
favorite. That's my favorite 11th Doctor episode.
Yeah, okay. I missed mixing these up. Yeah, that's the one I like. I don't even remember Night Terrors. Yeah, never mind.
I think I vaguely remember God Complex, yeah.
It's the one about the
That's-
kid.
Go ahead.
It's the one about the kid who's having nightmares, and then like there's like the dolls in his closet, and it's really weird.
Let me pull up.
It's a very weird one.
Let me pull up an image of these fucking dolls.
Yeah, no,
If
I
if
can see 'em
Discord
here.
will
They're-
let me.
They're kind of like
Oh, you're on IMDb. You got it.
yeah. I'll grab one here. The
I was
dolls
just
remind me of. I can't like copy the image. This is so fucking.
Yeah,
stupid.
I was just pulling it up so you could see.
Okay, yeah, that's.
I gotta get I think it's a little easier. It fills the
Yeah.
it fills the screen. It fills the screen a bit more if it's just for little
Yeah.
visuals.
Well, yeah, the dolls remind me of like Neil Gaiman again. I'm realizing how much of this era is marked by just Stephen Moffat, I guess, trying to be like Neil Gaiman. So much of this is like, yeah, it makes sense that this is when Neil Gaiman had an episode here or both of his, actually, I guess,
Yeah.
because like it's so.
Because he's in the next.
It's this sort of like whimsy, fucking like childhood horror Coraline kind of thing. That's what these doll monsters remind me of. And it's
For
not
those who
quite as
want a
good.
visual, just look up the Peg dolls from Doctor Who Series 6, Episode 9, Night Terrors.
Spooky
Yes.
large doll creatures that look like old-fashioned dolls with fucked up.
Yeah, and they are pretty freaky.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for the other half of the episode being a kid being scared in his room, this would be a pretty good one. People would probably look on it a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I I don't love that episode, but I really, really enjoy the next two.
Yeah. Well, the
I
next one is
haven't
another one of
seen The
the
Girl Who Waited in a while.
the
The
girl
Girl
who
Who
waited.
Waited is
That's another
so
one of
good.
those famous like Matt Smith era quote, whatever. That's one of those
Yeah.
Yeah.
lines that people remember from his era.
Yeah, and they made a whole episode about it.
Made a whole episode about it. Yeah. And yeah, I do remember
And
this one
it's a
being pretty
really
good.
it's a really cool concept for an episode of Doctor Who of a facility where time moves completely differently depending on what side of the facility you're on.
Yeah,
It's such a cool concept.
It's a concept that I think Moffat does really well. Like I know that oh geez, who wrote this actually? Tom McRae. I know
It was
that
a different guy.
Yeah, I know that Moffat didn't write this, and you're talking about like
It's the
series
era.
overarching and all. Moffat series do this so well.
Yeah.
To be fair, Moffat's the only the only showrunner who I think has done this. Like time moving in at different speeds in two different places type of deal.
Yeah.
I'm looking into this one now, and I definitely remember
Yeah.
this one. This is a very
It's
iconic
really good.
one. Yeah,
It's
like
so
the whole
good.
visual design of the place they're in and everything.
Yeah.
It's really, really
I
memorable.
forgot what that place is that they filmed in, but they filmed at the same place for Smile in Series 10, and it looks really nice. It's
Yes.
it's basically
Yeah.
tailor made as a
Um,
Doctor Who
place.
area.
Oh shit.
It's once again, I remember when it came out because I recognized a voice in the episode and I was like, whose voice is that? This is bothering me.
Whose
And it's
voice was
Imelda
that?
Staunton who plays Dolores Umbridge in
Yeah,
Harry
she's the
Potter.
announcer for
She
the
does
for the Two Streams
voice of
facility.
the facility.
That's
Or
cool.
Imelda
she is the
Staunton,
facility,
the,
I
the,
didn't
the
know that.
official voice and face of all Karens. It's a shame. Like,
Yeah.
she's a
There she
lovely
is.
woman.
She
Imelda
seems like
Staunton.
a sweet lady, but yeah, probably in
know
real
what it
life.
is.
But
She plays ice cold sweetness very well.
oh yeah, she
Yeah.
plays that bitter, like
Funnily
bless
enough, I'm
your
also
heart,
drinking tea.
like backstab kind of, like she's good at that shit. It's like,
Yeah.
respect.
And
Respect.
although I really enjoy The Girl Who Waited, I do think I prefer the God Complex, and also stand by to this day that Toby Whithouse should have become the showrunner of Doctor Who instead
Yeah.
of Chris Chibnall. He was the one I hope would become the showrunner because I really
Yeah.
enjoyed Being Human.
For me, it was
for
Phil
you.
the
Collins.
series Being
His
I
name
think
came
Phil
up a
Collins
lot.
would make a good showrunner.
I remember people
Not Phil
mentioning.
Collinson. Who was it?
I remember people mentioning Toby Whithouse a lot in reference to that. Also,
Would've been a good one.
Mark Gatiss.
Yeah.
He wrote
Yeah.
Human Nature. Was it Phil?
He-
Because I think Phil Collinson's the current producer.
Yeah.
I was gonna say he's one of the producers.
Yeah.
Toby Whithouse has done a couple episodes I don't love.
Paul-
He did
Paul Cornell.
Paul Cornell. That's it.
Yeah.
Paul Cornell would make a
Um,
good showrunner too. Absolutely.
Toby
This
Whithouse
is-
did School Reunion back in series 2 with Sarah Jane and David Tennant.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
And then
that
he did
one.
this, and then he did a couple others. And he also did the two-parter with the Fisher King in Capaldi's.
He did.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Man,
I
he's
like the Fisher King.
he
like
wrote a lot of bangers.
he's a pretty solid Who writer. He has a couple episodes that are weaker, but they're not like terrible. They're just like it's Vampires of Venice is
It's fine. It's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
It's,
like
it was
God
mostly,
Complex
it's
a
mostly
lot,
let
though.
down from the look of the look of the aliens.
God Complex is another one of those ones. Like Doctor Who borders on so many different genres,
Yeah.
and this is definitely one of those like more horror. They really went. I feel like this era they went more into horror stuff a lot.
They did.
With like Weeping
definitely did.
Angels and Silence and all of this kind of stuff, and this episode is one of
It
those.
does work.
Yeah, this is.
Nice.
I'm remembering, like, I'm looking at the description of it here, and it's reminding me kind of like a House of Leaves sort of thing. Not exactly, but just that sort of like weird building.
I get what
where-
you mean.
Also,
yeah.
that Chainsaw Man arc where they're stuck in the fucking hotel. It's
Yeah.
basically just that.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. I
There's
almost
so
said,
much
I
I
almost
could
said
talk about in this
Eternity 8
episode.
but Eternity 8 is
Exit 8.
Haruhi Suzumiya, I think.
Exit 8,
Yep.
yeah.
The Eternity Devil. The Eternity Devil, that's it.
Yeah.
No,
it's just so funny
yeah,
though,
like,
because
it-
like I haven't seen a lot of these in like a decade, and I'm like the God Complex. Oh, I remember that one so well. The Girl Who Waited, and then Closing Time.
Yeah, it's like
It's good that you don't remember
Okay,
it.
Closing Time.
I don't remember at all.
Closing Time does one thing right. It
Oh,
brings
this
back
is the
I will
one
say-
with the
Cyberman.
fucking. Oh god!
I will
this
say
is this
really
one.
quick before we move into closing time, because holy shit, it's bad. And I want to go over how God Complex and Amy's Choice, same director.
Oh yeah.
Which
shit.
honestly, two
Oh,
bangers in a row.
That actually makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
God Complex is it's directed so well. It's amazing.
Yes. So for me, Closing Time, horrible. But it does one thing right, which is that it brings back the Cybermats, who
Ooh, it
I
did,
think
yeah.
were last seen. I think they were last seen before that in a fourth Doctor story, and then before that they were in second Doctor stories. Like they were barely in the series.
Yeah, I remember
and
the
when
second
they brought
Doctor
them back,
ones.
I remember being really happy about that.
I don't remember what a Cybermat even is.
A little small
They're
Cyberman
little.
thing.
They're little cyber, like they kind of look like metal bugs.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
they act like rats, essentially.
Yeah.
They were in, I think, yeah, they were introduced in Tomb of the Cybermen.
Yeah,
They
it
were
was
introduced
Tomb. It
way,
was
way
Tomb.
back.
So this,
Yeah.
remembering now. You guys mentioned this before in relation to this. This is one of the famous James Corden episodes of Doctor Who, and this is the
Yes.
more
Yeah.
annoying one where he's got his baby. Because now I am remembering
Yeah,
the
this is
fucking
the
baby
one.
And
one.
the
Yeah.
doctor speaks baby, and
Oh
God,
God!
they
Oh.
it's fine when they use that joke once in an episode, sure.
It's just such an.
After
it's
that,
so
it's like-
it reminds me so much of that era of like all the things I don't like. Just yeah, the Doctor speaks baby. Okay, cool,
It's like,
good. Well,
this
we
thing,
know
I'm fine
what
with
we're
that
on
if they just use that once per episode. Fine.
Yeah, it's an
Yeah.
okay.
Maybe not
It's
per
like it's
episode,
like
but-
the slightly psychic paper. You don't overuse it. It's just a
Yeah,
little
it's like,
thing in the
flash it.
arsenal.
It's good. It's all
Yeah,
you
That's the
gotta do.
thing.
once or twice.
You just use it as
Yeah.
a funny little gag. Ooh, I
But-
speak baby, and he says that you suck as a dad, or something like that. You know?
It's like, come on. But
Center the whole episode around it. What was the fucking? This is totally off topic. What was the new invention that they came up with in? I think it was Ruby Road. Like this,
The
it was
intelligent
super,
gloves.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
super grippy gloves or something. It was weird.
Gloves.
Yeah,
oh,
they
yeah,
put
Mission Impossible. Yeah.
the
He hasn't
intelligent
used them
gloves.
since, but I like them.
They transfer all your weight to the glove, like the hand that
Yeah.
you're gripping with,
Yeah, that's
which is
interesting.
really cool.
That's such a fun idea.
That's another thing. I was like, are they going to turn Doctor Who into Spider-Man? No, they haven't used this since.
Well,
All
it's
right,
like, it just disappeared.
He hasn't charged them yet.
that's true. That's
The
not
only
crystals.
big issue with, well, sorry, the extra big, not the only big issue, there's so many issues with this episode. The
Yeah.
biggest issue with Closing Time is that it is integral to the overarching storyline.
Oh yeah,
Because
like
at the
you
end
could
of Closing Time is when
you
you
could-
find out
It
who
is
the
a River
astronaut
Song
was.
episode and everything. Yeah,
and
Astronaut.
at the like that's the thing. Last season, you could just skip over the lodger. All you would miss is that someone's maybe fucking with the TARDIS, I guess, possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like you could also glean that from literally the next story.
Yeah, it's like, fucking scream.
It's
It's
also
just-
there's a
damn
weird
shame.
moment in the episode where
Yeah.
the Doctor sees Amy and Rory in the
Yeah,
store.
I
and they
kind of
don't
like
notice
that.
him.
Oh, shit.
I do too.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the
Um,
thing. They don't really show that. No, she's missing him. I mean, she probably still does. It's just they're doing fine without.
Yeah.
Him. Just
Yeah.
fine. And I like that because it shows that she's a successful model. She's getting autographs from little kids,
Yeah.
giving autographs to
Yeah.
little kids. You know what I mean?
Maybe you're good.
yeah, she's not getting their autograph.
Right, yeah.
I should do
And
that.
then
I should
the
just go
next
around
one is
people
a big
asking
one.
for people's autographs. Yeah,
The
the
next
next one
one
is
The next one is a
a single part
is a
finale.
very big one.
Interesting choice. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
interesting
Wedding
is a
of
word
River
for it.
Song. And it's an
Where do I
interesting.
start?
Well, it's an interesting one because, well, the first episode of the series aired on April 23rd, 2011. I'm noticing here, but this
Yep.
episode takes place on April 22nd, 2011.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
it's like all connected. It's all interlinked.
it's meant to be like the first episode takes place in real time, essentially.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
April 22nd.
But it aired the day
yeah.
after.
Yeah,
Yeah, this
Yeah.
wraps up the
I'm
whole
sure. I'm
Lake
sure.
Silencio
I'm sure that's
bullshit.
just a scheduling thing. Like they changed the schedule up. They thought they were going to be on the day before,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
It's like,
I think there's a lot of good concepts in the Wedding of River Song. I don't think they're executed very well.
They're not. They're absolutely
Nope.
not.
There's the idea of like all of time happening at once, which is a really fun idea. But
The
they
whitest
don't
kids you know
do
did that
enough
better.
with
The
it.
whitest fucking kids you know. Trevor Moore, Sam Brown, Zach Kreger, and the other two that I forgot the names of.
yep.
Timmy and Darren. I don't know their last names. They pulled that idea off better than Stephen Moffat in charge of the time travel show.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because they, to be fair, they did it for a really quick joke, but still, it's funny.
It's
like-
I think it's a okay episode.
Yeah, they got
Yeah.
Charles Dickens
But it's very
back from
flawed.
Unquiet Dead. That's cool.
Yep.
They did. That was a fun reference. Yeah. And they bring
They've
back like
got a
Winston
big
Churchill. They
blue
bring back a
head guy in a box. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's Dorium.
That's
Yeah.
Dorian.
Yeah.
I don't know if I really have that much to say about it, just because it's
Well,
so
it's-
much.
It's
You know?
another
It's-
one of these ones that's like setting up more lore than it's answering questions, you know.
No, it does answer questions. It just
resolves-
answers them in a really dumb way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this the
Yeah.
beginnings of like Trenza lore and everything? Or
Yes.
was yeah.
That is the main thing that
Yes.
it's set up on the fields of Trenzalore at the fall of the 11th. One question will be asked and must be answered or something like that. And it's Doctor Who. Ooh.
I remember that. That was such a
Yeah.
dumb fucking cliffhanger, but it was
Like-
great.
All right. Send us
That's
into the
kinda
next season
funny.
with that. Yeah.
It's kind of funny. Dorium just going, Doctor Who.
like
Ooh, yeah, it's a really
Every
good line
time they-
delivery because he like almost.
almost spits it out.
Yeah. Every
Well, I was
time
gonna say,
they
he almost
wheel
peeks
out
his
the
mic like over it.
Yeah.
every time they wheel out a Doctor Who as a quote in the show, it's always a momentous,
Like-
occasion.
Okay.
That happens in Moffat's final finale, too.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he did it a lot. He did it a lot.
It's his favorite
Yeah,
question.
Moffat was
But I
really,
guess-
really obsessed with the question.
Which, I mean, it's an interesting hook, but after a while, it's like,
The
Yeah, we don't
DW
really-
question.
We don't really care
Yeah.
what the doctor's name is.
yeah, it's like,
I was just gaslit into thinking that I cared.
No.
yeah, really, we kind of were.
Yeah.
It's we
Well,
had
the
an
thing
abusive
is
relationship with
apparently
Moffat.
people know the Doctor's name. It's not even like a mystery, really.
That in one fold of the canon, that is true. Yes, he's like something Lungbarrow.
Yeah.
But
Well, yeah, it was something like
That's-
C, I think.
yeah, that's kind of that's like a secondary kind of canon.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah. The big problem with everything after this point is that I don't really care about most of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at least for the 11th.
Like because after that episode, we get the Doctor, the Widow, and the Wardrobe, which is not
can we just
great.
not talk? Can we just not talk about that one?
Yeah. Actually, I'm okay. with
I'm
I
that.
fine
usually-
with
I
skipping
usually
over
skip
don't have
it.
anything.
I usually skip it when I'm watching
I don't-
through, and I just watch the very end scene where the doctor's just like, "Oh, hey, I'm back."
Hmm.
I don't
I don't
have
even
anything
remember
to
it
say
at all.
about it. It's not great. I don't have anything to say about it besides Bill Bailey is really fun, but he has nothing to do in that episode.
Yeah,
Neither does Claire Skinner. Neither of them, as the special guest stars, obligatory special guest stars, have anything to do.
Yeah.
wasn't she
And
the
then
mom?
after
The
that,
mom
we
got a
get
scene.
into Yeah.
Series
Yeah, the
7.
mom had a scene of her doing a cool thing. Although, to be fair, she was just sitting in a chair, but still, she got to do a cool thing in the
Yeah.
story. See, now we're talking about Nocturne with the wardrobe, and I didn't want
Yeah.
that.
No,
Well,
we're good. We can
series-
move on. And
Series 7 begins the fucking Oswin Osgood arc with
Yes, it
Yep.
does.
Asylum of the Daleks, and this is the first one that's like.
it's-
Well, it's not the first like half season because they kind of did it before with.
Yeah.
It's
they,
the
they
first
split it.
separated half season.
Well, it was like they had a month before, like in between the parts, but now it's. I guess there was like a full fucking 6 months or something
Yeah.
between
Like
each
actual
of the
like
episodes.
we gotta
It's
produce.
Yeah,
very
this was like
annoying.
September 2012, I think, and it
September
picked up
1st.
again in like 2013.
Yeah.
Yep.
So a pretty
Yeah,
big
it's
split between the seasons.
yeah.
Or
Ugh.
the parts.
And I'm looking through
And the
these
biggest
episodes here,
problem
and
is-
it's like the only one I really remember was the fucking Western one, and that one's not
That was
good.
good. What?
it's
I remember
It's
kind of liking it.
okay.
I loved it.
It's fine. I mean,
When's the
it's
last
like
time you watched it?
it's a fun, silly one. I don't think I've seen it since it
It's not a
started, since
silly.
it
It's
came
not a
out.
silly one. Oh, it's not a silly one.
Is it not a silly one?
It is not a silly one.
I thought
We
it
can
might
was
get
a
need to
silly
watch
one.
it.
we'll get to it. It's in a couple
We'll get to
episodes. So
it.
Asylum of the Daleks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Asylum of the Daleks is cool.
Amy and Rory
Jenna-
are
Jenna
fucking
Coleman comes on
divorced.
the-
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jenna
A surprise
Coleman
appearance by
comes
Jenna
on the
Coleman.
scene and is she's instantly very charming. She's very it's fun to see her on screen,
Yep.
and everyone was like, "Wow, I'm
then-
excited to see what happens with this character."
And then it turns out she's a Dalek.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an interesting moment.
Very interesting plot twist.
Yeah, I do like the twist itself. It's fun.
I
It's
didn't expect
pulled
it
off
during
kind
the
of well.
episode. I'll
I will say I don't think the premise
Yeah.
is like good enough to support just that single moment. Because otherwise,
Yeah.
why would the Daleks have an asylum? Why would they have a parliament? The Daleks don't do that.
Yeah.
Like
It's a little
even an
weird.
Emperor Dalek is like a bit much.
I mean,
don't know.
Emperor Dalek, yeah, that doesn't make sense with Davros and all that.
Like even then, Davros
Dalek
really isn't the
parliament.
leader of the Daleks. He's just the guy who made them. The Daleks just kind of do their own thing.
Yeah.
I guess. But
Yeah.
I mean, for an
Not really a-
Nazi allegory, it makes sense to have some kind of governing body.
I get where
I
you're coming
suppose that's fair. I just don't
But
think.
if they do run the entire
I
planet,
do
then
get what
there's.
you mean.
I feel like it would work if it was like the Asylum of the Cybermen
from.
or something like that. Because I think the Cybermen will be more like.
What's that?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I'm just saying, yeah, that's a good idea.
oh, I thought you
cut
were
out
realizing
first.
something. But yeah, like
no, I was
like,
saying, oh yeah.
yeah, and that's the thing. Asylum of the Cybermen. Ooh, cool. And then swap that with Nightmare in Silver. Nightmare in Silver is now a Dalek episode.
I can see
It,
that.
it just like
Aaron Silver.
the core premise is just a bit dumb.
Yeah.
The episode itself is okay. It's fine. I'm more here for Amy and Rory are divorced and charming new companion girl. Oh, she's a Dalek. Cool.
Yeah. It's like. Ooh.
So
But,
yeah,
Yeah.
kind of leading into a bit of an arc here. By the way, I do want to sort of interject with something of my own here.
Yeah.
This was the first time I actually started watching Doctor Who live,
Oh.
Series 7A,
Oh,
and
Okay.
like interacting with the fandom at the same time.
Oh boy.
And we knew that Amy and Rory's final episode was going to be the final episode of Series 7A, which is The Angels Take Manhattan.
Yes.
yes.
Every single episode before then had some sort of light issue. Flickering lights needing to be replaced, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And one of the things that the angels can do is they can point at the light and it goes out. It like flickers out.
Yeah.
So we were all convinced that the angels were like reaching through time specifically for Amy and Rory. And it turns out no, they didn't.
Yeah.
No, I think it was just like a hint at what was to come.
Essentially, it's
I don't
like,
think it was I don't think it was intentional. I think it was just they
That's a very
accidentally.
funny coincidence. So.
Yeah,
it would
because
be
like
interesting.
the only one that's inexplicable, other than Rory's dad replacing a light bulb, which is just a clever way to get him to be scooped up by the TARDIS.
Yeah.
But the only one that's inexplicable is the one here in Asylum of the Daleks, where Amy's like vanity bulbs on her mirror.
Yeah.
Those start flickering by the time the Dalek slave gets up. And by the way, another really weird idea, but I kind of like those.
Yeah.
Like the humans with the eye stalks sticking out.
Oh
That's
shit.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's when that appeared in her like makeup room.
Yeah.
That's the only one that's kind of inexplicable.
Okay.
Mm.
I can see that.
So yeah, fun. It's a shame that theory didn't come out because come to pass because it's cool. I liked it.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
that would have been kind of
Would have
cool.
been neat.
I will be honest, I don't have that much to say about dinosaurs on a spaceship besides a lot of wasted potential.
Yeah.
There's a kind of funny balls joke with Mark Williams, where the dinosaur
There is, and there's a lot
he's
of
like,
great guest
"Oh,
stars.
he smells my balls," and he pulls out golf balls.
Oh, shit.
There's a lot of good guest stars who are doing good work. Again,
David Bradley.
David
Yeah.
Williams? David Bradley, not David Williams. Mark Williams
Yeah.
and David Bradley and Mitchell and Webb. Like they're all fun. They're all having fun with it clearly, but it's like
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is also the
much
one
is
that had
really-
Nefertiti in it for no reason.
and
That was
the
strange.
the other guy.
Yeah, the
Just
They
hunter.
sort
bring
of,
that other guy with them too.
You sort through the fucking images of any of these episodes on IMDb, and they are mostly just Karen Gillan. Someone had a fucking thing. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
someone here. I
People
don't know
still
who was in
do.
charge of this.
I mean, I get it.
Yeah,
Well,
I get
I mean, come on, professionalism.
it.
No, I mean, like, I don't remember anything specifically sticking out, but like Gabe says, it's just there's not much to say. I don't know. Yeah, dinosaurs on a spaceship, whatever. I guess Tristan likes a town called Mercy, but I don't have.
Yes, I really like A Town Called Mercy.
I vaguely remember it, you know.
I remember
but,
it being pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
like
love it, but I remember it being like okay.
I think it's
I
watchable.
remember
honestly,
being-
I think it's
I
number 3
remember
for me.
I remember thinking it would be better than it was. Like thinking it looked cool in the preview, and then just being like,
What do you remember
"Eh."
of it?
It was yeah.
I
it
just
was
remember
pretty
the
hyped. It was
preview,
pretty
like the cyborg gunslinger guy, and the fucking it was the Doctor Who in the Old West, and that's about it,
Yeah.
basically.
Because it's a story about this guy, and it's if you remember the episodes, it's the guy that the town is protecting,
Yeah.
and he used to make
Yeah.
like super soldiers, and that's who the cowboy guy, the mechanized cowboy guy is.
Yeah.
The one with the big ass arm gun like Mega Man, and he's in hiding, kind of wanting to repay his debts that all of the horrible shit that he made.
Yeah.
And this guy's out to kill him, and it kind of parallels the Doctor in some ways.
Okay.
Yeah.
A bunch of Gallifrey guilt for the Time War and shit.
Yeah.
And I just it's a really good episode. It's directed well. It has a cool story. It's just fun. I like it. Not
Yeah,
like fun,
yeah.
like oh yeah, it's a good time, because it gets like rough. It gets sad. It gets
Yeah.
heavy.
I
It's a
mean,
good
I like-
episode. I recommend going back and watching it.
I like the sort of Western thing. It's cool for Doctor Who to do, interesting sort of pastiche genre stuff like that. That's cool.
It is definitely a pastiche. Yeah, that's how I won't take that from it.
Yeah.
But it's
then
a really
there's,
good episode. I really like it. It's one of my
Then
top 5.
there's the power of top 5 like ever.
Not ever, but for Matt Smith.
That's like okay.
It's
Okay.
I'm not sure if
Oh,
I'm not
yeah,
sure if
yeah,
it's 3 or 4.
Okay.
You good, Gabe? You kind of cut out. Power of
It's,
3.
What?
Yeah, power of
For
3 is
Power
the
of
next
3, yeah.
one.
Oh, I just wasn't saying much because again, I don't have much to say on that episode besides like, yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, it's just the thing you
Um,
said kind of cut out.
Yeah.
I remember almost
Oh,
nothing of Power of Three except for the black cubes. That's about it.
well, this is our second back-to-back episode featuring Rory's dad as a main character.
Was
I
he
don't
in?
remember
I
him
don't.
either,
I don't think
damn.
he. I don't think he was in a Town Called Mercy.
Oh, sorry, you're right. He was on Dinosaurs in the Spaceship. He's second in the same
He
season.
might have.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it is second in the same season. Yeah, for sure. And
He's not in Town Called Mercy. You're right.
He
But
would have
this
been.
episode,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
This episode introduces Kate Lethbridge Stewart.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that's the only notable thing, honestly. I mean, it's the last Chibnall episode before
His run.
his run.
I remember you guys mentioning that because I said that like I really like I said that I really like the Brig, the original Lethbridge Stewart, but Kate is also great.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And you mentioned that because I kind of forgot this, that yeah, she's brought up and she's originally part of just this kind of throwaway episode that's not that great or memorable, you know. But
Yeah,
it's like,
I think she was originally a BBV character, but Chibnall brought her forward. I'm not entirely sure about that.
The only thing I remember vividly about this episode, besides Kate, is the orderlies at the hospital Rory works at, who are actually aliens wearing face masks, and they pull down their face masks and they have this like birdo mouth.
Yeah,
From Mario?
it's like someone like
God.
took their jaw and like the lower part of their skull out and then just like put a cube in their mouth.
That's let me
It's very
let me
strange.
find it. It's really
Let me see if
weird.
let me see
Yeah.
if let me see if
Yeah.
there's a picture here on the TARDIS wiki. There isn't.
You might have to pull it up on screen if you find a photo.
Is there is there an entry for this for these guys on the TARDIS wiki? I guess it would be under cast. Orderly 1. Here we go. Here we go. All right, let me get this as full screen as possible.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember the specific image of them very vividly. It was very disturbing, honestly.
Yeah, freaky.
Oh shit!
Yep, there they
Yeah.
are. Yep.
I mean, this just kind of looks like a meme
Butthole.
face.
Yeah, in motion. It's very freaky.
Yeah.
The moment where they pull down their mask and you see it is legitimately kind of uncomfortable because you're just like, what is going on?
Feel that?
Yeah.
It is a damn shame though, because that's the thing. This episode could have been good. Let me just there we go. This episode could have been good, but it was really let down by its ending, and the ending kind of made it so that we just kind of wonder, okay, what were we doing here? You
Yeah.
know?
It's a Chibnall episode.
Well, that's the
Well.
thing. The Doctor sonics the ending. The ending. What the fuck? The Doctor, uses his fucking sonic screwdriver on the ending itself. Now, the like a fucking computer console somewhere, and that saves the day.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the reason
Yeah.
for that is because the actor for the Shockery was just an asshole on set. The Shockery being like, what'd you say, Gabe?
I said, really?
Yeah, he like refused to do anything. He was, I don't know what exactly it was about him. Let me see if I can pull up.
Am I cutting out a bunch? I can tweak my mic.
You've been
Yeah,
cutting
you
out
are
a little
cutting
bit.
out it.
You do send a little mini at times, micro.
Yeah.
How about now?
Better.
You're macro now.
Seems good. Yeah.
Let me adjust.
So for some reason, my Discord changed the input device. So it was using my little terrible webcam instead of my actual professional microphone input thing.
Okay, so the
That's
actor
unfortunate.
the actor Steven Burkoff, and he just
Oh,
refused to play
Burkoff
along.
was a jerk off.
Yeah,
Unfortunate.
funnily enough,
Ah, fuck you,
and like
Burkoff.
he refused to play along during the episode. He was like very, I think he like
Didn't realize what Doctor Who was.
or didn't care like that. That's
Well,
the
was it,
weird
like,
thing because he's
beneath him or something.
previously considered for the role. Never mind, actually. What were you saying, Claw?
Was he like too good for Doctor Who or something?
I guess I guess
Might
I
be one
guess
of
that's
those
what it
guys.
was. Like, what his fucking his thought process was behind the whole thing, but he
Boo.
I think he refused to like play along for the episode with like moving around and like playing up and stuff like that. So he's just kind of standing there, and I think he refused some of the lines. So they had to like write the story around this guy being an asshole.
Oh my god.
So
That would piss
he's
me
just
off.
like,
I'd just be
we
like,
are the Shakri. We want to kill everything, I guess. Anyway, goodbye.
recast him. Fuck it. At that point, just be like, no, bitch.
Yeah,
you're out.
I guess they just got all the makeup for him and stuff because like he's all like done up like an alien. They just were like, okay, well, we can't do reshoots, might as well, because like Moffat
Kill
was
them.
ridiculously overworked at this time.
Yeah.
Like he had all of the 50th anniversary stuff coming up, and he had to
Yeah,
lead
that's
into
true.
that with like his other half of the seventh series. It was a rough time for everyone when it came to Doctor Who,
Yeah.
even the fans.
Especially the fans.
At least we ended off the first half of the season on a pretty solid note. I think Angels Take Manhattan is a good episode.
I remember liking it. I don't remember many
Aw.
details.
I disagree.
Ooh.
Really?
I don't hate it. It's
I
just
think-
kind of
Well, I mixed this up
I
with
say-
Daleks in Manhattan. So, I mean,
what an episode to mix this up with. Ooh.
I should say, I think it's one of the better directed, more atmospheric episodes of
Yes.
Matt
Yes.
Smith's run. But
Yeah.
I don't think the actual story is amazing.
Okay.
That's what I should specify.
All right. Yeah, I
guess.
get it. Yeah.
Like I think it's a good episode visually and stylistically, and it has a very distinct look and feel to it.
I
But
do
the
like
actual
the
story-
noir kind of vibes that it
Kinda
goes
goes-
for.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they lean into
30s
that
New
super
York.
heavy.
Yeah.
But the actual story is just kind of like, oh no, Angel, Angel,
yeah,
bad.
there's something a
Move
little
on.
there's something a little cringe about this. Is the one where they decide that the Statue of Liberty has secretly been a weeping angel this whole time, and it's just a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a shark jump, but I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
it's
That
Doctor
yeah,
Who.
that I genuinely think that if Doctor Who has jumped the shark, that
It would be that, honestly.
Might be that, yeah.
It was kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, but it's also like it's Doctor Who gives a shit. I don't know. The episode's
Yeah.
rated pretty highly on IMDb, so it hasn't affected
It has a very
anybody's
good
like.
ending.
I do think that
Yeah.
a lot of people like particularly if I could speak,
Mhm.
particularly with Doctor Who, a lot of people really tend to focus on the ending as like
yeah.
a sort of grading point for the entire story.
Yeah,
Which, to be
well,
fair,
See when it's-
I'm
so I
also
hope
guilty
that
of that.
episode's
We'll
good.
get to
I hope-
we'll get to that with the next hyperfixation video.
Yeah, I hope that episode's good.
Oh
It's
shit! How long have
airing
we?
tonight.
We've been going for 2
Yeah, we're going
hours.
for
Goddamn.
2 hours now. Yeah, we need to. No offense, we do need to speed up. Well, if it's Chibnall era, we're gonna probably just
Yeah,
summarize.
we're really gonna like glance over a lot
I
of
haven't
shit.
I'll
even
be
watched
honest, we
much
can-
of Chibnall stuff, so yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I think we can mostly blast through this next bit, wrapping up Smith, because not that much happens. It's just
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very strange.
Yeah, we
We-
got the Christmas special, which
Yep.
is
The Snowman.
Snowman.
The
It's
Which
an okay one, I like
yeah, it was
Fun.
okay. Yeah,
It begins that sort of
New-
impossible
new
girl.
Paternoster
Well,
episode.
it continues the Clara stuff, not
The
begins.
Impossible Girl arc, as it
Yeah.
is called.
All right.
yes.
But yeah, so the Doctor
Um,
is depressed in Victorian London, and he's just kind of chilling with the Paternoster gang. Paternoster gang.
The-
Just kind of hanging out. He's up on a cloud. He's doing his own thing. He's not really helping. He's just sulking. And then
Literally on a cloud. That's not a metaphor.
yeah, literally on a cloud. So then there's some snowmen that just kind of pop up for no reason. And the Doctor's walking by and a barmaid comes out of the nearby bar and it's like, hey, did you build that? And the Doctor's like, no, I didn't. Shut the fuck up. And then he puts on his sunglasses and walks away playing Not a guitar.
Band of a bow.
That's the next guy.
Yes. God, I forgot.
He's on a
forgot to-
skateboard. Who cares?
We forgot to even mention the cringe ass Fez thing. They stopped doing that after
yeah.
a while.
Thankfully,
started again.
Honestly, oh,
They started again just at the very
He
end.
does it again. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they gotta reference it. I mean,
Yeah,
guess they
honestly,
did
I don't
that.
care. I don't care much about the Fez thing. I mean, Fezzes are cool.
well, I guess.
true.
It was-
Not
it
not
was
for
just-
everybody,
was
but they're
tying
all
tying in
right.
it was his recurring bit of like he has very unfashionable takes and everyone makes fun of
Yeah.
him for it, and like it's a fun gag, but they do
I
do
fuck
it a
with the
lot
Fez,
at a
though.
certain point.
I fuck
Yeah.
I fuck
Um,
less with bow ties, but I fuck with a Fez.
I'm down with Fez's.
But yeah, this half of the season really ramps up the whole impossible girl. Clara is now the companion, but he's also like,
Yeah.
how do you exist? How are you real for the whole season?
Yeah, so spoiler alert, she
Um,
fucking dies, and then she says like the thing that
Dies when
Oswin at the end.
Dalek episode, or
yeah,
Snowman.
yeah, there, but also here in the Snowman too. She dies
Yes.
twice,
That's what I was
and
gonna
the
say.
doctor's like, "Whoa, hold up, that's the girl who was in the Dalek
It's like, hang
earlier,"
on,
because she
same-
says the same thing,
yeah.
and now she's like,
Oh,
"Whoa, whoa, who's doing that? How's that happening?" So then he
Then it
goes
started
into
to snow. Whoa.
well, true,
Yeah.
it did snow.
And then we end up in
Oh,
the
yeah.
present day.
Well,
where
not
he
quite the
sees her
present day,
again.
because he's just fucked off and became a monk,
Yeah, that
And-
was weird.
Oh,
I remember.
and then
that.
she the
This is
present
where
day
she's
Clara
she's
Prime.
like a school teacher or whatever, right?
She becomes a
Yeah,
school teacher.
becomes
Now
one.
she's a babysitter.
He's a babysitter here.
Mm,
I just
right,
watched
right.
Bells of St. John, so I know a lot about this now.
Yeah, this was
But,
one of the
um,
ones that RTD was like, watch this and a few others
Yep.
before the finale. So it's interesting.
Yeah, I don't think it's for a storyline reason. I think it's more like direction
Just, like,
and
tone.
like story. Yes,
Mm,
tone.
okay.
Tone is a big one.
Which-
You know, things that occur in the story,
Yeah.
like Unit is brought up, and the first episode, the Unit's in Spearhead from Space. That's
I was hoping the
Is that the
tone would
first
be
time?
Spearhead from Space, where it's just the 15th
That'd be
Doctor
cool.
being a fucking dickhead for like the entire time and just
Being a little
trolling
shit.
Unit. Yeah,
I
that'd be
feel
great.
that.
that'd be
Yeah.
nice.
Being a
Um,
dickhead.
But,
yeah, but Clara gets his phone number
From
and then
quote,
calls him.
from quote, the woman in the shop.
We'll get back to that. That's actually one of the best things to come from the first half
Genuinely.
Clara run is that seed, because that is
Yeah.
actually a huge thing.
It
Yeah.
pays off in the entire next ass season. It's really good.
Well,
With a different doctor.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
I like that.
Um,
It's
That's
good.
kind of neat how they
So-
pulled that off, actually.
Yeah, she's struggling to get into the Wi-Fi, but then she presses the evil Wi-Fi and she gets scooped
He
up.
does press evil Wi-Fi. Yeah, I forgot about
And
that.
The doctor like travels back and saves her, and
evil
then they just kind of have a
Wi-Fi
standard
indeed.
ass adventure.
Yeah.
And
they-
then we get Rings of Akaten.
A lot of people
Which
don't like this
is-
episode. A lot of people like this
I
episode.
think
It's okay. It's all right.
I'm in the middle. The stuff
I-
with Clara being a leaf is kind of silly.
Yeah,
I get
I
what they're going
understand.
for.
I understand why people don't like it because it is very emblematic of the era, where you would have the problem, and then the doctor would be like, "I know how to solve the
This is
problem," and
the
he would
one
give
where
this
he,
big
like-
sappy speech, and then the
Yeah,
problem
he,
would be fixed.
Yells. This is the one where he comes to bargain with Dormammu. Yeah, I remember this one.
He yells at a sun. He yells
Yeah.
at a sun.
The old man yells at the sun.
I mean,
I just
hey,
remember
Good
this
speech.
one.
It's very good.
I just remember this one for the meme where he adjusts his bow tie and goes, "Listen here, you little shit," because I think that's from this one.
Oh, fun
that
fact:
is,
too,
yeah.
actually.
the Bells of St. John and the Rings of Akaten both kind of bookend my birthday in 2013, which is cool.
Shit.
Oh,
Congratulations.
So I was having a good time
Uh,
at that point. I didn't
yeah.
mind. I didn't mind Rings of Akaten.
Akaten does one thing very well. It has great music to the point that there's recurring
So good.
leitmotifs from that episode that have been reused since because
Oh,
it's,
yeah.
it's just good.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it recently, not recently. Actually, I think it did recently show up. But
Yeah, no,
it-
Fifth Doctor or 15th Doctor. Sorry, not fifth.
Did it?
15th Doctor.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, I told you about that. Remember? At the end
yeah,
of one of the
I
episodes, it ties in with his theme to make it a
must
very
have
dark,
forgot.
dramatic theme.
That's cool. I'm gonna have to listen to that. But it
Yeah,
also
I'll
showed
send
up during his regeneration, which is like really
it
cool.
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great music. And also, I think it does pretty good world building. Not like in a deep way because you only have like 45 minutes,
Yeah.
but
But
it's still pretty good for that 45 minutes. You're just kind of in an alien bazaar. It's nice.
Yeah, and that's the
Yeah,
sort of
I-
thing you want from Doctor Who. It doesn't need to be a perfect episode with an amazing ending or whatever, but just sometimes you want, that's what I love. What's the fucking one where they're like stuck in traffic in like series 2?
Gridlock.
It's
Gridlock.
not a
Yeah,
great
Gridlock.
episode, but it's just like a good
It is a great
vibe. Like,
episode.
yeah, it's just fun. Like, here's some weird alien slice of life shit, and you need that sometimes.
Yeah, it's really good episode. So
Yeah.
then we have Cold
The
War.
next one
Again,
here, Cold War. I remember liking this, but people don't like this one. I
It was
don't think.
okay.
Yeah,
It's fine.
it's like a little boring,
I-
I guess, but
I said it before, but the second half of this season has the same issue as the first of just kind of wasted potential.
yeah.
It really would have been good if some of these were taken out, and then the ones that didn't get taken out were just given a second part as Room to Breathe.
Yeah, like Hyde is a solid episode overall.
I
but it
like
kind of falls
I
Hyde.
apart
don't
towards the
remember this
end.
one at all.
In
I
my
like
opinion.
Hyde, but I understand why people
It's
don't.
fun.
I dig the 70s
Journey-
vibe. I like the like the scenes in the forest when he like projects himself forward in time, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's really cool. It's just
It's one
I
that's
get
it's
why
worth
people
checking
don't
out to
like
see
it.
what you think.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, it's yeah.
I remember really liking the next episode, Journey to the Center of the TARDIS, because I like going into the TARDIS for lore and finding new
Oh, yeah.
rooms and stuff. They don't do
I
enough
appreciate
of that.
what it's
So,
I appreciate what it's done to the, overall sort of vibe, like the lore of the TARDIS in particular, like the architectural reconfiguration room where all the rooms are like fruit on a tree. That's cool.
Yeah.
I have flip-flopped so much on the actual plot.
I don't remember the plot. I just remember like them running around through the
I-
fucking TARDIS and thinking it was
I remember
cool.
that.
That's
So-
about
yeah.
it. Yeah.
I like the idea behind the. I'm not going to say what happens at the end because it does have a legitimately good ending, like a reveal. But the biggest problem with the episode is that the three characters that join them on the journey are insufferable. They're constantly making every possible mistake they can. They don't listen to a single thing that is told to them, and it's just like
They're also an
it kind of
asshole
becomes
to their
contrived.
friend.
Yeah.
They're well,
Or brother,
they're-
actually.
I'm not gonna say. I was
Well,
gonna say their brother. That's a
yeah.
twist, but
That is a twist, but
Um,
it's not the twist of the episode. Although I will talk a
But,
little bit
like-
about the twist of the episode because there's it's an interesting thing to talk about.
yep. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All
Or
right.
as
So
always.
a lot of people don't like the ending because it does a very stereotypical Doctor Who thing, which a lot of worse episodes do. However, there's a point in this episode where the Doctor just kind of snaps at Clara. He's like, "What the fuck are you?" Like there was a woman, she got turned into a Dalek. She was you. There was a woman in Victorian time. She was you. Who the
Yeah.
fuck are you?
What are you? What are you, you
And-
fucking freak?
It's a really good
Suspicious
scene.
Yeah.
It's a really good scene because it you're not coming at it rooting for the Doctor in this case because he's being a dick and he's scaring Clara. And
But admittedly,
it's-
he's freaked the fuck out too. It's like
to be fair, yes, but it's also really emblematic of how the Doctor is treating Clara during this whole like second part of Series 7,
yeah.
where
Yeah.
Yeah.
he sees her more as a puzzle than a human. And I like that. I really, really like
Yeah,
that. But this
'cause-
is the only one. This is the only episode that kind of brings it up in that way, which is very
Yeah.
strange.
It's kind of sad. You think they would actually do that more, but
Yeah, it's a shame.
Yeah, they don't. It's a shame. I think overall this season is a very mixed bag because the
Yeah.
final 3 episodes, 2 of them are again purely wasted potential. Crimson Horror has
Another-
Dame Diana Rigg, incredible actor, used horribly.
I love her though.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
The Nightmare in Silver is another Gaiman episode, which
I hate
is
Nightmare
I
in Silver.
do
I
not
fucking hate it.
remember this at all.
Not
Even
great.
I'm reading the description.
Yeah, couldn't
That's
tell
the,
you.
that is the thing though. Real quick,
Even at the time, I knew of Neil Gaiman, so like I knew when
Yeah.
The Doctor's Wife came out, I was like, "Oh, that's like a famous guy. He did Coraline. I know
Yeah,
him."
he's
So it's
written
weird that
actual
I've
shit.
it's weird that I completely blank on this one because I know I watched this season. I remember the whole, this was the anniversary and everything, but nope.
I will say real quick about Crimson Horror. I do like it. It is just it could have been a lot better.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
it kind of annoys me. There's a lot of stupid shit in it. I don't know.
I really love. So I'm not gonna spoil who the villain is or what that's all about. But I will say
Yes.
the Doctor's like pleading with the main villain, like, do you know what that could, do you know what that weird device that you have could do in the wrong hands? Something like that. And then the villain of the episode goes, do you know what these are? The wrong hands. It's amazing. I love it. It's
That's true. That's a banger
stupid.
line.
Hell
It's
That's a banger line.
stupid and cheesy, but I love it.
That's pretty
Respect.
good, yeah.
And then for me, like for Nightmare in Silver again, as a big Neil Gaiman fan, it has so much potential in concept. The
It
idea
does.
of the Doctor and Clara on an abandoned amusement park in space full of all these exhibits and attractions that is being overrun by Cybermen is a
The
great
only-
idea. But
The
they
only
make it-
thing they do
they
with
make
that
it-
setting is at the very beginning, it's like run down, and there's a guy who's like, "Oh, come play chess against this burnt out fucking Cyberman. Oh, he's gonna beat you."
and
And
that's a fun scene.
yeah, and then at the very end, they hole up in a castle, which is like from Castle Land or whatever. That's it.
Yeah,
That's really
and
it.
the whole point of the episode is to introduce Cybermen that can adapt rapidly. So like they walk into electrified water and then they go bzz, and then they stand up straight and are like adapted, and then they just walk forward and nothing matters anymore. And then at one point, like
that's a fun
This
fun
is
idea for
wild.
the Cyberman.
at one
I'm looking through all these pictures. I don't remember a thing about this.
It's a very
again,
forgettable
the
episode.
only good thing that comes from it, and you can feel Neil Gaiman behind it, is the Doctor competing with the cyber controller that is trying to take over his brain, because it's a really great Matt Smith performance as he's playing these two drastically different characters who are both trying to mess with the other to the point that they break down and give up. It's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
good.
I really
I
like
wish
in the
that it was the core of the episode.
yeah. But I really like I don't think this is really well directed. Like there's some really banger shots, but otherwise it's just kind of But
Yeah.
when the Doctor and Mr. Clever are like facing off in like the weird nether space cyber computer area, and it's like a background with like tech stuff happening in the background. Sometimes you'll see like the Doctor's live show up or something like that. I think it's really cool because Matt Smith is wearing like his weird, funky cyber get up on this side of his face.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
when it's Mr. Clever talking, you really like he kind of shows this part of his face more. But then when it's regular, Matt Smith 11th Doctor, he shows this part of his face more. I like that.
Yeah, all
That's
the
a
framing is
cool-
very well done.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's just, man,
Um,
I wish the rest of the episode was better.
Yeah, and then like just we're at the end of Matt Smith's run now. Like it's not a
Yeah.
great way to end off your season before the
No.
finale.
Yeah, this is the second to
Uh,
last actual episode of Doctor Who that Matt Smith was in. Well,
Yeah.
And then he has Christmas special.
starring in. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just specials from here on out.
So we got the name of the Doctor, and I guess that's another just one-parter finale, basically.
Yeah,
There's still
And it does
specials to
something
come,
very
but
well. It does some things very well, and it does a lot of things not so well.
it's
You can
rated
very much
very
tell
highly on IMDb, and I remember liking it, but I remember it being
it's because people saw old Doctors and they were like,
Yeah, there's a bit of
Yeah.
that, honestly.
I
Yeah.
know because that was me.
Was this the one with
That's even
where they
very cool.
was this the one where they teased 12? And
No,
Yeah.
No,
that's
they
the
teased the
50th.
War Doctor.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
But tease the War
okay.
Doctor, but I think
At the end of this episode, you see John Hurt.
We didn't
Yeah.
even mention Bells of St. John and the Snowman were both the
Yeah,
Great
yeah.
Intelligence. And the Great Intelligence
mentioned
also
it.
shows. Oh, yeah, but you mentioned it like way back then. But
Oh.
Yeah, the great intelligence also shows up in Name of the Doctor, and
Yeah.
God, it is such a shame.
Kind of-
Hmm?
He kind of becomes like the main antagonist of the 11th Doctor,
Yeah,
but
it's
in a
very
really
strange.
weird,
Hmm.
underutilized way.
Yeah. Although I would say that the Church of the Silence is the main antagonist of the 11th Doctor, but
Yes.
Yeah.
he does bring the intelligence. I would say he's the main antagonist of like this part of the series, I guess.
Yeah, but this episode
What
does a
was I
lot of
saying?
stuff to kind of try to wrap up Matt Smith's run. It brings back River
Yeah.
Song again and tries to give her some resolution. It brings back the Paternoster gang and tries to give them some resolution.
Oh God, yeah, it did.
It's trying to do a lot over the course
Mm.
of
45
40
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah.
And
45
also,
minutes,
you know,
yeah, like-
it's the 50th anniversary, so you got to have a whole thing with a whole bunch of past doctors, and then
Yep.
everything other than those bits just feels like a skeleton of the plot meant to like support those bits, you know?
Well, it was
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah.
For me, like, again, I haven't watched a lot of this in a while, but a lot of the Matt Smith era just feels like it's kind of a series of barely concluded, like, what's the name of the doctor? What's
Who cares?
Clara?
She
Trenzalore.
walked into the weird thing.
The girl who
Trenzalore.
waited.
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of that, like a series of that over and over, and that's like what Stephen Moffat's writing is like for me. It's like these mini arcs that don't ever really seem to like be all that satisfying in the end, and
Yeah.
But I will say, I mean, if we want to move on, the Day of the Doctor special. That's a pretty banger special. I mean,
So,
it would have
yeah,
been
real
better with
quick.
Eccleston, but like,
Oh, yeah.
But real quick, so at the end of Name of the Doctor, you see a man standing in the Doctor's like time stream, and Clara went in, splinters herself everywhere along the Doctor's time stream to save him. And then she's just kind of still in there, and the Doctor gets her out, but there's like this mysterious Doctor, and he's like, "Oh, I did what I did without choice." And then he turns around, and it's John Hurt as the John Hurt as the Doctor.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
The
how they
war,
introduce
the
it
war
on screen.
Doctor is
John Hurt as the Doctor.
Yeah,
Yep.
banger. By the way, banger
Fucking
cliffhanger.
Great.
Perfect. Chef's
Yeah.
kiss.
So yeah, we have Night of the Doctor, which is just the Eighth Doctor regenerating into the War Doctor.
Yeah.
That was nice.
I remember that because
it's
it
a
was
good
like,
little
oh yeah, this guy was the Doctor for a little bit, and no one remembers him. Yeah, but then he has the
I
audio
really
dramas
wish
and
we got
stuff,
that
too.
series that might have been filmed, might have not.
It might have been good.
The original plan was
Yeah.
like a mini series for the Eighth Doctor, but I think it was scrapped for being too dark.
I mean, I think it was gonna be shit, but not because of Paul
Because-
McGann.
Yeah, it
probably.
would
Yeah,
have been shit.
Paul
because of
McGann's
things
great.
around
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Like,
Paul McGann,
I will say,
yeah.
Paul McGann
When it-
died in 1998, and now the new one is Paul McGann.
He's taken over.
I will say I have one issue with the Day of the Doctor, and it's solely a me thing, and it's that David Tennant is significantly older than he was when he was the 10th Doctor, but he has the exact same hairstyle, which
Yeah.
always threw me
Yeah.
off.
Here's the
Because looking
thing.
at him, I was
Going
like,
through the pictures,
I was like,
I'm
it
seeing
doesn't
what you
look
mean.
quite right.
That's the thing though. He doesn't have the exact same hairstyle. He has like
Oh, sorry, you're right.
yeah, he has like a different version because like it was all sticky uppy
Yeah.
back
And
in
now
2000.
it's all like
yeah.
wavy over one side. Yeah.
Kind of like a Justin Bieber kind of get up.
And Day of the
Yeah,
Doctor's basically it's like a huge wrap up of like the whole fucking RTD Moffat eras, basically.
Pretty
Yep.
much.
But Christopher Eccleston didn't like being part of Doctor Who. I guess they didn't fucking pay him or whatever the deal
I don't
was.
understand his.
It was it's something that's very complicated and something happened behind the scenes and
Yeah.
There was
So he
tons
wasn't
of production
involved.
issues.
also
there
the
was-
BBC kind of screwed him over and made it difficult for him to get a job for a while.
Yeah,
I
mean,
understand why he's not
Yeah, fucking
taking
BBC,
part.
I
It's
mean.
just
yeah,
a damn
Doctor
shame.
Who is like secondary to your like integrity as an actor or whatever.
Yeah,
That's fair.
which I get it.
But they did a whole thing with this one. I guess we get into spoilers, and I don't fully remember or fully. I don't think I ever understood it, but it was basically like after Paul McGann's doctor had a whole thing happen, which I guess never happened now because of the Scrat series. Maybe that's why it was too dark. It was going to head into fucking War Doctor territory or something.
It'd
But
have to be, basically.
basically,
Yeah.
what that it's like the big Time Lord Dalek War, right? And,
Yeah, a lot of people got involved, except the Santarans,
Yes.
which is funny.
they're too busy farming
weren't-
potatoes.
No, that's the thing. They wanted to, they weren't allowed.
Oh, that's funny then. Yeah,
They got locked
no, it
out of the
was
war. Can't believe it.
major war, and it's funny to think about like canon and Doctor Who, where they're darting around the fucking timeline, and it's like, well, what's the present day technically, and when's this, and who's that, and it's like whatever, but yeah, I mean, at some point, there's this whole big fucking conflict that happens, and I guess our boy the Doctor does so many fucked up things, presumably as Paul McGann, that he regenerates into a new version that's meant to like handle the guilt and trauma essentially
Yeah.
of being a fucking war criminal and like genociding multiple races of objectively bad evil aliens who have no souls and are subhuman and do not deserve to exist or breathe.
That's the thing. There are a bunch of other species in the Time War. Also, he did kill all of the Time Lords, which
Yeah.
Yeah.
he doesn't like the
fucking metal.
Time Lords a lot, but
But
they're still
They're
like
a
they're,
species.
they're still a species.
Yeah, but also at the same time, we were explicitly shown that if the Time Lords had the chance to be alive again, they would immediately genocide the entire Earth.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I
we
mean,
have
kinda,
seen that they all kind of suck.
Yeah,
do
no.
Maybe they kind of deserve what happened to them. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tragedy. It's a
Maybe
tragedy.
not all of them, but yeah, certainly
Certainly ones that
some.
wanted to.
Yeah.
Go a
So
little meta.
basically, this whole time, this is one of, at this point, many canonical extra doctors. I mean, it's at least 2 or 3.
Yeah, there's also
Right.
the fugitive doctor
There's
later.
the fugitive. People don't
Well,
like
you
that
say 2 or
one.
3.
I don't know.
Yeah.
There's new ones too, because the
can't keep
canon's
up with the
different
flow
now. There's
chart.
the fucking Shulka doctor or whatever the fuck. It's
Yeah,
called.
the doctor from Scream of the Shalka is canon now, which I think it's very funny.
It's weird.
Oh, and all the Morbius doctors.
Yeah,
I just
I don't
want
think that's
the
funny.
Cushing doctor
That
to be
sucked.
canon. I want that to be real.
Yeah,
That would be awesome.
that'd be cool.
Yeah, no, it was I mean, he was technically the Ninth Doctor before, so technically the Ninth Doctor is also in this special.
Technically.
Like, but yeah, he's the War Doctor. So now,
Numbering wise.
yeah, now we're at like however many there are at this point, but there's like 15 official ones, which I take issue with the fact
Numbered.
I take issue with the fact that David Tennant gets to be 2 of them. Fuck that.
Yeah, that's a
Like
bit of a
David
shame,
Tennant,
but
that sucks.
whatever.
What is that shit?
The
I'm
numbering
okay
is
with
how the
it,
numbering
in a
goes.
way.
It's a whole story thing.
I don't know. I think
It's like Final Fantasy 11 and 14. You can just forget they exist. That's fine.
Yeah.
I do think that Tenet probably shouldn't have been given a number. Make him the returning doctor, or
Yeah, having him actually be the 14th Doctor is like originally they called him. Originally, I think they just called him the Old Doctor or like the Past Doctor.
Yeah.
I mean, it
And
would have
then
been
they called him
so.
14 after.
I know we're getting. I mean, but this
Yeah.
is relevant because it is 10. But like, I mean, because that's the thing is he is just 10 again. I really
Pretty much, yeah.
thought that when they brought him back. We are jumping ahead, but like, I really thought that they were going to bring him back and he was going to be like a totally different character. At the very least, speaking in his natural Scottish accent.
that
No,
would have been so cool.
same guy, exactly the same character. It's such a missed opportunity. I don't know why
It's
they did that.
it's quite strange.
Yeah.
I will say he was actively. He was different.
He's
just
like
not in
matured.
big-
Yeah,
He
he
was
was
a lot more cynical. He was a
Yeah.
lot more self-doubting in like what he was capable of at any given moment. He was a lot more expressive emotionally. Again, we're
Yeah.
going way ahead, but you know.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's the same. It's basically a part of this sort of canon and this whole thing.
Yeah.
And this Day of the Doctor, yeah, it was a very. This was the last. Before then, this was the last. Appearance of David Tennant, and kind of the send off, the real send off to that whole era, I guess.
Yep.
Until the next send off to that era, I guess.
Yeah.
It was a good episode. It was a very good. I mean, it was this was the one where they brought back the Zygons, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they weren't great in this episode, but it sets up a banger episode.
I
So
remember
I'm
liking
Best
them.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Huh?
I guess.
Oh, you're cutting out a little bit.
Gabe's
Oh,
mic
really? I
is
said
not
one of the
sending
best
its
Zygon
best.
storylines.
Oh yeah.
No, I don't know what's going on.
Uh-huh.
After that, we got Time of the Doctor,
Yep.
which is a solid special, solid way to close out Matt Smith.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Insane nonsense canon stuff. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and then one incarnation later, basically, they said, "Yeah, it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
Who cares?"
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really remember the Time of the Doctor that well.
It's the one that takes place on Christmas, like in the town of Christmas, which is
Nobody can tell.
no, it's the which is actually Trenzalore, which is where he's destined to die. But it used to be called Christmas, and so he spends like a lifetime there, and he gets old, and then the
Yeah.
Time Lords go, never mind, you can regenerate, and then as an old man, he starts shooting laser beams into the sky and destroys all the bad guys.
It's really funny.
I remember Orla
Yeah.
Brady with the fucking eye stalk here. Yeah. I remember a large part of what you just described was extraordinarily cringe, and it's like, man, this was some Stephen Moffat era. Yep, that sounds about
Yeah.
right. The town
It
of
is a
Christmas
fun
that
episode,
becomes Trenzalore. I mean, yeah, I don't remember hating it, but all that bullshit.
Matt Smith has not my favorite regeneration, but a very solid regeneration. It's a very rare case where there's a direct fourth wall break from the Doctor in an episode, which is cool.
Yeah.
And it's done in a way I appreciate.
I
But then
I really liked the transition. I thought it was pretty solid.
Oh yeah, me too. I like how instantaneous it is. It's literally just he
It's
goes,
just like,
and now he's Capaldi, and Clara's just like,
I have eyebrows.
what is? Clara's just like, what is happening? And then she instantly gets like insulted by this angry Scottish man. And then we meet.
I really
Capaldi.
like that Matt Smith barely had fucking eyebrows. He had like 2 hairs each. And now we have Peter Capaldi, who has the most ferocious eyebrows I've ever fucking seen.
He really
And
does.
they focus on his eyebrows so much.
Yeah, they're also basically the only part of his body that showed up in the 50th anniversary special.
Yeah. I mean, hey, that's all he really needed. It's enough to make an entrance. Things
Yeah, I
come into a
remember
room
that.
before he does. I mean, fuck. Yeah. So yeah, real quick, we're gonna pause for a second here, folks. Folks, you'll see us in different outfits. We decided to pause for a little bit.
We wound up yapping too much about Matt Smith, and now we're
we were yapping.
We're gonna have
we hit
so
Yap
much more
Factory.
yap about fucking Peter Capaldi, and I haven't even actually watched any Jodie Whittaker. So by the time we record that part, I will, and it'll be fresh in my mind. So it'll be great.
With that, take it easy,
All
folks.
right.
We'll see you in.
We'll say the first half of penis. P.
P.
Oh yeah, let me see. E.
Dr.
P.
P.
Yeah, you know it.
We're here.
Hi,
ladies and gentlemen.
So we are back after a short break. We took a few days.
Couple days.
Yeah.
We spent way too long talking about Matt Smith and his
A
enormous
few
jaw.
days of recuperating. Yeah, none of us thought we had anything to say really about Matt Smith, and then that was an entire podcast of Matt Smith. So
Yeah.
we just decided to break it up into a couple of segments. Now we're back with, I guess it'll be Capaldi and Jodie Whittaker's eras, and then are we going to be discussing the first series and the specials for Chuti, or
Well,
you might want to save
you
that'll
can
be like
you can tune in next time and hear our
Yes.
Yeah.
season recap.
Yes.
Ooh.
I was
There
gonna
we go.
say it would make the most sense for us to do.
by the way, trans rights marijuana vape.
Hell yeah, brother,
Hey.
rip that shit.
Yeah, it would make the most sense for us to do series 1 quote
Yeah.
and the trilogy of specials as their own thing, because there's so much going on, like just in the
Yeah.
3
And
specials.
we're gonna have a lot to say about just this stuff too,
Oh, yeah.
especially once
Oh,
it's
yeah.
done.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
this season has been. I again, without getting too into it, I wouldn't say it's been like ups and downs, but there's been a lot of like little things and a lot of big things going on in
Yeah.
this first
Yeah.
season. So
Yeah, on the brief subject of the current run that's happening as we record this, yeah.
Yeah, the
Every-
finale happens between last recording and this recording.
I suppose we don't know what happens in the end of it.
Yes.
I'll be very surprised if the Doctor winds up just mopping for an hour.
Yeah,
happen.
actually, I saw a teaser that suggests that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean RTD, you never know what's gonna happen really, but
The next
Yeah.
season it's gonna be called The Janitor.
I gotta say, I'm not exactly a fan of the slur that Sutek uses.
Yeah,
you
the
know,
S slur.
I mean
We
It's
probably
TC's old-fashioned.
probably should bleep that name actually, just in
Yeah,
case.
yeah, I
I
was
guess
gonna
if
say
it
I
I
just
hope
happened,
it was
it's still a
real.
spoiler. But
Yeah.
yeah,
You know what you could do? You could take this next thing I'm about to say and just lay it over. The enemy.
Yes. The
We
new
have a
enemy
new
in town.
enemy in town. Yes.
we can expect in the new season that we'll have an entire scene just like the end of Twin Peaks season 3 episode 7, where we just see Chuti sweeping a floor for 5 whole minutes,
Yeah.
which
Very
is a real
emotional.
thing that happened. That's a
No,
real.
I think it'll be like that movie where the lady eats a pie for 5 minutes. You know, just an unbroken shot of her eating a
Oh,
pie.
Sean Dielman.
Yeah. No. It's the one. What is it? The one with the ghost with the sheet over his head. It's Casey Affleck or whatever.
Yeah. Oh God, I
Yeah.
pigeonholed that movie
Oh,
in
A
my
Ghost
head.
Story.
Ghost Story.
Yeah, well,
Thank you.
We could get some John Dielman action from the next series of Doctor Who too. I think that's possible. But for this current run that's happening, I will say, very contentious. Not just with the anti-wokes.
Strangely contentious.
We were
I would
talking
say.
before
I'm
about people who aren't upset for silly they made them woke
Yeah.
reasons, but just
Yeah.
for real reasons. And I don't think they're very good reasons, but like they're
I,
real
some
reasons.
of it.
I would
but-
call them either nitpicky or maybe
Yeah.
like
I would say a little pedantic.
ignoring context.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pedantic too, yeah.
I think pedantic's a good way to put it. Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
shallow and pedantic. Shallow and pedantic.
also, I realize saying, oh, we should get some Jean Dielman, we can see Carla finally make Cherry a cup of tea. We can see an extended
nice.
sequence of just that.
That
Oh, I
should be
hope
like one
so.
of those short things they do, like a Tales from the TARDIS. It's just
Oh,
her
yeah.
making a tea, it could be like a nice tea recipe.
It'll
too,
be
like
Absolutely,
to tie it back
Yeah.
into the 11th Doctor that we just talked about. It'll be like P.S. that short that was meant to be a scene at the end of Angels Take Manhattan.
I don't remember that.
It's the one where Rory's dad gets a letter from Rory, but Rory's like fucking 87 years old now.
Oh, yeah.
shit.
Yeah, because he's like dead, basically.
I've never seen that, but that sounds fun.
It's
Shit.
nice. It's next time you watch Angels Take Manhattan, just put on P.S. afterwards.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
good. But yeah, I guess. Oh, actually, we didn't talk about it last time. Also, the like Night trilogy Matt Smith had, or quadrilogy. There were 4 short films.
Oh
That were like,
yeah.
I don't
What was it?
remember
Like
this
Last
either.
Night, Pond
Yeah.
Night, something like that.
Yeah.
And one of them I think takes place directly after Amy and Rory's wedding. I think they all take place around then. But it's a cute little.
Yeah, I think they're like interspersed in Series 6, I think.
I think so, yeah. But they're a cute thing. But anyways, here we are at 12, which is my
Yeah.
favorite Doctor.
Should we go over the way that he was revealed? Because I'll admit, I love Peter.
Oh, it was
That was
so
a bit
good.
much. That was a bit much.
No, it
though.
was so good.
I don't.
They
Well, I will say I remember this. I remember this was the era where they were starting to get some pressure for not having an old white guy be the doctor. So a lot of the discussions, even on 4chan on the TV board where I was located, it was a lot of like, are they gonna hire another white guy? Can we get some representation? And then there was a lot of that kind of
Yeah.
pushback. And then when it did turn out to be Peter Capaldi, it kind of didn't matter to a lot of people
The fans
what
for
he
like
did or who he could be or whatever, just
Yeah.
that he was kind of grandpa white guy.
There,
And
there
I
was some of that.
the longtime fans, at the very least, like when they looked into Peter Capaldi, learned that he's a lifelong fan of the show, and everyone
Oh,
was kind of
yeah.
excited about that. The Tumblr fans fucking hated him.
It was
Wow.
more than that.
Well, he's not a handsome young man or even Matt Smith, so like what are you gonna do?
It was more than that though, because after 10 and 11, where the Doctor got progressively more like energetic and whimsical and fun,
Yeah.
Capaldi was so much more not restrained, but he was so much more dour and somber and grumpy that people just immediately were like, "This guy's boring. This guy's
Well, I mean-
old
There's
and
some of that
boring."
online.
So I mean, I just finished last night the series 10, which is the final full season of episodes with Peter Capaldi.
And
I
Moffat,
haven't
actually.
this
Yes.
and Moffat's run,
Yeah.
and I haven't seen all of his. We're gonna be a little spoiler light on some of the stuff because Bane hasn't seen everything, and I haven't seen all the Christmas.
I'm just gonna-
specials, but
I'm just gonna put this muted in the
Yeah,
background.
yeah,
Peter
please do, 'cause
Capaldi's
this was-
reveal.
I loved this. I thought this was great. But sorry, what were you saying, Claude?
I was just gonna say, like, one of the things I noted in watching some of his recent stuff was I don't know if I remember this reveal then.
I think I
Um,
remember like
was-
this
it was
being like a
broadcast.
trailer. Yeah.
It was a whole live
Yeah.
event.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
well,
remember the live event, but like the
we'll get
specifics of this, yeah.
Yeah, it's,
But
it's
one of the
been,
things
it's been
I'll-
years.
I'll say about 12 is like all of the complaints I had about 11 and sort of the way that he's kind of, I don't know, like whimsical magic man or whatever. It's kind of like the perfect middle ground between 11 and 10 in terms of tone and style of stuff, just
I
like
don't know. I would say 10's a good middle ground between 11 and 12.
Really? I
Yeah,
guess.
because
Maybe
12
I'm off.
can get like kind of dour.
I mean, I guess. I mean, so does 10, but yeah,
Very much like that, though. Yeah.
I
Man.
think it's
There,
like
there was a
it's-
lot of levity with 10 though,
It's in
especially
the-
during series 2.
I think it's just it's
And
in the
4.
ballpark and it's not so. Oh, who's it gonna be? Doctor Who.
Doctor Whomst.
But yeah,
I mean,
it's
this
around that
trailer
sort of
does kinda
thing,
fuck.
and it feels very classic to Peter Capaldi. He reminds a lot of people of the Third Doctor,
Yeah.
which I
Yeah,
think
he's
is pretty
he's kind of like a
valid.
mix between 3 and 7.
Well, he
I
even
never saw much 7, but I can see it from what I've seen.
he
of it.
even has Third Doctor references baked into him, where he does the was it the Venusian Aikido in World Enough and Time at one point, and like one of his early outfits is a velvet cloak that's or a
That's true.
velvet overcoat
Coat.
that's specifically meant to emulate Three's velvet coat.
Oh,
Fun
yeah, they
fact,
had this
that
whole
coat
live-
actually appeared while the 11th Doctor was picking out clothes in the 11th hour.
Yes, you're right.
I forgot how much of a fucking to do it was to bring in
Yeah.
Peter Capaldi.
Well, also like
Which
this
I mean,
was-
at this point in time, he was kind of well known for being on the thick of it and
In the-
that
yeah.
other Malcolm Tucker adjacent roles. So
Yeah,
Oh.
I guess this mostly came because Doctor Who was kind of at its peak of popularity.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
Because this was the 20th, not the 20th, the 50th anniversary year. Like this
Yeah.
happened like a month before the actual special aired.
which is fucking crazy to think about how this show has been on now at this point. Isn't it been 60?
60
Yeah,
years,
61 years.
Yeah.
But
Actually,
Jesus.
almost 61 years. We have
Almost
a few months to
61
go.
years.
We have 5
Yeah.
months.
Well, because the whole thing about the entire process leading up to this was we had the 50th anniversary. Also, I forgot she hosted. We had the 50th
who
anniversary.
is this lady?
It's what's her name? I always forget her name.
bbc.co.uk/Doctor Who.
That's her
not
name.
Yeah,
name.
it says it right there.
Oh my god. What is her name? I see her on shows all the time.
She
Zoe
looks-
Ball.
I would say
Zoe
she
Ball.
looks familiar. I've seen her on shit
Um,
before, but I could not
The
tell
whole
you.
news broadcast. This is so extra. Come
Yeah,
on.
like it's
What the
very
fuck is
extra.
this?
This is the only thing the BBC is known for outside of like the news.
You have to
Like-
remember, this is one of the only times where there was no information on who was coming next.
Actually,
No one
yeah,
had any idea that it was really happening
yeah,
until a couple months before this, when Matt said he was leaving.
yeah, and like
Arguably, that's how they should. I mean, maybe not so extra, but like,
yeah.
I like the mystery. You know, there's
I-
Peter
Yeah,
Davison.
and
I like
but
the
this whole
showmanship
thing-
of this.
I do too. And it's great because it gave Capaldi, when he comes out later, they interview him very directly and just talk to him about Doctor Who, and he just shares all the reasons he loves the show. And they had photos of his archived fan letters, they had
Yeah,
all
I
these
remember that.
things that they bring out to really just highlight, like, this is how
Wasn't-
far this series has stretched.
Wasn't
you
he
know?
like the head of like a fucking newsletter or something? Like he was
He was definitely
see
part of the fan club. I'm not
I
sure
think I
about.
might be mixing him up with
Tom Baker.
Chibnall.
I think he was a member of like the Tom Baker fan club, because I know that he met Tom Baker several times because he loved Tom
Yeah.
Baker.
Him, Liz, and
once-
Pertwee.
You
Yes,
definitely get a lot of Tom Baker out of. Speaking of him, you get a lot of him out of Capaldi as well. People don't
Yeah.
mention it as much because he's not as silly or whatever, but
But you still see
Yeah,
it come
he has-
through.
he has a lot of that when he does his like big shit-eating grin that Tom Baker does. It's
Well, there's also-
ooh, yeah.
there's little moments like in Listen, when he runs into the guy who runs the children's home at night, and he's like, "Oh, have
He
you ever
fucks
noticed
with
this?
him.
Have you,
He fucks with him
you ever-
so much.
have you ever noticed your cup of coffee go missing in the middle of the night?" And he's like, "What the hell are you talking about?" The guy looks away and looks back, and his cup of coffee and Capaldi are both gone. And then it cuts to the next shot, and you see Capaldi drinking his coffee as he walks away. Like, stuff like that, where it's like,
Listen,
that's
it's so
such
good.
Tom Baker energy, you know?
Yeah,
I respect
yeah.
that.
Well, one of the things I often think when I'm watching a new Doctor Who episode is like, how would this be if they made it in like the 70s? Obviously, it would be like 4 half-hour or 25-minute episodes or whatever. And it would have like 4 kind of mini cliffhangers throughout, you know, for the ends of each episode. But like, other than that, like slower paced or whatever, the closest the least work I ever have to do mentally for that is always Peter Capaldi. Especially one of my new favorite stupid episodes that I saw yesterday was Empress of Mars.
I love Empress of
It's just such a classic Doctor Who. Like, there's just rubber monster suit guys. Yes, mistress. You know, it's just big
Rise,
monster.
my ice warriors.
Exactly. Yeah, and there's just like, and it's woke.
Oh, they
it's
put
all
Ed
about
Sheeran
how
in this. Nice.
it's all about how like British colonization is fucking stupid or whatever. But you know, it's also just it's just classic Doctor Who energy. And then the one exactly after that, Gabe, you mentioned, is the only episode of is written by the only writer to have also written an episode of the classic series.
Yes,
Survival
yeah.
and Survival and Eaters of Light were both written by the same person.
Yeah.
Survival's
And,
very...
Yeah.
Eaters of Light is
It is
so,
Survival
yeah.
is precisely notable because it is the last story of Doctor Who before it was canceled.
Yeah, I thought that sounded
Oh,
familiar.
Oh, sorry, canceled.
Yes.
Hiatus.
Yes, called said slur. Got it.
That's right.
Yeah.
These are
I can't
British
believe
people.
Sylvester
It's
McCoy
entirely
would do
possible.
this.
I was gonna
Mhm.
say though, like the big thing with Capaldi when he was introduced is people didn't know what to expect, and it's kind of the same thing we had now with Chuti, where we saw his personality on display in all these little clips and bits, and we were like, oh, this is what the actor is like, but what's the character gonna be like? And then we saw the character,
As
and
it turns out, the character is very similar to the actor.
yeah, but
Happens
in
a
a
lot.
good way. In a
Yeah.
good way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, there was a quote from.
I don't think a doctor has ever been too similar to their actor in a bad way, though.
No,
No.
there was a guy. I think we were talking about it at one point. There was a guy on Twitter that we were clowning on who was complaining that Shuti was basically just playing himself. and I think it was JXE who pointed out, like, yeah, that was what everybody praised Tom Baker for specifically, was that it was just Tom Baker as himself traveling in space with a hot lady.
Yeah, it's
You know,
like
I mean,
that was the show.
we would have just paid for that, you know? It's like, fuck.
Yeah.
We would have just been there for that.
Yeah, to quote the man himself and do a really, really bad impression of him. In fact,
Oh, he's got to do the thing.
my Doctor Who was entirely Tom.
Yes.
You got to get the hat too. You'd be
Yeah, I don't have any hats.
perfect.
Oh, man.
Oh
The
god,
thing-
Matt Smith without the hair. His
Yeah,
head
Matt
was-
Smith
Yeah,
was
because
appearing for
he was filming Terminator around this time. Right?
Yep, this would have
Yes.
been.
His-
Oh god.
His singular scene in that movie.
Well,
Shaved
he
his
was
whole ass
planned
head
for,
for it.
he was planned
His-
for more, but Terminator Genesis is a fucking turd that had so many production issues. It's not even funny.
What is it with
Yeah.
films just cutting Matt Smith out? Like,
No, I
'Cause,
get
um,
it. I get it.
that happened with Rise of Skywalker too. He was hired for it. He was.
Really?
Yeah,
I
and
forgot
he
about
was he was
that.
meant
Yeah,
to he was meant to play a young Palpatine, I'm pretty sure, but his scene was cut.
So
I
okay,
think I
alright.
could see him as a young Palpatine. Actually, that's a
could-
shame.
Yeah.
I could see it, but also like, let's be
Look
real.
at
He
him
got
in
all.
that
chin's a
shot.
bit
He
big.
looks super like he could be super evil
Oh.
if they got him as
Yeah.
Palpatine. That's
Oh,
a
yeah.
shame.
He could.
It's a shame they.
Although that
it's
movie
a
was
shame.
going to be terrible anyway,
Yeah.
so whatever.
Yeah.
Look,
It's
if
it's a
in
shame the only
long-term-
villain we've got him playing is fucking what's he's not Morbius,
dude.
he's other guy.
Yeah,
Dark
he's,
Morbius.
Oh,
Poop my pants, have sex guy.
Yeah. Isn't he named Gabriel?
Take off your pants. And have
you know,
sex.
I have seen that movie 2 times and I could not tell you.
I don't
No,
know.
Milo. What am I talking about?
Milo.
He's Milo
yeah.
Morbius.
Milo.
They got to make a fucking sequel to that movie. Oh my
Reverse Morbius. That's
Yeah,
his
and then the
name.
villain's played by Peter Capaldi.
All of that. Wow.
Well,
Never forget Peter Capaldi's big role before Doctor Who as playing the WHO doctor in World War Z.
God. Oh, I remember
Everybody
that
made
movie.
that joke back in the day.
No,
I actually remember that
specifically
movie.
said- Yeah, I do too. Because
Yeah.
he specifically said as well that he got the call about being cast as the Doctor while he was filming as the Who Doctor.
Oh.
Wow, that's amazing. I love
That's
it.
fucking great.
I at least that's what I remember. I'm pretty sure he said that's what happened.
I hope that's
It's
true.
really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, so, okay, yeah. Matt Smith, Milo Morbius. What the fuck? That's embarrassing.
Is that really his name?
That's really his name.
I don't
is
think
Milo
that's his
Morbius.
last name.
No, that's the character's name in the movie is Milo
The character's name
Morbius.
is
They're
Milo
really
Morbius.
like brothers. Oh,
Yeah.
that's
I didn't think they were
They're
brothers. I
brothers
thought they were
in
friends.
Milo. Well, you know,
Originally-
if you look at him
Mor-
here, doesn't he kind of remind you of Milo? Though,
So-
like when you shave his head, I can kind of see it. Look at him.
yeah, I see it.
He's
Milo
he's
with
dangerous.
big Dumbo ears.
He's
He's a
literally-
dangerous doctor.
If they ever do a
Oh.
Mayo fucking biopic, I don't know what it'd be about other than like horrible cocaine addiction and the amount
Lots
of
of
black
gay
cock
sex.
traveled through him. Yeah.
Gamergate
man-
would take
Miles.
up like 90% of the movie.
Yeah,
This is the one
technically-
important thing he ever did.
Milo,
Matt Smith is Gamergate. It's gonna be great.
Milo Yiannopoulos has taken enough black dick to possibly earn the pass. So, him and Riley Reid
I'm
are
pretty
both...
sure he also made that joke
Yeah, I think he probably... I mean, it's a hack joke. Let's be
back
real.
when he was funny.
Yeah, back when he
And
tried.
He didn't pretend he wasn't gay.
Also, yeah...
Speaking of gay, I'm just watching this montage of Matt Smith scenes, and you know, I forgot.
You want to tell us something, Claw?
yeah,
No,
no,
I just
honestly,
like him
respect it. I get
dancing
it.
and doing his little dance. It's like
Yeah,
he had
the
a
drunken
certain
giraffe.
energy that,
He
yeah,
did.
He had
it
the
was,
flow. Got it.
yeah.
That
But
white
yeah,
boy
this
had
whole
it.
thing, the series of events here was they announced the 50th. They did all the marketing for the 50th. Then they did this when they announced Peter Capaldi, and then the 50th happened, and we saw his eyebrows. Right, that was the big
Yep. that
reveal. Was
yeah.
this is our first look at him as the new Doctor, and all we saw was his eyes and
Yeah.
eyebrows.
Which honestly, isn't that basically every scene with Peter Capaldi?
Yeah.
Wait, so we already knew who he was at this point, then?
Yes, we knew he was the next
Well,
Doctor.
not
We
not
didn't
not by
know
the point
how-
of the not by the
This
point of the
is so much more
conference.
extra, then.
Well,
No. This
At
this
the end
was
of
the
this is
reveal.
when, yeah, this is when they
Oh.
reveal him, but it's like the
Okay.
big tease was him and the eyebrows. In
I
the
remember that.
scene.
I do remember him being like all 13 or
And
whatever.
then, yeah, I don't-
right?
I don't-
Yeah.
after this.
Yeah, that came after
This is
this.
before
That came
this.
after. Okay, all
How-
right, that's
how
fair.
long-
But this
how
is
long
still
did-
extra.
Yeah, how long did it take for him to shift from Matt Smith into, like, how many episodes after that was it? Because I don't remember if it was at the end of a special.
Oh no, it was Deep Breath. It was.
It was
Wait.
the next episode.
When he
Okay,
regenerated.
Yeah, when he regenerated.
Yeah, he regenerated at the
After
Christmas
the-
special, which was like a month after the.
Okay, I for some reason I thought there was maybe like 2 more in between. I don't know why I was thinking that.
No. This was basically announced like 2 months ahead of when Capaldi became the Doctor, I'm pretty sure. Or no, it was a couple months more than that. It was like 4 months though. It was standard, we have announced who this person is now kind of thing.
Okay.
Man, Jenna Coleman.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we're gonna talk about her. But yeah, we got Series 8, and it was
No, Bonnie Langford, my
yeah.
queen.
I would argue Series
So glad to
8
have her back.
was one of the single most divisive, if not the most like
Series
disliked
8?
season of Doctor Who.
Yeah.
For Jodie.
It
Because
was
when
pretty divisive.
his first series was not super well received by a lot of people. I remember people for weeks saying, you know, Deep Breath and Into the Dalek and Robot Sherwood are all terrible.
I remember
Listen is
hearing
the
that.
only
I-
good one we've had
I could see that for Robot of Sherwood. It was fine. It suffered a lot from some cuts that were made.
Oh,
I
yeah,
remember
Yeah,
watching.
but
I remember watching the original black and white version that leaked. That was fun.
No,
Yeah.
that's stupid. I remember this series being pretty good because it's got the.
Yeah,
I
Series 8's
don't.
nice.
Robot of Sherwood. I think that was kind of dumb. I don't remember that super well.
Yeah.
But Time Heist is a good one.
Time Heist is
And
pretty
Time
good.
Heist's
fucking
so good. Listen
Mummy
is
on the
peak.
Orient Express is like a classic. Fucking. We got fucking. Oh, the Heaven
Kill the
one.
Moon
This
does
is the
suck.
one. This is the one with Don't Cremate Me, right?
Yeah, Dark Water, Death in Heaven.
Banger finale. Like this is you got Missy in here. I mean, come on. Bad
the-
series. What the fuck you mean?
Yeah, no,
People are
people
fucking-
hated this.
People are
Oh,
fucking
that's
weird.
so that's
Hang on,
like
I
the new
have to go
season.
back a
So
second.
that's like shoot the era, basically. It's like weirdly divisive for no
Yeah.
reason.
We-
Okay.
we are so
Like,
fucking
nobody
back.
did them. But like Deep Breath, people thought was good. People thought it was a good starter, and that Capaldi was fun, and it was.
Oh yeah, this is the one with the
Brian-
ship of
Brian-
Theseus, right?
Brian Cox with Matt Smith.png framed in the background.
Yeah,
Was
I don't
it?
know.
Oh yeah, with the clockwork androids. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember loving this one when I saw it. I don't think I saw it once.
Yeah, Deep
but-
Breath is
It's a good episode.
fantastic.
It's a very
It is
good
my
first story for a Doctor too.
It is
Yeah.
my favorite first episode of any Doctor.
Oh,
Which
see,
is
that's the one where
wild
he's
because
like
I like Robot.
that's the one
and
where he's
Spearhead.
like playing guitar on a fucking dinosaur or whatever, right?
On a
No, that's
on a
the
tank.
guitar stuff
That's
came in his
tank.
series.
yeah, that's
Right.
the series 9 starter. Like
Oh,
Yes,
okay,
premiere.
okay. Well, no one
but,
can
like,
argue that.
I remember people like Kill the Moon and In the Forest of the Night are very weak episodes. I would argue they're two of the weakest in modern Who.
I would say
Not because
that,
of Capaldi though.
Yeah, Capaldi is fantastic in both of them. I don't think anybody ever would deny that. I think that Kill the Moon is fine if you try to ignore the weird, like almost, I think, unintentional anti-abortion message that it has.
No, I'm
But,
pretty sure
like-
that was the intention,
Oh,
right?
is this
Oh, if
the
it was the
stupidest
intent,
fucking-
you really got to work hard to ignore it. Then,
Is
jeez.
that the moon is an egg one with the fucking Tumblr girl?
Yeah, the moon is an egg. Someone's grandmother used Tumblr because this is like 2050 something. Actually, it's like 2140 something.
And
Actually,
there's
I
a
think.
character who totally acts like a Tumblr girl insert for all of those people, the super
Yeah.
Blues.
I don't think anybody was that because there was like a little kid who was a little shit,
Okay.
but she was a little shit throughout the entire thing.
Yeah, if it's like an
Was-
anti-abortion Doctor Who episode, though, that's a bit fucking weird.
It's
Yeah.
it's.
was-
Go ahead.
Well, it's a weird episode because on one hand, if that is the intention, which it really feels like it is because it's very direct,
Yeah,
it's not great. But at the same time, it's also a really great look at how the Doctor now, as Peter Capaldi, with this way more like cynical and disconnected personality, how he views the decisions humans have to make.
Exactly.
Where at a certain
Exactly.
point, he literally just goes, "I'm not going to do this for you." And that's the strength of the entire episode, is just that element of Capaldi.
Oh, Bernard Cribbins. Oh,
I know.
Yeah.
forgot he was in this.
But
I'm
it's
sorry.
it's a really
You're good.
tricky episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that I personally just kind of ignore that message personally. Like I get that it is a very very blatant thing, but I more focus on that, that specific thing that you said with the doctor kind of being a dick,
Yeah.
and the payoff specifically with these two episodes. The payoff in the Forest of the Night is the best part of that episode too.
That is true. That is true.
But here's the thing: in the Forest of the Night, horrible episode. It's bad. The doctor tells a girl with mental problems to not take her medication, which, sure, in the context of the story, it does make sense.
Yeah. But
But Doctor Who's a kid's show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Effectively,
gonna
yeah.
That's
say
not
there's-
exactly the message that we should be sending kids who have to take
Speaking of-
medication.
So speaking of kids and weird messages, I want to bring this up. This is later, but I'll forget if I don't bring it up now, and it
Do
is
you
relevant.
mind if I really quick finish the point I was making?
Sure, go ahead, sir.
But I will say there is one thing about In the Forest of the Night. It gets marginally better if you become familiar with the works of William Blake, like marginally, because you can just
I know
go,
I know
that's a
exactly what you're
reference.
talking about.
That's a reference to the tiger. To be fair, also so is the title. All right, well, that's all I had to say about In the Forest of the Night.
I don't really remember that one. I'm looking at it here, and yeah, I kind of remember like the premise, but like none of the specifics.
It's mostly just boring. It's
Yeah.
very boring.
Yeah, I was just gonna say there is a scene toward the end of Capaldi's run. Minor spoilers, but a character asks the doctor why he's friends, quote unquote, with humans when he's like thousands of millions of years old, and brings up the fact that it is a little bit of a fucking weird age gap, especially when you've got like any type of romantic thing with him and just a regular human,
yeah.
or her in the case of, we'll get to Jodie
Jodie.
and the character she's with. But yeah, there's some weird messages that come up a couple times throughout, seemingly mainly just Capaldi's run, and it does not reflect on him at all. It's weird.
Yeah.
No.
So there's
He
like
picks
an
some weirdo
abortion
writers.
episode. There's like an episode that had me thinking, would the doctor, wait, why is the doctor able to be friends with humans? Is it because they've got a good heart? Uh-oh. Don't ask the doctor about age of consent, is all I'm saying.
Well, you also
But-
have to remember, by the end of Capaldi's run, the Doctor we have right now is roughly 4,500,000,000 years old.
Yes.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's
yeah,
old.
we'll get-
It's quite old.
We will get to that, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, very old man at this point. I can't believe how old he is at this fucking point. It's
Old
actually
and
interesting.
Still somewhat stupid.
Well, it's interesting too, because the Doctor is like, he's a wise character, especially as 12 here, but a lot of people pointed out that, and we didn't really mention it, Matt Smith's Doctor was an old type of character. He was a young man playing an old man, and he was really
Yeah.
pretty good at that. He was
Uh-huh.
really good at being convincingly like an old, world-weary dude, even though he looks like fucking me.
Yeah.
And Capaldi is like a little bit less of that, even though he's visually older. He seems a little more youthful at times than 11 does. Not
Yeah.
so much in some of his like mannerisms and things, but just like, I don't know, he's less like world weary. It seems like he's a little more optimistic or something, in like a curmudgeonly way, but like hopeful. I don't know.
The
He
tricky
grows
thing
into
with
that.
Capaldi-
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Like the start of his run, he is so worn and grumpy, and he's like trying to find a reason to keep living. Basically, that's why he
Yeah.
keeps like coming up with things like Listen, where he's like, well, what if there's a creature? And it's like he's miserable and lonely to the point that he's driving himself insane.
Yeah.
And over his run, you see him start to really open up, and he still has his like kind of emotional disconnection where he can't connect with people as well anymore, but he's very clearly trying his best to open up, and he basically just goes through a midlife crisis in his second series. Like
Yeah,
the
that's
core
great.
of his second series is him having a midlife crisis, and the third series is him like accepting this is his place in the world and doing what he can, which was what I love about Series 10 is because we talked about it in our text chat, but throughout his run, he doesn't stay the same and then have a big shift at the end and then his run is over. Throughout his
Yeah.
run, he's constantly
Tenet had one of
developing.
those.
Exactly. And Matt Smith kind of did too, where like
A bit, yeah.
his first 2 series, he's kind of the same, and then through Clara's run, he's completely different until he's then the same again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But for Capaldi, throughout his run, you see him grow and go through these different elements, like, or different eras of his life, which build up to, at the end of his run, it's not really a spoiler, but, like, when he goes to regenerate, he's quite literally thinking, I think I would rather just let myself die, because I've lived my life now. And it's like a core
Yeah,
of his
and
character.
it's
is
less doom and gloom and more like, well,
like
Say la vie.
There
Yeah.
is a line in his regeneration or before his regeneration where he basically says like, why should I have to live and keep going? Why can't I just die and finally have peace, kind of thing? Because by the end of his run, that's all he really wants,
Well,
is just to
also-
have peace.
The original conceit was that Time Lords had 12 regenerations.
yes.
That was also a really
he-
big thing.
He's
Yeah,
currently
that's true.
he's exceeded that in terms of number of regenerations, but not number of incarnations.
Yeah.
I mean, even by Capaldi, he wasn't the 12th, even in
Yeah,
canon.
technically he was.
Yeah, he was the 13th incarnation.
Yeah,
But, yeah.
because it would have been War
Yeah.
Doctor. But there's a conceit that explains it, and we're not going to explain it right here.
Yeah, because the
Yeah.
show fucking gives up. We'll get to that
Canon
later.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there he is. Look how happy he is.
Oh,
Hey!
You should look at how
Yay.
excited he gets when he walks out and like actually just look at him.
By the
Look at
way,
him.
if anyone has never seen, if anyone's familiar with this actor's Doctor run, and you are not also familiar with his character Malcolm Tucker, you really should go look at some scenes of him being Malcolm Tucker and
It'll
Yeah.
probably
saying
be a
some things.
lot funnier knowing, hey, that's Doctor Who.
I knew of that show before this, so I was like, really? The swearing guy? Him?
He's great at it.
Fantastic performance. Yeah, it was very surprising.
If I remember right, this show, like the show Thick of It, ended up becoming Veep here in America. If I'm right.
Yeah, it was inspired by that, I think, or
Yeah, 'cause
directly.
it's the same guy.
Yeah.
It's the
Okay.
same guy. It's Armando Iannucci.
Interesting.
He took the general concept of the thick of it and the film in the loop, and
Yeah.
then he tried to do a pilot for a direct US remake of the thick of it, but it all fell through.
Yep.
So instead, he just created Veep.
Interesting.
I mean, hey, yeah, I'm looking here. It was originally supposed to be on ABC. That would have been an awful place for fucking for Thick of It, especially. But Jesus.
Laugh track version with no swearing.
Although it had
Um,
Mitch Hurwitz as a writer, so maybe.
I will say I don't remember so much of this series. I guess Listen is a popular one. I kind of vaguely remember it, but
Listen
like,
is a really it's
Listen
one
is
of my
fantastic.
favorite modern stories because it's just the Doctor pulling everyone around him deeper into the way his mind works and people kind of trying to accept the fact that this guy's kind of not all that stable even though he comes across like he knows everything.
he's our best hope, and God save us all.
Yeah.
Plus
Um,
the idea of a creature that is perfect at hiding is such a good idea for a sci-fi story.
It really is. I'm actually shocked that it wasn't like done earlier.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I mean, I do remember, like, I do remember this one sort of. There's a few of these in this series that I remember in sort of vague terms, like that one, like Time Heist Caretaker is another one with Danny Pink.
That one's
Where-
okay.
Yeah, vague
Yeah.
memories of them. But then I wanna specifically point out the episode called Flatline, which is one.
So good.
I kind of forgot like which Doctor it was. I knew it was this era-ish. but like I was just like, that really cool episode where they're in those like UK flats and there's like a fucking 2D monster that's attacking them.
That's
it was
such
like
a good
just
idea.
yeah, one of my favorite concepts for a Doctor Who episode. I have to watch this one again. I haven't seen it in a while. But that one, that's like a really interesting. You know, there's a tendency in this era to rely a little too much on like they'll bring in the weeping angels again. They'll bring in some of the reusing some of the monsters, and when they do bring in one that's just kind of an like Listen, like Flatline, just kind of an
Peter
interesting
Capaldi,
new concept.
Oh yeah, there's his letter. There's his letter to the paper.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, go back.
Oh.
I want to see that. Where was it?
Right there.
Right there.
A rather sad year due to the untimely death of the master, alias Roger Delgado. But I hope that in 15 years' time, in 1988, you will publish another special to celebrate 25 years of wandering in time with the Doctor. Aww.
That's
They
actually
did kind of do that with
He was
Remembrance.
a big fan. Look
Yeah,
at
he
that.
was.
Yeah.
And then it's like effectively, hey, guess what? 50th anniversary, buddy. You got
You're in
you
it.
got the job.
Yay.
Respect.
Cool.
And then,
yeah.
what's funny is we're about to talk about, this is such a great episode of this podcast, because this is the good side of the spectrum of a guy who was a fan gets the job.
Yep.
Chris Chibnall is not that, though. He's a guy who was a fan who maybe shouldn't have gotten the job. We'll get to him.
We'll get to him, because I want to talk about his previous work at least.
He actually doesn't have any episodes in the Capaldi era. Interestingly.
No? Huh.
He had
he had a few before, I know that much.
He did 42 Hungry Earth Cold Blood.
No. I did the exact same thing when we were talking about that episode.
I'm calling it Cold Blurth now.
Hungry Blood is a good name.
That's a better name, yeah.
But well, it's less fitting.
Yeah.
But Cold Earth.
Yeah.
The Hungry Earth, Cold Blood, and he also did Dinosaurs on a Spaceship and Power 3.
Oh, Dinosaurs on a Spaceship. No wonder.
That one I think was his best one.
That was
well, 42 was the first episode I ever saw.
Okay. Which one was that? That was series 3.
42 minutes before the sun fucking kills everybody.
Yeah,
which I like that episode.
Which, you know what? I get it now.
I think the first episode I ever saw of like the full thing was Lazarus, which is not a great first episode.
Oh, the Lazarus experiment? Oh, God.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a cool idea at the very least.
Yeah, it's a bit
execution,
of a fucking
maybe
terrible CG in that one. That's the one thing I remember.
You were talking before about like how a lot of the time now it's like, I'll bring this monster back. Looking at Series 8, Deep Breath brought back the Clockwork Robots, but basically completely new. Like,
I don't.
It's like a secondary.
Where were they from?
Girl in the Fireplace.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, you can bring back some like that's fine. It's just like overused Weeping Angels or even Daleks are like the old version of that. Well, they have a Dalek episode,
but that's the good.
They did it really well.
Yeah,
the Dalek episode that starts off his run introduces us to a Dalek that is nothing like a Dalek, which is great because it completely shifts the way he has to interact with this creature. And that's what makes it work. And then we got but I think for the rest of the season, basically, up until the end, they're all new enemies. Yeah, because Listen, new enemy, Time Heist, new enemy, Caretaker, new. Yeah, no, they're all new enemies up until the finale episodes.
And then the finale episodes, I think there's other nefarious forces, but it brings back the Master, aka Missy.
By the way, we should go ahead and say we're gonna spoil the fuck out of this.
Lots of spoilers.
You're only safe if you've watched Series 10, and even then, we're gonna get some small moments in there.
Yeah.
Bane hasn't. I don't think Bane's watched all that, so we'll have to be
what I'll do is I'll just like kind of zone out for a minute. I can read. So I'm reading about the
play some Call of Duty for a little. Okay, sure.
Actually, I kind of want to see about how this season works. So you guys
I'm gonna watch that one too. Yeah. I didn't get the time to watch fucking Jodie Whittaker's run or anything. So unfortunately, I'm gonna be a big time right wing reactionary today. It's unfortunate.
Yes.
the big thing with the end of this series is that throughout the whole season we had an overarching storyline where characters would end up in this like garden talking to a woman, and we were like, what the
Yes.
hell is this about? It happens
Yeah.
multiple
What's
times
all
throughout.
this then? Capaldi is
um
trending. Why is he trending?
and then at the very end of the season we meet this woman who is named Missy, and people were like, who could Missy be? And people suspected it's a female incarnation of the Master, and of course that's what it was. It's the Mistress.
I
But
ran in circles that were full on Ronnie coping. Like, wow.
people really thought she was going to be the Ronnie. They really thought so.
And a
I
lot
even
of
heard some
people
people say that they thought they were going to be like that she was going to be River, which is very strange. A very interesting choice of a theory.
The thing is, I gotta say, there's a character recently that I think could potentially be revealed to be River at some point in time.
Possibly. I'm having second
Uh,
thoughts about a certain character's level of kindness from the new series, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah, we'll get to
Next
that next time.
episode.
Sure.
I
We
was
might
just gonna
actually
say, yeah, I was gonna say Missy is a lot of people's favorite version of the Master,
She's
including
so good.
Gabe, I believe. Yeah,
She's so
Yeah.
fucking good.
she's
It-
really good. I
is-
think I like
and Missy's my
nostalgia.
favorite.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well,
You,
I was
you
saying
cut out a
Capaldi's
little bit.
Capaldi's my favorite Doctor, with probably my favorite TARDIS design, and Missy is my favorite Master.
Favorite TARDIS design, really? I do
Yeah.
not like his TARDIS.
TARDIS.
It's
His
so
TARDIS is fantastic.
it's so simple and stripped back, and doesn't have enough colors. I don't know.
His has all the bookshelves full of
I
stuff.
guess.
His has all
Yeah,
the busts and the vinyls and the
It's not
chalkboards
bad.
scribbling on. It
I mean,
feels
it's
like he lives there, you know?
it fits him, I guess. It's just not colorful enough, but I guess neither is he, so it wouldn't make sense. But yeah.
Yeah.
I like my
Um,
celery outfit, Doctor Who's.
I get it. I think
Um,
his fits a lot of different doctors. Like I can imagine Six just strolling around in there, honestly.
Yeah,
He would steal the scene.
yeah,
he
maybe
also
eight.
fits a lot of doctors. Like when you look at Capaldi's Doctor throughout his run, I feel like you can pick apart his character and identify elements of every single Doctor that's come
Yeah.
before him within his character. That's the best thing about his Doctor.
Yeah, he is very much one of the best doctors for
Maybe
that
not
reason,
five.
I'd agree.
Maybe he.
Well, little elements. I mean, he's got some silliness in him, like five. You know,
That's
I
the
mean,
thing. I would say his silliness is a bit more too.
Yeah, that's
Just a
true.
little
Five. I mean, I've said in the first one,
Six.
I haven't seen much from five, but I have not been impressed by what I've seen from five. At best, he's fine. He just has like very little going for him. I don't know. So it's like, yeah, if he doesn't have much of five, it's like maybe what is he missing? Blandness? I don't know.
I
You
mean,
know.
five had his own kind of charm to him.
He's
Two
fine.
of
He's
the
not
big
bad.
elements. Two of the big elements of five are that he is very focused on fairness. He doesn't
Okay.
want the universe to continue to beat people down because he views it as unfair, and he doesn't want people to experience that. And Capaldi, through his
Based.
run, comes to a similar point. You've seen those last two episodes.
Yeah,
the speech
you're
he
right.
gives
You're right.
in the Doctor
Yeah.
Falls kind of
Banger,
embodies
by
a
the
lot of
way.
what the Fifth Doctor pushed for, of like doing the right thing for the sake of fairness and kindness, and because it's the right thing to do.
Which
And
is a
that's very,
general
like,
doctor thing, but yeah, you could say that of five, especially, sure.
and
And
five
then
also has his
six.
element of his temper. Five has a bad temper.
Fair,
I
actually.
was gonna
Yeah,
say
he gets
six
screaming.
is known for fucking bitch slapping a woman at one point. That's like the most famous
And
thing.
that's why we love him, boys.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Woo!
But yeah, I mean, there's some of that there too. I mean, a little bit of Six's grumpiness. Like, I don't know much about Six, but like some of that. Yeah, I mean, the grandfatherliness that Seven has too. I mean,
And
um,
one.
And
one
one, yeah.
obviously, and two a little bit, and three, and then eight. I mean, what is eight's whole deal? We don't have too much of him
Well, that's
in
where
the
things get a
audio
little
dramas.
tricky.
Yeah, you kind of want to go into the audio for that stuff.
Yeah. I've listened to some, but even still, he's kind of not difficult to pinpoint based on what I've heard. He's kind of a
He
action
definitely can.
action doctor a little bit. He's closer to 10. If I had to compare him to anybody.
If if we're comparing, he is closest to 10.
Yeah. And I mean, like, there's some of that, and yeah, I mean, the more I think about it, yeah, he's a little bit of like every doctor, and that makes him pretty. I mean, a lot of the doctors you can say, oh, there's this reminds me of this. Like, I remember 11 had. There was this scene, I forget what episode, one of you guys might remember. It's this one where his like face is getting fucked up and he does this like, would you like a jelly baby thing?
Oh, it's the flesh
vampire
two-parter.
one.
The
Yeah.
flesh two-parter.
Flesh one, right.
That's
Yeah.
it, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's like little callbacks, but it's like generally speaking, you wouldn't say 11 reminds you of 4 that much. But
Well,
like,
I would say that 4 is like one of the higher ones on the list of ones that 11 resembles, with 2 being
really,
Yeah, 11 is
Yeah.
very 2. He's very
11
second.
11 is so much of his own thing, which is something you can say about 11. For me, I feel like he's very much a lot of his own thing, whereas
yeah,
12
he
is
is just
kind
the
of
most
all the
inspired.
doctors. Yeah. Well, that's a great
when-
point. I hadn't considered how he kind of represents so much of the series. That's true.
Well, and I think the thing that really ties it together is the fact that Capaldi has watched the whole series. He has
Yeah.
watched every Doctor, and so I think that's what makes his performance of embodying all these little elements throughout his run come together. Because who better to do that than someone who's seen the whole series, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's
Um,
interesting because we have a direct contrast with the next Doctor in that regard.
Yeah. So
Yes,
real
and we'll
quick,
definitely talk about that.
we forgot to mention that Peter
Oh, yes.
Capaldi also plays Lobus Caecilius. I did not know his first name until just now.
Hell yeah.
In Fires of Pompeii.
Wasn't
Yeah.
fucking Karen
Karen
Gillan
Gillan.
also in
She
that
was
episode?
she was like a soothsayer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's crazy. I love it. They gotta do an in-universe explanation. They have to.
That's the thing. They did for this specifically,
For
Caecilius.
which? Oh.
Because if you look,
This-
he has an appearance in The Girl Who Died.
This is a major
Oh.
element of Capaldi's Doctor. It's a
Yeah.
very people forget this happened, but it's actually very important to the character of the 12th Doctor.
It is a turning point, like a massive turning
because-
point, and it comes in the middle of a
Well,
Whose
pseudo
appearance was
two-parter?
subconsciously taken. Is that a thing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
scroll down.
So wait, so are all of the Doctors based on somebody?
not
No.
necessarily.
No.
This
You could
this
argue that
specific is given a reason though.
I think that's a
You-
cool idea, though. It opens the possibility for meeting like the original whatever Doctor, and then just like that was a cool guy, and then that
Yeah.
Doctor dies and becomes that guy. You know?
so
It's
you
interesting.
could say that the Sixth Doctor took the appearance of Commander Maxwell subconsciously. That's not there's
Yeah.
no explanation for it, but you could say that. That's, I think, the only Doctor you could do it for.
Yeah.
Besides, like, the very obvious ones that are directly called to, like 14, 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll come back to this
Yeah.
because this happens. This is
Wow.
discussed in the next series, in series
They
9.
literally have a reference to his face too. It's like they knew that they had him in like in the
It's a
line.
recurring
of-
element. In his
Yeah.
first episode, he specifically mentions he doesn't know why he recognizes his face. There's a bit where he's stumbling through an alley and he sees himself in a mirror and he stops and just questions why he looks this way and why he remembers it.
Because I
I'm
remember
pretty sure one of the exact quotes is, "Where did I get this face?" Which is really funny out of context.
I remember the episode with him and like him being in it, and I remember that kind of being like a little meme, but I didn't remember that it was an actual part of the story. That's really cool. And they haven't done that for Amy yet, huh? That's unfortunate. I guess there's no real way to make that make sense.
Yeah.
There might be like a comic somewhere that explains it.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
That's pretty cool though. I like that.
Actually, do you remember what her name was, Gabe?
She was like Soothsayer 2 or something.
I'm just gonna go to Fires of Pompeii then.
What's up?
I'm just checking.
I thought
you're
Bane said something.
Yeah, you're good.
Soothsayer.
Yeah, she's just Soothsayer.
Mira.
Which it's from the book version, I see.
Oh, I didn't know they had a novelization of that. That's cool.
Yeah,
I had to
there's a
get that.
lot of novelizations of the modern stories, but people just didn't.
I've
get
heard that the Rose one adds like a shit ton of new stuff. Like even like
Oh, it
there's
has
like
stuff.
the illustrated version has a picture of 15 with Clive's stuff.
Wait, what?
Really cool. Yeah, like there was a really recent novelization of Rose, and it expands on the story like a shit ton.
Oh, wow.
Shit.
Like it even has a flashback to that time that the 10th Doctor appeared on New Year's Eve and saw Rose. Like that's a flashback in it.
Hmm.
But it doesn't
That's
look
pretty
like
cool.
Which, of course,
there's
we know happens at the end of 10's run, right?
Yep, at the very end. Yeah,
Um,
no official explanation looks like.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Go back
But
to the
it's,
in-universe page for Doctor Who Series 8.
it's really cool
yeah.
that they have that for Capaldi, though. Yeah.
Well, and we can talk about that because like the only big thing left at the end of Series 8 is, the in-season stuff gets resolved. There's some really cute callbacks and references that I'm not gonna mention, but the big thing here, which we discussed when we talked about Matt Smith's run, is we find out who gave Clara the number to the TARDIS.
The
Um,
woman in the shop, and
the
there is
woman in the
one.
shop that
There's
led
one very notable woman who's appeared in this entire series.
Yeah, and we find out that basically the entirety of Clara becoming the Doctor's companion was put together by Missy.
Which means that
From the
she's
beginning.
directly responsible for Heaven's Sent, which is great.
Oh shit.
Yes. She basically completely reshaped the entire end of Eleven's life. Which is a really weird thing to think about.
I can't believe the Master
In what way
inadvertently made
exactly?
the Doctor horny.
What do you
What now?
mean by that? What do you mean by like shaping the end of his life? Like
Oh well,
that?
she's the one who gave Clara the Doctor's number, like straight to the
Oh
TARDIS.
yeah, no, I suppose that
So
would have done
she's the
that.
reason
Yeah.
she's the reason that they met, and she's not the reason that well, she isn't the reason that like the Doctor met Oswin Oswald on the like during Asylum of the Daleks or the
Well, yeah, she is.
Snowmen.
But
Well,
that
that's the
first
thing. She's not
Direction of-
directly responsible for those meetings, but Clara is because she splintered herself across the timelines.
Yeah.
So it's
Which only
it's more
happened
inadvertent
because of
stuff.
Missy.
right.
Um,
That's real. Well, that's the thing. Another great element of this Doctor is that he really is defined in a lot of ways by his relationship with his incarnation of, in this case, Missy. And like a lot of Doctors have a master. 11 didn't really. 10 did famously have John Sim, and unfortunately,
Yep.
as we've come to remember, a lot of those episodes aren't great. He's good in them
Yeah.
and he does his best, but they just are not great episodes that use him,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
I'll
Yeah.
always defend Skeletor Master. He's very close to my heart, but
I really like what's the old man that plays him in that one episode.
oh,
I really liked
Derek
him.
Jacobi.
Derek Jacobi.
Yeah, he's great in that one episode.
I was not
And
aware that he was gay. Which, hey,
Yeah.
happy Pride Month, Derek
Wow.
Jacobi.
There you
Hey.
go.
Yeah, Derek Jacobi, very famous gay actor.
But
Yeah.
but yeah, no, a lot, not many Doctors, I feel like they're necessarily defined by like their master, because a lot of the masters before the new era, it was really just the same, I mean,
Yeah,
it was a few different actors, but they had the same general look and vibe.
Roger
and
Roger
everything.
Delgado, and then you have the Crispy Masters, which are both basically similar.
Yeah,
They're
pretty
basically
much the same.
they're supposed to be the same incarnation.
They're the same character, yeah.
It's just different
and,
actors.
and
But
they
then
didn't
you
do
have
much.
Anthony Ainley afterwards, and he was instructed to actually. I'm not sure if he was instructed to or decided to, but he was kind of angling it more towards Roger Delgado.
Yeah. Very similar appearance too.
Yeah.
It's more of like an actor recast than that guy regenerated kind of thing.
Kind of,
And
yeah. I mean, in universe, he stole Nissa's father's body, but it's
I forgot about that.
yeah, he touched the TARDIS clock.
interesting. Yeah, I mean, no, I really like that fact about this Doctor though, is that it's 3 series with some Christmas specials. Most of them I didn't watch. I will. But I just kind of forgot they even fucking existed. I was like, oh, I'll just watch series 10. That's the one I didn't watch, right? And I forgot that there was like 2 other fucking Christmas specials, including
Yeah.
one after. But so I still haven't seen the regeneration yet, but I will. It looks
Yeah,
like an
It's a good
interesting
one.
I will say, I think the biggest problem with Doctor Who is that the Christmas specials are pretty much essential to the story 100% of the time.
And they're not easily every
Yeah, like
thing that
they're
I
never
have, they're always in
included.
a separate fucking category that's just
Doctor
like
Who
100
specials.
episodes, and it's like not categorized very well. It sucks, yeah.
Oh.
And even like on IMDb, I have this open, and it'll just have like episode 0,
Yeah,
and sometimes
that's what
it'll
I
be
do
out
in
of
my
order.
folders.
Yeah, I mean that works well enough, but yeah, no, he's definitely defined in the 3 series that he's got in a lot of ways, not exclusively, but in a lot of ways he's got a foil, which is like it's like Batman and the Joker. It's always been Doctor and Master, but especially here in this version and this, it's just him and this version of her. She's gone when he leaves, essentially. I mean, spoilers, but they are an exact pair for the duration of their time, together. And so it's an iconic, like, name a more iconic duo. This is some Sonny and Cher shit, you
It
know?
Yeah,
is. They
basically, yeah.
really are perfect for each other too. Like
Yeah.
And
And they have such
not in
good
real life, of
chemistry.
course.
They
they
have
do.
amazing
fantastic chemistry.
chemistry. Yeah.
Well,
And
and it helps
she's
that they're both
amazing on her own, even. Just you give her any line of dialogue and she has some fucking funny, interesting way of saying it.
Even when
Or
she's
it's a
fucking around,
serious
she's hilarious.
Oh yeah, or it's a serious scene and she's killing that, or it's a scene where she's got dialogue that I find a little bit annoying, but she's still selling it as best as anyone ever could. Good for the actress.
Hello, I'm Doctor Who.
And they
well,
tried
it's
their
like
best to explain that, but it's still it only
I
gets
think that's
Yeah.
that's one of the only one like Moffat Doctor Who jokes that I think is funny.
well, and it's sold entirely by Capaldi walking out at the end of that, and he says, "I am Doctor Who," and Nardo goes, "Really?" And he goes, "I like it." Like it tells it perfectly.
Yeah.
still mixed on it, but it's again, it's sold, but it could have been a lot worse if the actors weren't as good as they
Oh,
are. It's
absolutely.
Michelle
Yeah.
Gomez, right? As Missy.
Yes,
Yep.
Michelle Gomez, who's also
Yeah.
Scottish. They're both
Yeah,
Scottish.
Oh,
fantastic pairing.
Well, and
yeah,
it's like
perfect.
you're saying she can just sell any line. She introduces herself as Missy by like just dancing and singing "Hey Missy." Like
That's so
it's
good.
it's
And what's
silly, it's dumb.
interesting,
She sells it.
we're gonna get to it with the 13th Doctor, but one of the complaints I've heard about her is that she doesn't really do a lot to really explore like femininity in any way. Like the Doctor is a woman now. Isn't that interesting? They don't, from what I've heard, they don't really do that much with it. And they
Yeah.
do seem to do a good amount with it with Missy. I mean, that's a pretty clear thing,
Yeah.
especially in the
Missy
series
just
10 finale.
yeah
Is
in series the series 8 finale, Missy just straight up kisses 12.
Yeah, there's a lot of attention
Yeah.
drawn to her like feminine wiles or whatever. That's a specific part of her
That's
female
it's a
incarnation, which I think you're gonna
it's a
make her
it's a
female. You fucking
Moffatism.
might as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Moffat always he's quite horny. Gotta say.
Yeah, that's a little true. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
he
knew it.
is.
It works with Missy though. It really does.
Yeah. I mean, you got a
Doesn't
character
quite
that
work
works
quite
with.
as well with like Jenny and Vastra.
Doesn't work so well with Amy Pond and 11.
Well,
Not the
I will say,
best.
Jenny and Vastra are good pairing, but when they get horny with it,
yeah, that's when it gets
I don't
weird.
remember liking that
like
either. Yeah.
like fucking was it Good Man Goes to War, or yeah, it was. Jenny's like, why do I put up with you? And then Vastra like across the room whips somebody with her tongue.
Yeah, and then they just look at each other and stare longingly into each other's eyes and smirk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
and
go ahead.
well, I was gonna say, and like, series 9 is an interesting case, especially because Bane hasn't seen it.
Yes, I have not.
You haven't even seen series 9?
I didn't have cable, and I just didn't rush to catch
So
up to
you-
it yet. I'm
Okay, wow.
I'm just kind of I'm smiling and nodding.
All right.
Fair.
Well, tune
It'll
out.
be interesting for you to hear because it's almost entirely made up of two-parters.
Yeah, which
I
I
was
like
gonna
that stuff.
say this is a
I
really
actually just get
interesting.
something that just delivered from DoorDash. I got the notifications. I'll be back. You guys can.
I
you
do
guys talk for a
think
minute.
All right.
I do think Girl Who Died, Woman Who Lived, which I guess technically isn't a two-parter.
It is
Technically,
though. It is.
it is, but technically it's not. I think
No, the
that
name
probably
makes
could have done with like more separation and then some separation in like the series order. But I think that's the only one that really doesn't deserve to be. Well, again, it's technically not a two-parter, but that's the only one that I would say isn't quite up to like, yes, this needs to be a two-parter. Like Under the Lake Before the Flood, bellissimo.
Yeah, and I guess
Magician's
like,
Apprentice, Witch is Familiar, pretty good.
Yeah, I
which
was gonna say this
and-
is a great series because it's a very unique concept for. I mean, it's not really also because it's like this is how it used to be for
Yeah.
the classic series. You had like sometimes 6 or more part fucking serials that would make up
Yeah.
like sometimes just an entire fucking season of the show would just be like 2 stories across fucking 40 episodes or something. And this is sort of like that, it's kind of like back in the day you get like 2 half-hour episodes. This is or 4 half-hour episodes, so this is 2-hour episodes,
Yeah.
and it was Bane is not able to take part in this conversation.
The
sadly.
lowest number of stories in a season is season 7 for the Third Doctor. Third Doctor's first story was the season, which has
Really?
4 stories. Spearhead
Okay.
from Space, which is 4 parts. The Doctor Who and the Silurians, which is 7 parts. Ambassadors of Death is 7 parts. Seriously, wow. And Inferno is 7 parts as well.
If you count
Intolerable.
Girl Who Died and Woman Who Lived, if you count Girl Who Died and Woman Who Lived as one story, which I think you should because it directly continues the narrative.
I'm pretty
it
sure it's like not
definitely
officially
is.
recognized as a 2-parter, but it's basically a 2-parter.
It's got the same naming convention. It's got the same. I remember vaguely the story, and it's got the same kind of. It's a continuation for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Even if you consider that a two-parter, which I would say it is, then this series has 7 stories.
Yeah, and they're all 2-parters, essentially.
Except for
Sleep No
and
More. Yeah, which
Sleep
are
No
1 and
More.
3 respectively.
Oh, those 2 are their own thing?
Yeah, which
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
understand
boy.
that one. Well, do
Sleep
we
No
want to go
More.
episode by episode, or 'cause
Did
I'm
we
not super familiar
forget
with this.
anything major in 8? I mean, Mummy on the Orient Express is fantastic.
Banger episode.
No notes,
I would
yeah.
say if there's like 3 must-watch stories from series 8, in my
Mummy on the Orient
opinion,
Express, I think, would be number 1.
Flatline, Mummy,
It's up
and
Flatline,
Listen.
and then I'd say either Listen or Deep Breath because they're both really good.
See, here's I would say
Or
Listen is
I'd
the
go-
best of the series of that series, but Mummy on the Orient Express is so good as a singular watch. And then, if you want to, you can watch Flatline right after it.
I don't remember the series that well, but I will say from my recollection, if you want some good Schlochter Who action, Time Heist is what you want.
Time Heist
Time Heist
is so good.
perfect.
It's not like super heady, good fucking television, but it's fun.
It's also
That's what I
directed
remember.
fantastically. Was it
Yeah.
Rachel Talalay on it?
Was it Rachel Talalay? I know she
I'm
did a
gonna
lot of the
check.
episodes in 12th
Oh,
Run.
someone's got the super bass outside. Good for them.
Oh hell yeah!
It
Douglas
was-
McKinnon. That makes sense. Douglas McKinnon's also really good.
Yes, he also did Good Omens.
That makes a lot of
I think
sense.
he did the entirety of Good Omens.
Wow.
Yeah. I
He-
mean,
He directed the Santaran stratagem. Wow.
the
He directed
unfortunate-
he directed Power.
He
What
directed
the
Listen
fuck?
and Flatline.
Yeah,
Ooh.
good stuff.
Oh, and Husbands of Forever Song. Those were
Yeah.
bangers.
What was it? I mean, I guess the Santaran stratagem and Poison Sky are okay shot,
good.
but
Yeah.
I'd say the
Actually-
weakest here is Power of 3.
Yeah, Power 3 is shot so boring. It's dull.
Yeah,
But, like,
unfortunately, if
Cold
Doctor
War
Who
Cold War, I think survives on its editing. Well, not
Doctor
editing,
Who
but
is a weird
direction,
show
honestly.
because a lot of the time it'll have like really well shot cinematic episodes, and then in the same sequence of episodes, you get like boom, and then you get the opening scene of Devil's Cord where it's just shot reverse shot prequel
Yeah.
trilogy nonsense.
It's a little rough.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah. This series of
Something's so
episodes, though, I mean, yeah, some bangers in Series 8, Flatline, Listen, Deep Breath, there you go, a few, Time Heist. Series 9, you got the Christmas special, which I barely remember. It's kind of fun. I
Last
think it was
Christmas.
pretty good,
Really
but like,
It was
It's
all
really
right.
good.
I
love
detested it. I detested it at the time because I did not like Clara by the end of Series 7B.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
she just kind of wore on me in Series 8. She was better,
Yeah.
but it wasn't quite. And they faked out her leaving once already.
Yeah, that bit's stupid. That's the worst part of the episode.
Yeah.
Is they
Yeah.
faked out her leaving again in that episode,
Well,
despite
that's the thing.
everyone
They
knowing she was coming back.
yeah,
they
Clara
faked
has
out her
a-
ending at the end of as the arc of during the arc of Kill the Moon, Mummy, and Flatline. Like they
Yeah.
faked out her leaving then, and kind of resolved it in a way that was all right for the character. This was just like, oh, Clara's dead. Oh no, she's alive again actually, but she's old. Oh no, she's fine. She's young again. It's all cool.
Yeah, it was weird.
I don't remember the specifics, but I do have that feeling of just sort of a general, like, Clara just kind of. She did get better eventually, but
She
like
got so good at the end of Series 9.
she
Yeah.
really kind of insisted upon herself for a while. They really wanted her
That's
to
a
be
really
the most,
good phrase to use. Yes.
they wanted her to be the most important. I mean, they want every companion always to be the most important character ever, and I'm kind of sick of it. I mean, I
I
don't
miss
mind
Martha
it.
and Donna, where they were just kind of friends, and that's
Yeah,
it.
Yeah.
I like it when it's just some fucking guy. That's what I liked about Nardole. We'll get to him. I mean, he's not
Oh,
quite
dude,
just
Nardole.
some guy, but he's not
Nardole
like,
rules.
yeah, he's
You
not
can
like key to the whole fucking universe. He's just a fucking guy. He's fun
a
to
dude.
to be around,
yeah
whatever.
to kind of bring this forward to the new season a bit.
Yeah.
I really do kind of hope that at the very least with Ruby, it's like she's not that it's not that she's important, it's that she's just like coincidentally kind of
I'm okay with her
Yeah,
being a
I'm
placed
little
hoping-
placed in an
important,
important
but
area.
I'm hoping
she
it's
is
more that
important,
she's
If she is important, I hope the next companion isn't important.
yeah,
Although there's some speculation about the next companion. If that
Which I'm all
happens,
in for.
cool.
could be
Excellent.
cool.
But if not, I want her to be so unimportant. I want
Yeah.
her to be just some woman chilling with a doctor, being friends,
Preferably, yeah.
having a cool time.
See,
No,
I-
yeah, Ruby. I
talk
hope
about
she's
it.
not like important to the universe, more of like important, just
you
strange, weird
keep-
phenomenon.
keep
you
her
know?
Yeah.
like important to the local vicinity. How about that?
Yeah,
Keep her
exactly.
like if there's
To that
something going on in the
Neighborhood should be aware.
UK.
Eyes on Breen kind of thing.
Yeah, eyes on the United Kingdom.
Yeah. But
And-
yeah.
And I was gonna say, like, a thing we'll talk about with Jodie is like they set up the companions perfectly to be that. Where
Yeah.
they're just people,
Yeah.
and then they do nothing with them. Like,
There's that too.
one of
That's
the
kind of a
companions-
problem.
Because they have to either be everything or nothing, I guess.
One of the companions is a police officer, and at
Yeah.
no point do they really use her skills as a police officer. Maybe there's like a couple moments, but like they rarely
in the
ever.
pilot they do. In the pilot
There's
they
a
do.
specific
the-
scene in Rosa
That's
that I need to talk about.
We'll get
Oh,
there.
But we'll,
God.
yeah,
The big one
we're gonna get there.
Yeah, we'll get
I'm
there.
stopping
For me, the
myself.
potential is Dan. Dan is such a fun idea
Gotta go
for a
get the
Doctor
frying
Who
pan.
companion because he's just a dude.
Yeah.
He's
One is
literally just a guy.
Yeah, he's a
He's
guy from
Jodie's
Liverpool.
final companion that she had
Oh.
added to her team.
Yeah,
Don't even know about him.
he's in the Flux
he's-
season from what I've seen.
Yeah, I think
really
he's
like him.
only in that.
I
But
like
he's-
him,
He's literally
but that's mostly because of Dan Lewis.
exactly.
he's just really cool.
He's just introduced as a guy who's just living his normal life and
Listen,
he's just
nobody needs soup except for me.
no, exactly.
No one needs
And
soup more than me.
it's literally just he's introduced and he's just like, oh, I'm just a guy in Liverpool. I like soccer. Woo! And they never do anything with his character. He's just always that.
Hell
But
yeah.
it doesn't fit at a certain point because it's like, oh god, the world is ending. Oh no! And he's just like,
Yeah,
oh, what do we do?
he just
And it's like,
quits.
why are you here?
He quits
Yeah,
because
you-
his helmet got broken.
You
That's
gotta
why I
have
quit.
a
Respect.
story for why this extremely mundane person, like how that affects them,
Yeah.
how that would
Yeah,
like make
with
it.
Martha and Donna, fantastic.
Yeah,
Because
Donna exactly.
Martha became a
how
soldier.
that- yeah, like Donna. Donna's a well, Martha too. Yeah, but Donna is also a great example of like that would affect you a lot, and you would probably
Oh,
your
yeah.
life would be pretty different
Yeah,
afterward.
and then she
you know?
forgot.
Tristan, bring
Yeah.
up this screenshot. I went on the TARDIS wiki to look at Dan's page because I couldn't remember how he specifically left, and this image is so funny.
Well, I'll pop it up.
Unfortunate.
Hell yeah.
Gormless.
That's such a good image, man.
That's great. Yeah.
It's
I,
fantastic.
I'm not
respect.
familiar with this character. I meant to watch Flux, but I never.
Yeah,
It's like because
get it.
the thing is, I wanted to watch that, but then there's something before it, and then there's like 3 episodes before that kind of lead into it, and I'm like, man, do I want to watch like a
At that
day of
point-
Jodie Whittaker Doctor Who? Am I
Well,
really
at
down
that
for
point,
that?
with all that like retroactive, like all the shit you gotta
It's
watch
like
beforehand,
homework.
you literally may as well just start at the beginning of her season and then like your series. And
Yeah.
then just
Yeah.
her run.
Well, you could probably start at series 12. Because series 11 is just a whole lot of nothing. Essentially,
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm eventually gonna finish both Capaldi and Whitaker's run just to check
the
the
set.
boxes, basically, because it's like I need to finish Capaldi because I like Capaldi.
Yeah.
looking over at
But
Dan.
I need to realize my mortality season. You know what I mean? Just like
Exactly, yeah.
Capaldi feels like he should have been around longer, but
Yeah, I wish he was.
Yet he was there for like as long as other doctors have been. He just it feels like he had less time for some reason. I don't know why.
they tend to keep them at the same like season length now, where it's like 3 or
differ.
4.
Yeah.
At
we got a
most,
couple
I think
series.
I think they'll do 5 with a doctor at most, but I don't think we're ever getting anything longer than that.
You're never getting another 4 going like 10 years.
Yeah,
11
that's
years.
not gonna happen. I
That
wish that it would.
It'd be
I
I mean,
nice.
hey, if Chuti is that good and the series, I don't think the ratings are popping.
No,
that
the ratings
much.
are very good.
Oh, they're good.
The ratings
I
are
thought
like
the anti-woke said that they were bad.
they
but-
they
no,
misconstrue a lot.
Yeah, misconstrue the like Doctor Who has consistently been. I just got a picture of Dan Lewis with his walk.
Hell yeah.
I love the man. God
This
bless.
is such a good. I forgot about the fucking walk picture. Yeah.
Oh.
But what
I
was it?
already
But,
like this guy. This is why I want to watch Flux. He looks endearing.
Doctor Who,
Love
I
him.
would say. I'm sorry. My brain's going all different sorts of directions. I'm thinking about Dan Lewis now.
Nah.
But
Can't get him
Doctor
out of
Who
your
is
mind.
I'm trying to. How about this? Okay, so Doctor Who has consistently has been the most watched show of I think the week, every
Yeah.
week, which given how TV's going, that's not incredibly impressive, but it's like
Well, it's also
peop-
like
that's the thing.
television isn't in the same
not
state it
Love
was
Island.
10 years
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah, TV is
So-
not, it's not the powerhouse that it used to be. Most people are just watching YouTube now. My grandfather hasn't watched TV in a while because he watches YouTube all the time.
Most people are watching Doctor Who on fucking.
Streaming.
Yeah,
Plus.
Disney.
Disney Plus.
Most people in Disney Plus, and Disney Plus doesn't show their numbers.
I
No,
don't think
so
either
the
that
big
player
thing-
does either.
No,
A
they
bunch
they
of
they
people-
consolidate that into
It's
the.
BBC, so they can still look at the viewership. Yeah. So the big thing is people have been taking a specific quote from Russell from like 4 days ago, where he said
Oh,
like,
boy.
"Oh, the ratings aren't at the level we'd love," but that's half the quote. The full quote is that we always want higher, but the ratings are building over this 28-day period. Episode 1 Space Babies is already up to 5.6 million and counting, so it's getting
Hell
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's the thing is, just because it's not immediately hitting the mark, Russell is still looking at it and going, but these are good. Like,
Yeah,
currently
numbers
it's
are
the
solid.
top program in the under 30s age bracket for the BBC, which is what they wanted. They wanted Doctor Who to hit that under 30 audience hard, and it is.
Yeah.
Like, it's succeeding.
Yeah,
What
it's
people don't
doing well
realize
where it needs
is
to.
they want this show to continue and grow, and to do that, you kind of have to appeal to a younger audience, because eventually the series has been going on for 61 years almost. People die. Eventually,
Yeah.
you are going to lose
That
your
sure
audience.
Gotta get a new one.
Yeah,
Well,
New
it's also,
audiences.
As much as people love Capaldi's run now, I'm
He
pretty
had
sure
horrible
Capaldi's run-
viewership numbers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like people thought that it was going to get canceled,
Very
and then Jodie's
divisive.
run happened, and they had even worse numbers, and people were like, "Okay, well, Doctor Who's definitely getting canceled."
And it wasn't.
No,
yeah, and
Um,
now it's better than it has been in years, and it's still definitely getting canceled, guys.
Oh
but
yeah. It's
it's
go
getting
woke,
canceled
go broke, you
more
know?
than one way now.
it's
Getting canceled
also
multiple ways.
it's very funny because they say go woke, and I mean, we're getting into the future era a little bit, but
Yeah.
it's relevant because they say that like Doctor Who's woke now or something, but it's like, and I know, and I always hate it when people do the argument of like, oh well, X-Men or whatever was always woke.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in the 80s, that meant that it didn't mean annoying Tumblr
Yeah.
garbage. It didn't mean writing that feels like a Twitter thread, and that's what it usually means now. But it's like, well, the new series is well written
Yeah,
and it's politically whatever. And then you go back to Peter Capaldi's era, and it's still well written and it has political stuff. You've got elements. You've got a lesbian character who talks for extended scenes in the past about homosexuality and other people in the past going, oh yeah, that's all right. And I was just
that's
like,
normal.
this is so woke, and this was from like a decade ago
Yeah.
or something. A lot of people probably love that era, wouldn't call it that woke, but it's like, I guess it's just recently they've decided to go woke,
In series 10, there is, in like the second episode, there's a scene where Bill and the Doctor go back to the Victorian era, and a dude is just directly racist to Bill, directly, and he punches him in the face and knocks him out because he's
That's
so
why we
mad.
love Peter Capaldi. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That
remember
pussy
that
ass
scene. And
Matt
then
Smith wouldn't have done that.
there's also Victorian guys later in another scene where, yeah, I mean, they all opposite from that, though. They act progressive and they're like, oh, yeah, just like this guy over here who's a black soldier.
Oh,
who's
you're
like-
thinking about Romans.
Which was a
Not
Was
really-
that
not
the
really
Romans?
Victorians,
Oh, yeah. That was I'm mixing up Empress of Mars with Eaters of the Light.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, they
back
didn't
in
even
Roman
bring up
times or whatever.
they didn't even bring up race in Empress of Mars, aside from the Ice Warriors.
Yeah, rise.
The
But-
thing is, I'm looking at series 9 here, and I'm almost like, I don't want to say much about this because I kind of want people who haven't seen
That's the
it to
thing.
watch it.
I don't.
Yeah.
There's not much to
Good.
say. It's like
Yeah.
just kind of watch all of it. I mean, Magician's Apprentice. That's all two-parters. It's like we would just be kind of reading through a Wikipedia
Synopsis.
entry here. Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like there's Missy stuff in the first story here. The second story is a pretty cool like
Great
submarine thing with a really cool villain. Yeah, they need
So
to bring
cool.
him back eventually.
Fun fact: his screams are done because he makes these noises, these like growls and yells. They're done by the lead vocalist of Slipknot.
Oh shit! Hell yeah!
Wow, interesting. That's
shit.
cool.
But I was gonna say one thing we have to talk about is that this series introduces us to the Sonic sunglasses, which is
Oh,
one of my
yeah.
favorite.
They don't
things.
use those enough.
I went ahead and put
They
those
do
away.
though.
Do
He
they?
uses
Yeah,
them,
they use them a good amount.
he uses them all throughout season 9 as his primary Sonic. He does not use a Sonic screwdriver in
Yeah.
series 9.
Yeah,
And
then
he
he
does,
car.
however.
And
I don't remember.
in
Series
series
10.
10, at one point
He
they
uses both.
become an integral part of the plot.
Yeah.
Which episode?
After
Extremis.
Oxygen. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember it exactly, but sure.
Oh,
And his
fucking-
screwdriver rules too.
I like the
Yeah,
sunglasses.
it's so cool.
The
Yeah,
sunglasses are great.
The
They're fun
sunglasses are
because
slick.
there's a bunch of
they
scenes where
fit.
he just pulls out sunglasses, and they fit him perfectly.
Yeah, it's
And he'll
like-
just like pull them out, and people will be like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I just scanned you. I know everything about you. Die." And they're like, "What? How?" He's like, "Sunglasses." And
That's
then they're
like-
just like, "Oh."
Ah, man.
Um,
It's a perfect fit for that kind of character too, because the way he plays the Doctor, having Sonic sunglasses is fucking perfect. It's great.
it is. I guess like the couple things we could talk about is like the reason he has the specific face is really cool. I'm not going to say the specific reason, but the
Yeah.
message of Fires of Pompeii becomes integral to his character. Like
I'm gonna have to watch that one soon.
it's crazy because Fires of Pompeii was written by a completely different showrunner years ago,
Yep.
and Moffat takes it and expands on the core concept of the episode and makes it integral to Capaldi, and it kind of defines how
So
he is going
good.
forward.
It's really-
so cool.
It's fascinating that Stephen Moffat also made Sherlock.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
has not held up.
You could just shorten it,
has
to
not.
Block, but
Schlock,
No,
yeah,
no.
that's a much better word
Ugh.
for it. Yeah, I love Sherlock. As an aside, and maybe
I
we talked about
enjoyed
it
it.
before. I liked it so much back in the day, and
Yeah.
then just looking back on it, it's just so unbearably cringe.
It's one of those things where it's like it really did define a moment in television.
It's
and
one
that-
of those things that ruined you know how
Yeah.
Scott Pilgrim ruined a generation of women. Men were fucked by
Oh
Sherlock.
god, yeah, it fucking ruined well,
Yeah.
that and like TV, like I guess
Sheldon
snobbery.
Cooper.
That too, yeah, it was kind of. You would not believe how many people
Unfortunate.
became snobs about like the rapid like movements and text on screen it would do, and it's like it didn't look good even then. It looks like
No,
shit
I never
now.
well,
Very
and
annoying.
the thing is, actually, it's funny we can talk about that because Strange Aeons just released
Super
video.
Hulock.
On
Oh
Super
my
Hulock.
God.
I have
Yeah,
to
this-
watch
yeah.
it. I saw
I'll have
it
to
pop
take a
up.
look at that.
You know, we
Yeah.
didn't.
It's
Should we talk
30
about?
minutes. It's really good.
Should we talk
good.
about Super Hulock while we've got like a
Well,
minute?
this is sort of the
I-
end of that
11
era.
Yeah, that's why we should get
I
our
feel like
licks
we've
in real
already
quick.
discussed. I think we discussed it back during the 10 era.
I think we might
mostly.
have, but it's
I
like
think
the three things that do not mesh well together: Supernatural, which is kind of like a dumb, pulpy, like turn your brain off show; Doctor Who, which tries to be a lot more heady, and then Sherlock, which is like this kind
It's
of
going for very heady. It's going
Yeah,
for very like fancy, chic.
It
Yeah.
is, but
premium TV.
But the problem with that is it's also like a popcorn version of it where it's very hollow and empty when you really sit and think about it.
Yeah, it's very fucking flash and no substance kind
Yeah.
of thing. And it's amazing to think that, like, I mean, Stephen Moffat made a show that's just so. It's just so full of itself,
It's
and there's a lot
devoid
of this.
character.
A lot of the same problems. I have issues. As much as I like Peter Capaldi, I still have issues with Stephen Moffat. Overall, he does a great job as showrunner in this era.
I
He
think
does
it's
an
his best
okay
era.
job. Yeah, he does an
Yeah.
okay job with 11, but
Yeah.
definitely hits it home with 12. But even still, he's just got this really, and I've struggled so much to figure out how to put it to words. It's the way that he writes dialogue is the main thing that he has.
it's quite flowery and
Yeah.
It does, yeah.
quippy
It
and
doesn't
flowery,
feel.
yeah.
It doesn't feel like human speak at all. That's the one thing. You
Oh.
go back to old Doctor Who.
Yeah.
People spoke like humans a lot more than they do even now. Like even Russell T Davies, they have much more of like a theatrical
Yeah.
or like whatever kind of like dramatic kind of performative thing, and
I think
especially
Davies-
Moffat's era.
I think Davies
Yeah.
pulls it off more though.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Davis does have those pockets of like, yeah, this is real dialogue.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I think the line that really demonstrates Moffat's writing style and how it's both good and bad is actually a line from the Tintin film.
Oh.
Tonton.
Did he
Tintin.
write that?
Wrote that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wrote it.
Oh.
And it's a scene where Tintin and Captain Haddock are, I think that they're like stranded on like a raft, and he has a gun, and Tintin says, bad news, Captain, we've only got one bullet. And Captain Haddock goes, what's the good news? And Tintin goes, we've got one bullet. That is Moffat.
Yeah, oh god, you're
Like,
right.
Yeah.
It's so over dramatic and
But it's
like quippy, but also trying to be like dun dun dun.
But see, here's the
Yeah.
thing,
You know,
though.
like-
that works in Tintin, and that
But
works
it
in
is-
Doctor Who. In a
It's
lot
a
of ways,
good line.
it works. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, he's not a bad writer. It's just that a lot of the time the stories he writes don't fit the writing he gives them. Like, I love
Yeah.
World Enough and Time and The Doctor Falls.
So good.
But there's a
Fantastic
lot of
episodes.
there's a lot of lines in those episodes throughout all of Capaldi's run where it's like comedic beat, and it's like, that's a good comedic beat. Do we need it right here?
See, he's
Like,
better.
it's not a bad
Yeah.
line, but it doesn't have to be right here.
You know, the thing I'll give it though is it's not faux Joss Whedon, which like we could talk about.
It's close.
It's close. It is close, but like Joss Whedon, like him.
Joss Whedon was partially responsible for writing Toy Story.
Yeah. See, here's the thing. His
Yeah.
writing.
But he's
works-
also capable. He's
We're
another
not
one who's
aiming
like
for the
occasionally good.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like I've got a lot of problems with Joss Whedon, but for the characters that he writes, his dialogue works. The problem is
In
a lot of
some cases, yeah.
well, like Buffy, like those characters, like his writing makes sense. Very
And similarly,
those kind of
like
people.
12, I feel like it works better than it did with 11.
Yeah, where it's like Capaldi's writing, the writing for Capaldi, I feel is better than for Matt Smith because it fits that character more. Sherlock, I don't know what the fuck he's on. It's kind of embarrassing. I don't know how to describe it other than that now.
Yeah.
But his dialogue works for these kind of spacey people, if that makes sense. Where it's
Yeah.
like the Doctor's writing should be this kind of weird.
The Doctor should be like that, but other
Yeah.
people shouldn't be.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
does
well,
have
I think-
companions a lot too.
But I think that's what makes it work with Capaldi and not Smith as much, is
Yeah.
that Matt Smith is going for old man in a young man's body. Very dramatic, very nice. And so
Oh, your mic's cutting out
Gabe,
there.
you're cutting out.
oh, am I back?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Or- Nope.
Uh-oh.
Well, technical
Oh,
difficulties,
boy.
folks. We're gonna pause real quick.
Hell yeah.
Things I guess to really talk about for this season. I was going to quickly say one big thing about the writing that is better for Capaldi than Matt Smith is that Matt
Are we
Smith
back?
is very performative.
Yes, we're back.
Yeah, I get
am I
it.
Yeah. He's
Yeah,
very,
yeah, yeah. I
like-
was just wondering if we were
performative.
still recording.
Yeah, we're recording. We had a little technical
Yeah.
difficulty
Sorry.
here, folks.
Matt Smith's a lot more performative than Capaldi is.
Yeah.
Capaldi
Yeah.
he does play up sequences, but say in the Zygon two-parter, when he gives his speech, he's
It's real. It's
not
so real.
playing that. He's not playing it like a character. He's playing it like the Doctor as a person would react to what he's hearing and seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I've always
Capaldi-
loved the most about Capaldi's performances.
The Doctors all have a lot
Just
of
gets
like famous speeches and stuff, but Capaldi's
They're the best.
got a higher average of really good speeches, you know?
Yeah.
The
Deep
Zygon
breath
speech is
into the
incredible.
Dalek.
Deep breath into the Dalek.
Listen,
Well, which
listen
was the
monologue
one-
is fantastic.
But yeah, I think
Listen,
the whole intro of that episode where he's just talking directly to the audience and like telling you a story like a narrator, basically. It's great.
Yeah.
Under the Lake and Before the Flood also have it because it opens up with the bootstrap paradox.
Oh yes, I love that sequence. I'm pulling it up.
Or no,
Actually,
it-
The whole
maybe not.
Chipothysius
Maybe
thing
not.
in
That might get a
the-
little. That might get.
Oh.
That might get
Yeah.
get claimed.
But the whole like
Ship of Theseus one in
Chipothysius
Deep
thing.
Breath.
Yeah, in Deep Breath where he starts it, yeah. And this one, yeah, you said that there's something in the under the before
the flood. Yeah, he has an amazing speech where he explains the bootstrap paradox.
It is-
using props around his TARDIS. So he's wandering around his TARDIS, picking things up and using them to demonstrate his point.
And here's
It's
the
so
thing.
good.
This is the opening for the second part of the episode, completely out of like left field. Because something happens at the end of the previous episode. The Doctor isn't in the TARDIS. He's out doing something.
Yeah. And then the
And
next episode opens, and he's in
with
the TARDIS
the
giving you
doctor's
this
in the he's talking specifically to the audience. And by the way, one of the lines he said is, "It's called the bootstrap paradox. Google it." And if you look at Google Analytics, there is a massive spike near the
Yeah.
end of like near
Obvious.
like the second not second, near the third, fourth of 2015. And that's from everybody Googling the bootstrap paradox.
It also has one of the best episode transition moments where at the end of the speech, he to close out his thing, because it's all about
So
Beethoven's
good. It's
Fifth.
so
What if someone went back
Actually-
in time and wrote Beethoven's Fifth and then gave it to Beethoven and he or whatever?
Yeah.
And then he picks up his electric guitar and starts playing the theme song of Doctor Who, and then it plays a completely unique one-off reorchestration of the theme song of Peter Capaldi playing it on electric guitar. It's
Oh.
It
so
is Peter
cool.
Capaldi, by the way.
That is
He's
fucking.
really playing
He's
it.
actually playing it.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, I respect
Let me
that shit.
let me see
I
if I can
mean-
just get the transition.
How is he not at least top 5, if
I
not top
think
3 or
he is-
top 1? Come on.
He is my favorite
That was
doctor.
pretty sick.
Yeah.
I
I mean, he's not
I-
really mocking because of nostalgia or whatever, but like he should be. He probably should be.
Yeah.
I think this era, the Capaldi era, is defined by just you can tell everyone making this show loved Doctor Who.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, here it
yes,
is.
here we go.
All right.
It's so good.
See if I can get the line in. Let me get the line in. I gotta get the line in.
Good
It's
ol-
further back.
phrases together who really composed Beethoven's Fifth.
I guess it is just him playing. Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
That's pretty
It's
sick.
it's really good.
It goes so fucking hard.
That's pretty sick.
Wow.
Like
I respect
Probably
that.
got another like more professional guitarist to play
No,
the
no.
main part.
I am like 99% sure he actually played that portion.
That's
I'm
To be
still
fair,
dope if
He
true.
it's most like bum
Yeah, it's not
bum because it's
that
overlaid
complicated.
over the original theme.
Yeah.
Hey,
But
Well,
it's
not the
pretty
original.
it's pretty good, yeah.
I respect that.
And another thing I will say, his intros. Does he have one intro sequence?
Just
throughout-
one. Yeah.
well,
It's
he
such
has-
a good intro sequence. It's like the perfect Doctor Who intro because my favorite part of it, one of the things the new series doesn't do as much is the thing the old show did where his fucking face appears in space.
They
I
did it
guess that's-
for series they did it for 11 second not yeah,
Did
his second main
Yeah.
intro because there
I
were a
don't
whole
remember
bunch of
that.
variants. They did that for
Okay.
It's
series
not as
7B.
effective though.
It's
Okay.
not. But then they did it for all of Capaldi's era, and it was great.
Well, because
So
the way
co-
they do it, it's just his like eyebrows and his eyes, and like that's the
It's
way
so-
he
actually,
appears in the special too. So it's perfect.
Now we can,
Yes.
it's,
So
Q15.
Capaldi's intro actually has 2 variants. The
Yes.
first one, everything is kind of orange and gray, and the second one, everything is more vibrant blue
More-
and white. So like
Yeah.
it's basically the same.
It
but
really
different
matches his
branding.
TARDIS.
Yeah.
Let me try to get the exact. I'm gonna mute it.
Yeah, there it is.
Nope. Just at the very end. All right, so there's Peter Capaldi. Hello, Peter Capaldi. There's Jenna Coleman. Hello, Jenna Coleman.
Hello, Jenna Coleman.
Oh,
Jenna.
eyebrow jump scare.
Oh,
It's so
yeah.
good.
It looks.
It's great.
oh,
Well, and it
That's
helps
sick,
because
actually.
he has such dynamic eyes, right? Like it's one of the things he's known for. Is his
yeah, you can
Yeah.
tell that these are
And
Peter
again,
Capaldi's eyes.
This is how they introduced him in the fucking what was it? Time of the Doctor,
Yeah.
Day of the
Day of
what's
the
it-
Doctor.
Yeah.
Day of the
Yeah.
Doctor, yeah. So this is great, yeah. And
I mean-
another thing too, this just reminds me, like anyone who was watching this, you can just watch Peter Capaldi as like a fucking beginning, middle, and end storyline.
Oh yeah.
Technically, there's a whole previous thing, whatever, but
Yeah, there
it's
is like
perfectly
a
fine on its own.
tiny. There's a tiny bit in deep breath that
Yeah.
doesn't make 100% sense.
There's
lose
never
all
you're
And
never gonna
then-
get everything, but that's part of the mystery.
Yeah.
It makes you want to go and watch more of the old stuff that you might have missed. Or something like that.
And the other thing, like the kind of like the last thing I wanted to talk about this series, besides Heaven Sent, because we're going to talk about Heaven Sent,
Oh, of course.
is this era is also defined by a lot of like experimentation. And I think that's
A
what we're kind
lot.
of getting again now, but Russell is doing it, where this era, the experimentation was in format. So, again, this entire series being two-parters, basically.
Yes.
Sleep No More, one of the only ones that's not a two-parter, is entirely presented in a found footage.
You guys are going to have to tell me about that episode because I don't remember it, and it's got the lowest rating on IMDb that I've seen, and I know you guys say that no one likes it.
Okay.
No, nobody likes it.
It's got
a lot of people hate it.
5.8 out of 10, which is
I
the
don't
lowest
like
I've seen.
I have my own ideas about it, but Gabe, I want you to talk about it first.
Okay, so I think the idea of a Doctor Who episode entirely told through found footage is a really cool idea.
It sounds
we're
like
not
one.
seeing we're only seeing the Doctor, I'm pretty sure, through the cameras that these like Marines are wearing, like space
So it's
Marines.
like Five Nights at Freddy's?
No.
No,
We're
this is
seeing
more
body
like
It's
body
a
cam
Doctor Who. It's a Doctor Who
I've
episode with body cam. Yeah.
I've definitely seen this, but I don't remember it at all.
think of
There's a really nice
Activity,
twist in the episode.
but Doctor
too.
Who.
I don't want to talk too much about it because it does have a lot of fun stuff going on within the narrative, but I don't think the narrative is that great.
Yeah, I don't remember any of
It's
this. Wow.
the best thing about it is that you get to see Peter Capaldi running around in this tense situation from a different angle than like traditional camera angles, which is great. It's really cool. And also Reece Shearsmith is really good. He's not there much, but Reece Shearsmith is really good in it. But he's an actor I love, so like I'm biased anyways. But share your thoughts.
I think a lot of people didn't like it because it was found footage, and that was a massive trend at the time. Because this is like 2015. This was around when it was starting to end.
This is
What was it like? What would we have been on, Gabe, in 2015? Would this have been like Paranormal Activity 4, or where would we be?
Oh
in that
no,
franchise?
that was the Poltergeist remake. And for found footage, what would have just come out? Paranormal Activity 5?
I'm taking a look here.
It was the Ghost Dimension, whichever one the Ghost Dimension is. I think that's
The
5.
Oh,
Ghost
that's
Dimension.
6. That's 6. That's 6.
Oh, that's 6. You're right.
That's where Magi-Chan
That
resides.
was
now.
technically
seeing-
the last
I
one
searched-
until.
I searched 5 and I got the Ghost Dimension.
Well,
Oh wait. Oh.
technically it's
It
okay.
came out in
Technically
2015.
it's the 5th one, but there's the marked ones in between it. But I consider that the 5th one. I hate those movies. We need to talk about them one day.
So this
That's
was an
fine.
embarrassing trend at this point in time.
It was-
It was done.
Yeah.
It was done. It was past.
After Paranormal
Yeah, it
Activity
was-
2, it was already kind of cooked, and they kept going.
I didn't know that Reece Shearsmith played the second Doctor in Adventure in Space and Time.
Oh my God! Yes, that's him. What?
That's really cool.
And that's Mark Gatiss.
He's not
And that's
pulling it
Mark
off.
Mark
Oh,
Gatiss,
that's
I
a
think it's
shame.
pronounced actually,
Gatiss,
but yeah, he's
Listen,
not good
I love-
as Troughton, but that's a good Pertwee.
It's not too
Listen,
bad. He's a bit young.
it's not
Yeah.
a great Troughton, but I love Reece Shearsmith, so I don't care.
I'm not familiar,
fair.
but he's trying. He's having a good time.
You-
You know,
You really got to check out Inside Number 9. You'd love
I've heard
it.
great things from mostly
I
from you.
should. Yeah.
Mostly from me, yeah.
Is it on iPlayer?
I think so, because
I might peep it.
BBC 3? I don't remember what it's on.
I really like this edit, Tristan. I keep noticing little new things in it. It's good. You should tweet
It's
that.
on iPlayer. It's on iPlayer.
I did.
Good.
Good. But yeah, like I don't know, Sleep No More is all right. It's fine. I need to rewatch it. I've only seen it once. I mostly meme on it because I've only seen it once and I didn't like it.
I will say this season series, we keep jumping between them, but like mostly you kind of have to watch the whole thing in order. That's one of the issues I have with these. Is a lot of these you can sort of one-off them. A few of them, like Empress of Mars, great one-off episode. Don't need to know anything outside of that episode. But you want a good one-off two-parter in this series that doesn't... I guess it does sort of require some background knowledge, but I remember Zygon Invasion and Zygon Inversion. It maybe not...
So
maybe not the greatest one part, or like just like standalone
No.
thing, but
It ties back to
you're
Day
already-
of the Doctor a lot.
Yeah,
if you're
I'm
already familiar with Doctor Who and you don't want to watch like all of this stuff, that's maybe one you could see. It's like a
Yeah.
lore canon episode that's kind of standalone.
yeah. So I didn't get to finish exactly what my thoughts on
sorry.
Wow.
Sleep No More, but I do have some stuff about Zygon invasion stuff, particularly some criticisms I've seen, and I want to talk about that. But first,
Sure.
oh geez, I lost my train. Oh yeah, so I will say I do think that the narrative could have been a lot better if it was given a bit more room to breathe.
Sleep
Yeah.
No More.
Yeah, for Sleep No More. Like maybe not a full second part, but like maybe trim some unnecessary things out and put like more world building in it.
Or make it like an
'Cause-
hour, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Like
It's
I could.
notable that it's one of the only non-two-parters. In this
Yeah. To be fair though, I think that's just because Face the Raven, Heaven Sent, Hellbent. That's a nice 3-parter there. You got going.
It is a
on.
3-parter, basically. Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
It's again, it's not technically like referred to as one because apparently Face the
No,
Raven
it's
is
even-
separate from Heaven Sent. Huh?
Yeah, it's even
What?
less of a 3-parter than the other woman who died or whatever. But
Yeah, less than that is a 2-parter, and also less of a 3-parter even than the Monk trilogy.
Yeah, the
Because,
Extremis
like,
yeah.
3-parter.
Extremis is very much like it's its own thing. It has a beginning, middle, and end, and then you could imagine that the Doctor saves the day afterwards. But then you actually get him saving the day in the next episode, so that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this series is pretty.
I was gonna say.
You gotta watch a lot of it. Yeah, you gotta kind of get into the whole thing.
But
It's kind of
I'm
difficult.
gonna go back to In Universe Series 9.
But
So Zygon Invasion, Zygon Inversion. I've heard a lot of people I don't want to say complain, but it's complaining about how the Zygons' powers have changed. I don't want y'all's opinions on that
whatever.
because
It's fine.
yeah, I've never been a well. I mean, I can be a pretty big stickler for lore, but if a change isn't major enough to affect the story in a particularly large way, whatever.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
because originally Zygons had to keep anybody that they copied inside of their pods. Otherwise, the person that they would copy would just go running amok. But they changed that for the 50th, specifically because they wanted Zygons to be able to change quick and on the fly so we can have sort of a who's who kind of deal. Haha,
Yeah.
Doctor Who.
Okay.
But you have this one Queen Elizabeth who's a Zygon, and then you have this one who's a human, and you don't know who's who. So hopefully David Tennant didn't. Well, hopefully the 10th Doctor absolutely kissed a Zygon because both of the Queen Elizabeths kissed him. But man.
Well, but the thing about it is they use the change to make the concept of the Zygons more dynamic because it then becomes how much does a Zygon who has become a person become that person? Like, at what point do they stop being two different people, kind of? And that's a cool element of it.
That's what the Zygon invasion, the Zygon inversion actually do. And I think they do it really well.
Yeah.
Another element of it is they talk about it sometimes that, monsters like there's some stuff in the later Series 10 with the Cybermen, and we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But they talk about how the Cybermen, like, why does that one look different than that one? It's because it evolved over the course of time. And so, like, yeah, maybe the fucking Zygons are just, like, a little different now. Maybe this is future Zygons that have updated fucking whatever biology, It's like they've evolved. Whatever, it's fine.
Yeah.
If people are really that upset about but their powers were different. This is like
Yeah.
albino Zygons. They're from a different part of the country. They have
they're specifically
slightly
Southern
different
Hemisphere
powers. Yeah.
Zygons.
They're
It's
a
like
Alolan
Pokemon
region.
Diamond and Pearl,
Yeah, exactly.
where you have the
From
East Sea and the West Sea Shellos.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they
These
were
are the pink
totally
Zygons.
different.
Before they were the red Zygons. There's a difference.
It's like North and South Korea, basically.
Yeah.
Face the Raven, yeah. It kind of is like a standalone, but
It's the end of Clara's ongoing storyline she's got since the start of Capaldi's run. We didn't talk about it, but without spoiling anything, Clara's storyline is kind of her attempting to emulate the Doctor and be the Doctor without fully understanding the risks that will come because of it. And so throughout her
Yeah.
run, you see her kind of go back and forth between trying to emulate and be like him and trying to get away from him and kind of have her own life.
Yeah,
And
and
Fate
like
the Raven is the culmination of all that.
just trying to be
and
like a
the
superhero with a double life.
Exactly.
and the whole thing is that it's become an addiction for her, and it's like so hard for her to separate from that because it's she can't really forcefully separate from him without something bad happening to one of the two, because she has his number. First of all, she could just call, hey, I want to go see Rome, come pick me up. Like it's I really think it's just such a good arc for a companion to have. It's not like, no, everyone's
makes
happy at the
sense.
end.
Yeah,
It's
it
it's
makes
serious.
Clara a
I
lot
like that.
better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she was not good in the end of series 7.
No, no.
Her
And
whole arc was she saves the Doctor in the end. Ooh.
this is basically closer to what I'm talking about, where it is, like you say, like it's a normal person, essentially. She, in this, at this point in time, there's meta bullshit with her and being like fucking whatever in a Dalek and everything. But like at this stage, she's basically just a school teacher lady.
Yeah.
And she's just a fucking lady who, gets a bit of a fucking wild like magic carpet ride, and now she's high on that.
They're
It makes
basically
sense.
separate characters.
Well, yeah, essentially.
Like
And
there's a bit of a sort of transition period between between Name of the Doctor and Deep Breath, encompassing Day and Time of the Doctor,
yeah,
where, she's a school teacher who's also just kind of mildly uninteresting. And then
yeah.
she slowly gets some more depth, and I like that. It's cool. I like
She
Clara's arc.
she becomes a very good example, yeah, of like a normal person who at this, like, again, before that I mean, even there she's not like, well, no, she is very fundamental to the Doctor's entire fucking thing. Actually, I was gonna say she's not that fundamental to, no, she is, the whole
Yeah,
universe
like
would have imploded if not
even
for Clara.
yeah, even if you
That's
ignore like
fine.
her splintering herself across the Doctor's timeline to save him literally at every single time he was in danger. Thanks for that, Moffat, by the way. Cool. Like even if you ignore that part and say, yeah, it is a separate character. Fuck it. The Doctor and Clara, the 12th Doctor specifically and Clara, are so like fused together almost. They both need each other in a way that is not healthy.
Yeah. And that's kind of a lot of what Heaven Sent does with the character. And we've all seen Heaven Sent, so we can talk
Yep.
about it a
I
little
love
more
Heaven Sent so
in
fucking
depth.
much. I
Heaven
love
Sent
Heaven
fucking
Sent
rules.
so fucking much.
It's such a
Fucking
good
Ah.
episode.
Yeah.
It's so good because it does so much work at showing you exactly where Capaldi's Doctor is after all this time. Like, this is the point of his life he is at now. This is who he is, and going forward, he will only grow, kind of. Like, there's no more regression for that character until they regress when they become Jodie.
Yeah.
But like,
Well,
12
Yeah.
will not slide back. He can only move forward now, and he kind of knows that.
Yeah. And this is one of those interesting episodes too that's like um non-standard, definitely.
I
Like
love
when
a
I
non-standard Doctor Who episode.
Oh,
Oh,
absolutely.
sure. When I think Doctor Who, that's why I think of something like Empress of Mars. I don't think of something like this, and this is definitely more like premium Doctor Who, like if Doctor Who was a prestige HBO television series or something where
Yeah.
every episode was Breaking Bad levels of fucking, high quality,
Yeah.
literature or some shit. And this one it's very wordless. This is almost how I would want a Metroid movie to be, where it's basically just a fucking guy on a planet alone doing some shit for a while.
Yeah,
Almost
there
no
is
words. There definitely is.
there's
There's
a lot
scenes,
of
but
yeah,
a
there's a
lot of
lot
a
of
lot of silence.
dialogue. It's just a lot. It's 99.999% Peter Capaldi just talking to himself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which makes
And,
sense.
like,
And he's like going crazy while he does it too.
it's not even written in a way where it feels like he's talking to the audience or anything. Like it straddles a
Crazy
line where
man alone.
like it never feels like it's exposition being thrown at the audience. It always feels like he is talking to himself.
And that's
which is
another
very
thing
hard to
that
do.
and Capaldi does the other part of that too with an episode like which one was it? The one with the monologue at
Flood.
the beginning.
Before the flood, yeah.
No, I
Yeah.
was thinking Deep Breath. No,
Listen.
listen.
Listen
Yeah.
That
that is
too, yes.
yeah.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
I would
Well, he does
say
it a few times, obviously.
I would say that the listen is absolutely more him talking to himself and slash or whatever creature he's imagining,
True.
but definitely with Before the Flood,
Sure.
absolutely.
Yeah. No, I mean, so he does. This is another reason why he's such a great doctor is that he does both of those kinds of things so well.
He's so good. I love him so much.
And so in this
Best
episode,
doctor, best episode.
he's essentially what exactly is he doing? He more
He's
or less is
trapped.
saving, fucking like throwing himself at a wall for a million years or something.
Yeah, essentially, he's trapped in a castle and he
Yeah.
has to find his way out. He could get out by confessing everything and then I guess probably dying. I don't know. I'm not sure what would
Yeah.
happen at the end of that.
I don't even think he
But-
knows, to be honest.
He
No.
probably could get out, but no, he's stubborn, so he's gonna punch his way through a wall for 4.5 billion years.
A wall made of diamond.
yeah, well, harder than diamonds, 10 times
Harder than diamond, sorry, you're right. And it's one of the best ideas in all of Doctor Who of just having him stand for 4 billion years, gradually punching his way through a wall made of something harder than diamond.
Yeah,
then
and
he
he's not
finishes
like
and basically like does like a mic drop. It's really good.
so good. So he's not alone. He is
Yeah.
he is being chased slowly by sort of a personification of his old childhood fears.
Yeah.
And oh, it's like this wonderful allegory for death. And
it's really
he
fun.
dies a lot.
Yep.
The doctor dies, I think it was calculated somewhere in the 400 billions
Yeah,
of times,
Hey, try again.
which
Fuck it.
exactly.
yeah, and he always gets himself back because all of the rooms, it was established like very, very, very plainly before that all of the rooms reset. And because teleporters are, in popular science idealism, essentially copying an entire full scan of you and then
Yeah.
reassembling it there.
It's effectively a fax
That-
machine that kind of shreds you.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the rooms reset to their original position, so that copy of the doctor is still in the teleporter. So he can just go psh, and then second doctor, and then he dies because he has to use all the rest of his like bodily energy.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It's really well done.
And
Yeah,
the episode itself is such a beautiful, beautiful story of grief. Like
Yeah.
it's
Also
like
very
the best line that stuck with me so long is it's funny. The day you lose someone isn't the worst part. At least you have something to do. It's all the days that they stay dead.
yeah.
Like that hits
which
me.
is actually kind of a sentiment that we have now seen the 15th Doctor inverse and use as like a motivator.
Yeah.
yeah.
As of one of the
Well, he's
recent
now a
episodes.
doctor who's gone through therapy, so that makes sense.
Oh.
Yeah, he's also
Effectively-
gay and therefore
You-
woke.
Well, you would say that this episode is probably a fairly unhealthy thing for someone to do, obviously.
It,
Oh,
would,
yeah.
it would be
Oh,
unhealthy
yeah.
to be trapped in that kind of situation after.
I've noted
especially this
that there's like, yeah, I mean, he does this a fair amount. where this is a great example of an episode, but a lot of the time, in even also good episodes, it can just be like it's a bit of an eye roll trope where it's like he's just gonna, all right, the only option is for me to fucking kill myself. Doctor, no, if you do that, the Daleks are gonna take over tomorrow.
Yeah.
You can't do that. And he's always so willing to like sacrifice himself or throw himself into something for a million billion years. That's another element of he does that almost he baits doing that. We're jumping ahead, but in the Eaters of Light episode, he comes very close to being like, yeah, I'll just fight this monster for infinity. It's fine, bro. It'll be okay. And like, dude, no, don't do that. Why are you so self-destructive? What
I
the
mean,
fuck
I
is
will. I
this?
will say it's a
I
lot
can
less
get behind it
self-destructive and more
here. I can't.
self-sacrificing.
Yeah.
I guess, but it's just to a fault where I'm like, it makes
it's 100%
sense
to a
here.
fault, yeah.
Here, this is the story for that. But then other times, like, man, he does this a lot. Can we just not?
I mean,
God.
there
And
are
it's a good
times-
trade occasionally on small doses, but when it is literally going to be like, I'm going to die and the Daleks will take over.
I mean,
And like, what are you really doing?
I kind of respect the ability to just say like, you know what, fuck it, I'll burn out my shit to burn out your shit kind of thing. It's
Yeah.
like an equal kind of like, all right, I'm willing to throw down kind of situation. I get it.
I suppose.
I mean,
But
So Hellbent.
here essentially, I mean,
Yeah.
it makes sense because he is doing this, and I mean, it's also the Doctor. I mean, like he just eventually time travels out of it, so it's not a
Yeah.
huge deal. But it is like,
Well, he doesn't time travel out of it. He
Well-
escapes and learns that it's his like confession dial, which has been like a series long thing that was introduced in the premiere, and he's on fucking Gallifrey.
Yep.
I was excited for this one.
like, oh shit.
And then Hellbent happens, and it's like, this is all right.
So
Yeah, I will say I look back a lot better on Hellbent now that I know the Doctor's full arc.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
It's a lot better of an episode. It's just at the time I was like, oh, the Time Lords are coming back and he's gonna save the world and everything's gonna be all good and cool.
Yeah.
And Clara's finally gone. We're gonna have a solo finale, and then the Doctor brings Clara back first thing in Hellbent. Oh,
Yeah.
after of course, kicking Rassilon the fuck off of Gallifrey. Hell yeah.
Fuck
That-
new
yeah.
Rassilon too.
That is why we love 12.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's interesting to go back to every time they do Time Lord stuff. It's like technically we shouldn't, but I mean
Yeah.
they're gonna.
Like, hey, while we're here, let's just pull out the Time Lords for a minute. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's because I
You get-
really got into Classic Who, and nowadays I'm just like less excited about the Time Lords because the new series builds them up to be a lot more than they actually are.
Yeah,
They're just kind of
Yeah.
stuffy guys in coats
Yeah.
they're dorks.
wearing big ass collars, talking about
to be
who's
fair-
going to succeed the High President.
Every Doctor Who guy is just some dude in an outfit, really. I don't know.
True.
But like that is fair. They are just kind of some boring like corporate dudes that just kind of like are in a parliament. They aren't really that exciting. Or
Yeah,
anything.
it's
Yeah.
usually just
Yeah.
some guy.
They're
It's like, all right,
politicians, and politicians are always bad 100% of the time.
Every time.
true.
And I will say Hellbent, like an issue I have with, I mean, like Heaven Sent is so, it's not one you can tell somebody. It's like one of those ones like Blink, like it's a great episode, but it's not like representative of Doctor Who necessarily because
Yeah.
it is
Yeah.
so its own thing. Hellbent is more of a standard kind of Doctor Who adventure where it's just like he's gonna do some fucking action shit and there's a companion and he's on Gallifrey and whatever. And I mean, like, it's not as good, obviously, but because that is such a standout episode. But if it is sort of just like, this is you want some good Doctor Who action, Hellbent does not disappoint. It's a good
No.
episode.
Oh,
It's just not like a timeless classic type of episode.
Yeah, it's not quite up there with Heaven Sent and Face the Raven, but it's still solid. It's a
Face
good
the
ending
Raven-
for well, I wouldn't say it's a good ending for Clara, but it's a good ending for both the Doctor and Clara as a pair.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
It's it brings back the Time Lords in a way that doesn't oversell their like fucking, oh, we were so glorious, oh, we were wonderful, ooh. Like these are guys that are just barely surviving, but they still got their big ass collars, of course.
I
Of
mean, yeah, you
course.
gotta pop that collar.
There's a lot of like cool lore that's introduced, like the cloister wraiths, like all that's cool. It's just, I think for me, the big part is that Clara's ending really let me down because Moffat, up to this point, had made a habit of not killing his characters, and he
Yeah.
continued that habit, by the way, of course.
Yeah.
But he not definitively killing his characters. They always get a yes and sort of like happy ending kind of
Yeah,
deal.
it's like,
Basically.
all right.
And this continues it because Clara is essentially immortal in between excuse me, in between the last second of her life and her dying. So she gets to run around forever as long as she goes back eventually, which could be anywhere from 15 minutes after the credits start rolling to
Like,
8 trillion years.
She literally has the option in like the end of the Spider-Man game where you get to the thing that says, make sure you do everything before you come here. This
Yeah.
is your last warning. The
She's
game's
doing
over.
all the side quests
Yeah.
before she advances the
this is
story.
literally like
100%ing this shit.
this
Good
is literally
for
a
her.
progression block for it's like, all right, I'll come back
Yeah.
later.
Good stuff. Yeah.
Hey,
no,
I
I mean, too much media is afraid of having characters die. I was just sitting here thinking about like that's a problem I have with Yakuza as well. It's like
Yeah,
Yeah.
Kiryu's dying for the 18 billionth
Well, and
time.
also,
not
like,
even
every character has
Kiryu.
to come back.
My
Oh,
thing
yeah,
is
Kashiwagi's back. Fucking,
my thing is fucking
what's his
Majima.
face is back. Yeah,
Majima didn't even go away, but it's just like he's
Yeah.
never been really all that relevant. And they keep trying to make him relevant, but it's like weird and
Like-
doesn't really need to happen. It's like just let him be sacrificially killed
Put him
already.
in the grave for now.
Well, that's the
and
thing.
go.
He
He's
is
just
the
always-
fan favorite character.
He's
so you
always
gotta
just
keep him
sitting
around.
there. Yeah, he's just
He's-
sitting there in a fucking room, like
He's
fucking
cold. He's shivering. He's so cold. He's got a big coat on.
fucking. He's been
Saijima
so
comes around with
cucked.
hot water every so often.
What-
He's
Like
got the hot water bag.
Yakuza hyperfixation eventually. like,
Soon.
Yeah, we gotta do that. We gotta do that soon. I think
need to
the
re-download
perfect time to
Zero.
do. I
right
think the
when the
perfect
show
time to
comes
do
out.
that would be when the show comes out.
Yeah.
For the
Although
show,
hopefully,
September,
hopefully around that time I can at least
October.
play 7.
October. That's it.
Hopefully,
Well,
yeah.
October. Oof, that's
Well,
coming
it's like
kind
the
of
thing.
close.
The thing that kills me.
Sponsors.
The last thing about Yakuza.
Post
I
it loud
promise.
equals funny, or
The-
loud
the-
equals funny at Gmail.
The thing that kills me
yeah.
about Majima is I'll be playing a Yakuza game, and then they'll say like some line of dialogue, and I'll go, Majima's gonna show up in the next 5 minutes, and then Majima shows up in the next 5 minutes. He's there for 10 minutes, and then I
And
never
then
see
he's
him again.
gone.
And I'm like, cool, thank you,
Amazing.
Majima.
Thanks for making your paycheck, Majima.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he showed up to get paid.
Yeah.
I'm
And,
re-downloading
He's like,
Zero.
I ain't gonna show no hide nor hair of my ass until I get 8 million yen. Fuck
Yeah.
you.
And Doctor Who has a bit of that issue too. I feel like where even I mean before Moffat too, like they had in the RTD era, the first, they had Rose who I mean like they
Yeah.
almost had her just go away and not die, and it was a good bittersweet ending.
She's
She's gonna go into another universe and she'll maybe have a nice life there, and it might be sad, but farewells are always sad. But no, then they bring her back and they keep bringing her fucking back. and
Yeah,
it's
they
like,
brought her forward with a fucking
they're
dimension cannon, which is
they're
cool as that
probably-
sounds.
they're probably going to continue to bring her back. Dudes.
Yeah. Oh,
give
yeah.
it give it a few years, we're getting another Rose appearance.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Oh,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
And it's kind of on topic because the other big one for the longest time was River Song. River Song
Yes.
kept coming back, and
Almost to the detriment of River Song. Yes.
I would
Which-
say near the end there in series 7 to the detriment of River.
Absolutely.
I would say I'd say she becomes a problem at a certain point.
I hated her
Then-
so much when I was watching it, and again when I watched some recently, at least early stuff. It's like she's fine. I can see what
She's fine,
what they're going for here.
Yeah, she is fine all throughout series 5 and like in the opening of series 6.
Yeah.
But the next
Definitely not.
episode after this series is the husband of River Song. It's the final River Song
I
episode.
do
Yeah.
want
Husbands, plural.
I
Which
do want to
is
say, before we continue, I want to point out the episode Face the Raven is a very cool episode. I didn't get to
yeah.
say it.
We were like the trap
It's
street
it's solid
was such
episode.
a cool set,
Well,
and that's
so
relevant too, by the way.
this is a
I'll get
cool
to that.
It's a cool series because this is also kind of the third part of the Girl Who Died series.
Yes.
Yes,
That one
unofficially.
woman who lived, and then this
And then
one.
the end
they
of Hellbent
return-
is the end of Hellbent is the fourth.
Yeah,
Hey,
And-
We have a full Doctor Who serial here.
little ongoing story there. Yeah, across
I-
multiple.
I did
different,
love the
like,
trap street
narratives.
stuff, by the way. I agree on that because it's like that's actually a real thing. That's a
Yeah.
fascinating thing that they actually incorporated there, and I'm like, oh, that's clever. Holy fuck!
Yeah.
And it's a great episode because it's one thing I wanted to point out. It doesn't feel like it's going to be what it is until it suddenly and swiftly becomes what it is. And that's pretty cool. And that's all I wanted
Yeah.
to say about that. You don't think
Hell
it's
yeah.
going to be nearly as important as it is, and I like an episode that sneaks up on you like
Yeah,
that. I was
oh,
very
oh,
surprised.
absolutely.
By that.
I think at the
Which
time
I've just
it was like
I've just
teased.
spoiled the surprise for everybody, so I'm sorry.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah,
We
we
kind of went
spoiled it a
into this
little
half
bit.
of the
Yeah.
we went into this half of the episode saying, yeah, we're spoiling the
Yeah,
fuck out.
you're
of
getting a
it.
shotgun
Hopefully
full
people
of
have already
spoilers.
watched it. Hopefully most people have watched it.
Yes.
Yeah, hopefully we are gonna have to absolutely prep. Like I would even go as far as to put it in the title, the next episode, call it like
Yeah,
the
spoilers.
The spoiler
the
palooza
Russell
or
T Davis
something.
2 spoiler cast or something like that.
Yeah.
Something like
Sure.
that, yeah.
What was I saying? Husbands of River Song.
I haven't
Yes.
seen this one,
I have
but
not
you
either.
can feel
I'm
free
gonna-
to, synopsize it a bit.
No, because it is one of my favorite episodes of Doctor Who from the modern era because it is simultaneously just unbelievably fun and also legitimately really well written and well acted. It's the perfect balance between like silly Doctor Who fun and really emotional, well acted storytelling.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'll synopsize the first little bit because there's a
Yes.
fun fact in there I want to get out. So the Doctor is on a street covered in snow, and he opens up the TARDIS wearing reindeer antlers that the TARDIS psychically projects onto him. And a
Respect.
little bald man with no eyebrows and some funny little glasses says, "Hello, are you the Doctor?" And the Doctor's like, "Yeah." And as it turns out, King Hydroflax, the most feared ruler, I think, of the galaxy. I think he was described as.
He's
Has,
like the most feared tyrant in the galaxy or something.
He has a bit of a surgery he needs to get done, and his wife, River Song, has employed the Doctor to perform the surgery.
Hell yeah.
And that's the inciting incident of the story. And also, fun fact, the street that Nardole, which that I was hinting at that little guy being Nardole, but Nardole,
He's Nardole.
the street that he finds the TARDIS on is the Trap Street from Face the Raven, just made up to look like Christmas.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, you're 100% right. It
Yeah.
absolutely is. Yeah.
I really like the symbolism there because that was the last place, that was where he was like feeling the biggest pains, and now he's back there kind of carefree.
Yeah.
The TARDIS is trying to get him in the Christmas spirit.
It's trying its
It's-
best.
I will say it's not the exact same place. It's on an alien world. But
yeah, it's
I
literally the same place.
yeah, I like the parallel of reusing that set. It's cool.
It's a really good episode that
So good.
really cements the kind of Doctor that Capaldi is going to be going forward. And the next special also does that, The Return of Dr. Mysterio,
I love
which
that one so much. That one's my
which
favorite.
is where we see that Nardole has basically become his best friend. Like
Basically his
against his
caretaker, but
wishes.
they're chill.
Against his wishes, Nardole is now his best buddy in the universe.
Honestly, I
there's
think
more
against
Nardole
both
action.
of their wishes.
Okay, so
Nard-
I didn't watch these, and then I watched Series 10, and Series 10 just kind of starts,
good.
and there's a new random little bald guy character who I wound up very much enjoying, Nardole, and I guess he's introduced in these. Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
very cool character. I like him. I kind of thought he was gonna be a dick ass at first and like do something bad, but no. I mean, whatever. We're spoiler cast. True
Not
blue
really.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is, yeah, like the gist of Nardole is former like con artist, grifter, criminal who's just kind of a silly little fella who's like, I'm just gonna kind of, I guess this is just my life now.
He's just gonna
Yeah.
he's just gonna be a silly little guy for the rest of his life.
I respect
Yeah.
He
that.
decided he had enough of the crime.
One of my favorite companions of the modern era, or
He's really good. He's
whatever
he's
era.
consistently funny.
Well,
Yeah.
him and Bill, who are the companions of the next series, are two of my favorite Doctor Who companions because they're just so, like, even though Nardole's very exaggerated and he's very much one of those characters who throws out non sequiturs like, oh, I remember when I once had a 7-foot long arm, and everyone's like, what are you talking about? And they never elaborate.
Back in my day, I'd buy
yes.
cyberweed from my cyberweed plug, and it would cost 17 glorpons.
Yeah, like he's very silly, but he's so believable and likable that I don't like. He's the perfect version of a character like Adric, where they're meant to be some sort of
He
like
is. Oh my
they're
god.
meant to be some sort of like alien or other being who's not normal, but they just kind of come across as irritating because they're constantly playing up their exaggerated elements.
Oh,
Nardole
wow,
just
he is like Adric. Wow, yeah, Adric fucking
I'm
sucks.
stun
That's
locked at that. Holy shit.
Me too. Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah.
I thought that was a weak comparison.
That was such.
Well,
I didn't
when you
pick up on
explain
it.
it, when you explain it like that, I'm like, yeah. I mean, because Nardole's great and Adric, that's like the fucking
Adric
parallel
sucks.
opposite. Wow, because
Yeah.
Adric is widely considered one of the worst companions. He just kind of dies and no one really gives a shit and they move on.
Kind of
No
nod,
one-
smile,
no
and
one
clap.
fucking
Yeah,
cares.
he dies. Everybody's sad for a few minutes. Next episode, we're having a fun time on this plane. Huh?
Mm. Yeah.
I get it.
So I watched Series 10 recently, and I generally liked it pretty well. I think I'm looking at IMDb and it has like very average reviews. Everything's hovering in the 7 range.
People
Yeah.
were not big on it. People were not big on it.
And like I don't know, I think it's such a great kind of standalone season in and of itself. It's like the 3 series that that 12 has. As a whole, they work as like a standalone thing, but even just this one with Bill and Nardole and
Yeah, I mean,
you
the first
know,
episode's literally called the pilot.
it's the pilot, and that's kind of what they're going for. It would be a kind of a terrible starting point, but like
Yeah.
whatever, you
It's
know.
what they want the starting point to be.
And it's like it depends on what you're looking for from Doctor Who. I want episodes that are like, Empress of Mars sometimes, that are
Yeah.
just like silly guy in costume in a stupid cave that's clearly just a set.
Yeah.
But it like looks a little better than it did in 1972, basically. And that's
Yeah, and then you have like bangers like Oxygen, Extremis.
World
Oh, yeah.
Enough in Time.
I think
Strange.
Series 10 is one of the best like pure encapsulations of the different types of Doctor Who stories.
It
The
is one of
pilot
the
is a
strongest seasons.
super conventional alien threat. What do they want? How do we solve the problem? Moving on.
You've got the multi-part trilogy as well, which is
That's
like
true. Yeah.
yeah, big classic kind of Who thing.
Yeah.
And
But Jeff's
but
we
then
have
there's also,
Smile,
like,
which is like a tour through a
Smile and
mystery.
Thin Ice.
Oh.
Exactly. Like Smile's very conventional, like, oh, there's no one on this planet that these servants are meant to make happy. So what happened to all the people? What's going on? Kind of mystery. Thin Ice, very traditional
good.
time travel monster story.
Dr. Punch is a
very-
racist based.
Yeah.
Knock is a very like unconventional Doctor Who
I
story.
like
I really like Knock Knock. I
It's
know a lot of
so
people
fun.
don't.
It's
Bane, you're
unconventional,
gonna
but
have
it's
to watch
interesting.
it. It's so good.
The twist
I
at
think
the end,
you're-
I
I'm just smiling and
legitimately
nodding.
didn't see coming.
The twist at the end is really good. Oxygen is a great episode. It's one of the more directly like political commentary ones, but it's great. It's done in a way where you're just like,
So
Yeah.
so good.
This one's all right. I think that it's one of the weaker ones for me. I think it's
Really?
okay.
I appreciate that there's so many legitimate like corpses, and it's so
Yeah.
actually dark
It
and
is.
threatening.
Yeah.
I was legitimately surprised when I rewatched it this last time, to be fair, quite high. But like I was surprised that they would show all of that stuff in such detail. Like it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like sure, there's
it
no
is
blood and
basically,
guts, but there's like a straight up desiccated corpse just chilling. And he's like right in the middle of frame for a long time.
yeah.
Like a little bit out of focus, sure, but still.
Yeah,
That's a
and
good
then
episode. Great plot.
and then we get
Great
the
movie.
really cool trilogy, which like it's kind of a case where I don't want to say
That's
too
the
much.
official name now, Gabe. The really cool trilogy. I like
A
that.
really cool trilogy.
Really cool trilogy.
Because I don't want to say too much because there's so many little things that pay off from those small details that I don't want
Yeah.
to spoil something, you know?
I watched the first
Extremis
two.
is one of my favorite episodes of Doctor Who, just in general. It is fantastic. The Doctor says a word which is amazing, and it's the best episode because he says that
I
word.
know what word you're thinking.
Well,
It's the
it's
same word that
technically
he-
two words.
It's the same two. I think it's the same two words that appear in Assassin's Creed 2, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, in different places, surely.
Oh yeah, well,
By
at
the
least
way,
one of
Assassin's
them,
Creed 4
sure.
Black Flag. There's your mention.
Hell yeah, Elon Musk.
But,
Extremis is quite good. Yeah.
Yeah, Extremis, fantastic.
Extremis is
Pyramid-
basically like Da Vinci Code if it was good and competent.
And Doctor Who. Yeah, Da Vinci Code Doctor Who is the perfect way of describing it.
Yeah, I like that. But Pyramid at the End of the World, fantastic. A lot of people are kind of down on it. Kind of fair.
I
It's
don't
still
remember
really
2
good.
and 3 as much. I think
I don't-
part 3 is actually better than people give it credit
Extremis is so good.
So,
I understand why people were disappointed by the other two, but I still loved the other two.
I saw the first two parts like months ago and I forgot to get back to it. And then when I got back, I'm like, oh shit, this is the third part of a trilogy and I forget what
Yeah.
fucking happened. But I wound up kind of forgot the second part, but the third part was quite good. It's
Third part's nice.
maybe not as good as Extremis in my reckoning, but like yeah, I mean it's a good overall. It's an ending to the story that's pretty fun. It leans a little too much. So Bill is a little too insisted upon too quickly, in my opinion. And she has a bit of the same problem Ruby has now, where it's like,
for. Yeah.
like very quickly she's now like, she's got her whole like life flashing before her eyes. Like, no, only you can stop the monks. Like, do we need this
to be
for
fair,
every
it's
companion? This is what I'm talking about.
yeah,
You know?
it is set up really well. It's not like,
Yes,
oh,
it's
you're
not-
suddenly very important for no reason. It's
Yeah.
it's set up in a
It's-
nice way.
It's like
I
the
do get what
best
you're
thing-
saying though.
It's the best result for like something I'm not personally fond of. Like
Yeah.
it could be a lot worse if it was written a lot worse, but like it's written very competently. It's a good story still and everything, but it's just like, man, I'm a little sick of that trope. However, so that's the one thing that trilogy kind of bothered me with. And then,
way-
you know, the series progresses and she doesn't wind up being super integral to the whole world or anything.
Yeah, I'm so glad they didn't go that route.
Yeah. She has a much more personal thing happen with her, which I like a lot, actually, what happens with
So
her.
I look at Lie of the Land as you remember is it the Sound of Drums where Martha is like roaming the world?
Last of the Time Lords.
Last of the Time Lords. I kind of view Bill's role in this trilogy like that, but done
Yeah.
good. Because
Yeah,
Martha
done-
Because she's black.
no.
Okay.
But because when Martha does that, it's like, okay, I see what he's going for, but all she's doing is just going around going, yo, there's this dude called the Doctor. Remember that name. Bill in this story is like, he is both kind of the reason things go wrong and also the reason things are able to get better. And so I
Yeah.
think it works a lot more because she is dealing with being responsible for it, not just
Well,
wandering around.
There's also the really great scene where she shoots the doctor because he's being such a huge prick. and that scene is
Maybe
so
we should
great.
censor. Maybe we should censor that.
No.
Nah,
Let
it's
it,
fine.
let it
Keep it going,
happen.
keep it
I mean,
going.
this is spoiler cast. It's fine.
That was in the
She
Yeah,
next
I
time.
guess so. I just thought we were
That was
kind
in
of.
the next time trailer, so it's
Yeah.
It was. You're
Yeah.
right. Shit, I forgot about that.
She shoots the fucking doctor, and I realized in that moment they've definitely done this before, but that was the moment where I really considered, like, boy, if he really did decide to just fucking not be a nice man anymore, we
Yeah.
would all be fucked. It's
We
over.
would
Oh,
be-
yeah.
It's so much
yeah,
worse than
it's so
evil
over.
Superman, because he's not even just like gonna throw rocks at us. He's gonna like do a
Brian
deal.
Wu, you've done it again!
Man
No,
could literally
no.
travel through time.
Yeah, Doctor Who is gonna like erase us from
Yeah,
existence.
the Doctor
That's
could
his
just
real name, by
piss
the
in the
way.
primordial ooze, and we're over. That's it.
Yeah,
Either
it's
that or
all
we're
over.
50% piss, which
It's
either
all
way, he
over.
wins. We're
If
not
you
coming
get-
out of that unscathed.
Doctor Who, as written by Alan Moore, is a frightening concept.
Oh, God,
I don't want to imagine Doctor Who Manhattan. That's fucked.
I would like to
fucked.
see it as like an experiment, but also
Yeah.
They have done a few of those.
Oh, yeah,
the Four
they've
Doctors
touched
comic.
on it.
That's kind of what Time Lord Victorious was kind of delving
Yeah.
into.
yeah.
If I can pull it
But
out.
and I kind of want to talk a little more about Bill, but like Empress of Mars, we've talked about already. It's fun, but it's not like it's an episode that's not great, but it's good.
Not.
Fun,
Here's
you know?
the thing. My first Doctor Who episode was the one where they were. Well, my first thing that I ever saw from Doctor Who, which wasn't the real. I didn't watch the whole thing, but it was the one where they were on the fucking bus in like the desert or whatever.
Oh,
Planet
it
of the
was.
Dead.
Yeah.
It was not a great episode, but I will always associate
Yeah.
Doctor Who with like schlocky sci-fi channel visuals. And
Yeah.
so when the Doctor shows up at the end and he's in like the laser super cannon and he's gonna blow up Mars or whatever, it's like
It's a little like
it's so dumb. It's like, this is what I'm here for. I like the episodes where he, has a deep character arc, but I don't care. I'm here for this bullshit.
yeah.
I'm the guy that watches the Godzilla movie for the fight. I don't
Hell
need
yeah.
I don't need the deep message about nuclear disarmament. I just want to see him beat up Ghidorah.
I want
And
to
that's
see
what
him
Empress of
rip
Mars is.
something
This
in
is
his shell.
peak. This
Yeah.
episode is peak schlock. I love it. It's
Oh,
great.
yeah.
And the Ice Warriors are so stupid. They're wonderful. I love them. I think I
Yeah.
heard an audio drama with them, but I'm not
They're
sure.
good. They're a lot of fun. I've always liked the
They're
Ice.
cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
apparently they're classic enemies from like Second Era or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were pretty prevalent in the Second Doctor, and I think they showed up again. They showed up again in Monster of Peladon, not just
Okay.
kind of as a background character.
Yeah.
Which actually, funnily enough, Claw, do you remember at the very end of Empress of Mars, where there was like this high-pitched, squeaky voice, single eye guy on a screen saying, "Hey, we're gonna accept you into the
Yes.
Galactic Guys." That's an Alpha Centaurian from that same story.
Okay.
And it's
See,
sort of
I
implied that
recognize
that's a
the
prequel.
name. The name Alpha Centauri is like
Yeah, it's
famous
like
alien
one of the
name,
closer
but-
stars to us.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's cool. I'll need to watch that one too. I like the way their design in this episode is. It's definitely like a modernized. It's less silly, but it's very
Yeah.
similar to. It's like how they modernized the Sontarans, where it's like definitely the same, thing.
Yeah.
We will definitely speed up after we get through 12.
Yeah,
Good
we're
Lord.
speeding. Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
no
we're-
offense. I was like, I'm
Next
getting
there
Yeah,
is
we
gonna be
got like a few more
Not
episodes
much
to go afterwards. It's all negativity.
Yeah,
Hell
it's all
yeah.
kind of down.
Mostly.
Yeah, I'm wanting to
Eaters
get
of
more of that
Light.
soup.
It's it's
Nobody
we
needs
already
soup
talked about
more
that.
than me.
Neither is
But-
what. It's fine.
But World Enough in Time and The Doctor Falls. I don't want to again. We shouldn't say too much. Bane hasn't seen them. They're episodes you kind of have to just watch.
Yes.
But I think it's one of my favorite ends to a companion story.
Yeah, fantastic.
It
It
really,
also has, I think, the defining moment for the 12th Doctor.
It has some
I-
very,
sure.
very sad scenes. Second
it
episode.
has such a good gut punch where you're watching it and you're just kind of like, okay, cool setup, and then something happens. I'm not gonna say what, and you're just sitting there like,
Oh,
wait, what?
They really did it. Wow.
Oh shit!
You know?
All right.
Oh,
And then from that
That's-
point forward, it just gets kind of more and more sad.
it is a very, very depressing story.
But then
Yeah.
the payoff at the very end of it all is so uplifting and like heartfelt, and Capaldi is so good that you're just like, oh shit.
Yeah. And it's a
Alright.
good I need to watch the following Christmas special, which
We
concludes
only
the
glanced
story.
over Return of Doctor Mysterio. I really like Return of Doctor Mysterio. It's kind
I
of
didn't
like
wanna
Sam
see too
Raimi
much.
Spider-Man and 2004
I know.
Superman.
I heard about that one. Like
It's
I
good.
heard
I
it was
recommend it.
happening. I didn't watch it, but I gotta see it. It looks cool.
I will say there
Yeah.
was the enemy in that. I kind of wish we saw them again, like just
we
one more
do.
time. Yeah,
We've
yeah,
seen
we see them earlier, but
So
I wish we
you
saw
have
that
to
again.
watch-
Again.
You have to watch Husbands of River Song before Doctor
Yes.
Mysterio
Yes,
because there's
absolutely.
a thing planted in that comes back in the next Christmas special, which was really cool to watch because one year I was like, oh, that thing's kind of cool. And then the next year, that was the main villain. And I was like, whoa, what?
I wish they brought them back just one more time in Series 10, just once.
Me too.
There is a audio drama. It's either
I
an
think
audio
so.
drama or a comic that brings them back, but those don't technically count.
Yeah.
Although I probably will listen or read them.
There's some great
It
audio dramas.
is
In fact,
a
I
comic called Ghost Stories, and they have
I
an
will-
audio too. They have an audio. as
Yeah. I've been reading ghost stories. It's
well.
good.
The fourth Doctor and Sarah encounter a spaceship, and that enemy is the threat.
Hell yeah.
yeah, there's a great audio drama with the Fourth Doctor and Leela, and I forget what it's called, but it features them in British Roman occupied Britain with like Boudica and all of that, and it's very reminiscent of Eaters of Light. Reminded me of that a lot.
Yeah.
And so it's not a great episode totally. It's fine. It's all right. But yeah, that's another one. I mean, Series 10 overall pretty good. We kind of glossed
Yeah.
over a few of these too. Knock Knock we kind of mentioned is like a weird one,
Yeah.
but like it's a pretty cool
I
one.
like it.
Thin
It's a
Ice
good-
is
you
a
gotta watch it. They're just all
Yeah.
worth watching, really.
Yeah, I like genuinely. If you're listening to this and you haven't seen Doctor Who and you're just watching because you don't give a shit about spoilers and you want to
Yeah, just want to listen to us
listen
talk.
to some weirdos talk, which, by the way,
definitely we have some of
strange.
those.
You can
which
pick better
very
weirdos,
odd
you know.
people.
We
Yeah,
got a
no,
couple
we're
people
awful.
who come for us in a way, and I'm like, oh,
It's flattering, but also, are you good? Are you good?
yeah,
You need help?
like you
So,
probably do.
if you don't give a shit about Doctor Who and you're just listening to this for the hell of it, watch Doctor Who Series 10. It's a good jumping on point, and you don't have to
Well,
watch anything after that if you don't want to.
if you want to be, it's like easy mode Series 10, medium
Yeah.
Series 8, 9, 10. Hard maybe do series, like
Start from the
one.
beginning.
Start
Start
from
from
the
the
Rose,
not very
um,
beginning of the whole
No,
thing.
that's
Don't-
European extreme.
listen,
You go back to
listen.
fucking
if you want to watch a classic story, just put this on.
yeah.
That's
What-
all you need.
what story is
Genesis
it
of the Daleks.
for audio?
Genesis of the Daleks.
Genesis of
Well,
the Daleks.
Genesis, but that's the thing. The classic series, Genesis of the Daleks, absolutely. Classic series, you can totally pick and choose random stuff, but it's a little
Yeah.
harder with the new stuff.
Yeah,
so
it's more
yeah,
serialized.
Because it's
if you
kinda-
want to just get
But
into
just-
it, this is a great way to do it.
The-
Yeah,
the
seriously.
Start from the episode called Rose, and make sure you look for a watch list somewhere,
Yeah.
like a chronological watch list,
watch
because
the Christmas specials.
yeah,
and
the
stuff.
specials are important to the story,
and sometimes
and
they're
they're
in
not
different
included-
Sometimes
they're
they're
not
the
included
most
with-
important in the story.
the 10th Doctor's first episode was a Christmas special.
Yep.
That's true.
But
Yeah.
the 11th and 12th Doctor's regenerations are Christmas specials.
Let me see if that
Yes.
comes with my Blu-rays here.
Series 1, or did you get like a full set?
But it's a full set from 2 and 3. I'm trying to see. Oh, the Christmas Invasion. Okay, it does include Christmas Invasion.
Hell yeah.
Well,
Nice.
it should.
It
yeah,
should,
that's-
but-
It's gotta-
It should, but you never know with these
Um,
fucking things. That's a problem.
But yeah, having spoken now on the series that everyone should probably watch as their
Yes.
introduction, maybe to Doctor
Well,
Who. or...
real quick,
kind
really quick mention of Twice Upon a Time.
Sure.
It was all right.
Yeah.
12th,
Sure.
the first Doctor was kind of out of character, but yeah.
Yeah, the first half
Performance
of it
was
is
all right.
kind of weird, and there's a
It
lot of
gets
lines that they
good.
give the first Doctor where you're like,
You say that one more
why did
time.
he
You're
say
in for the
this?
jolly good smacked bottom.
To be fair, that
That's a
fits him a
real
little
quote.
bit.
Yeah, that's
Um,
actually a quote
Sounds
from like
about right.
way back when he was
But then
Doctor.
the second half of the episode is some of the most just like purely heartfelt, this is why Doctor Who is so magical kind of filmmaking, where you're
I'm looking
watching
forward
it and
to it.
it's a little cheesy, it's a little too sappy maybe, but I don't know, it hits. The last
It's
like 15 to 20
also
minutes especially.
it's a really good swan song for Capaldi's entire era.
Yeah, it
Well,
kind of
having him meet, like, I haven't watched it yet. Having him meet like an old doctor for a finale is like that's perfect for him, as you
Yeah.
know,
Like specifically him.
just visually an older guy with gray hair, and like he's a fan of the series from a long time ago too.
yeah.
So it's like a throwback for him, like a big
Full
just a
circle.
fanboyism thing.
David
Yeah,
Bradley absolutely kills it in the role. Like
Yeah.
even with the weird shit he's saying, Mamma Mia. We got a really good actor for the first Doctor now.
yeah, and I
Yeah.
gotta say there's a moment because obviously it is the Christmas special and Capaldi does regenerate. There is the sequence leading up to his regeneration. There's something they do with the first Doctor that I'm not gonna spoil, but it's so fucking cool.
It's
The way they do it is so cool. But
Well-
yeah, it's so sorry, just it's so funny to have this whole series that a lot of people didn't really like, and people were like, Capaldi's kind of the episodes mostly sucked. He doesn't have that many good ones. Like when you really look it over, he has a lot of good ones. And then
Yeah.
immediately following
he
it up
has like
with Jodie,
3
hits and misses,
subpar episodes,
basically.
maybe.
Yeah.
I
So
was
yeah,
gonna say one of
And
the.
then you have Jodie.
Well, I was just
She
gonna
has
say
3
one
above
of the.
par episodes.
Yeah, it's from what I've heard anyway. One of the things I was going to say too, one of the cool things in his regeneration is, and I guess this is, it's kind of a spoiler for me even because I don't know how it ends because I haven't seen this finale, but it begins in the episode before that. It's a very interesting sequence where he essentially just wills himself to stop dying for a little bit.
yeah.
And he's just like, you know
He's
what?
holding
Fuck
back his
it. No,
regeneration.
I got to go on a little bit longer. Hang on. And it's like, it's pretty good. He sells it pretty good. It's a pretty good
that's
scene.
actually the core of the episode is his absolute refusal to let himself regenerate, and
Yeah.
him literally just asking, "Should I just die?" Like that is the episode basically.
That sounds great. I'm looking forward
Yes,
to it.
Twice Upon a Time, the episode where the Doctor doubts if he should regenerate.
Hey, I
Definitely
respect that.
once. Definitely only once. Definitely only once.
Yeah.
So
Well, when he knew that he was
Series
going to
11.
regenerate into fucking Jodie Whittaker's doctor, maybe he
No.
had a reason to want to fucking just die instead.
it's-
So
no hate to Jodie, by the way. I love Jodie.
It's really
Chris is a
funny in
horrible
retrospect
writer.
that he did not want to become Jodie at any cost.
Please, no. I want to
Unfortunate.
stay in character.
I don't want to be a woman. It's actually very funny because they did a whole thing before that in just like 2 episodes before that where Missy and the David Tennant's era master John Sim returns, and it's a whole timey-wimey shenanigan thing.
That's
But they're
technically not a
talking-
spoiler because they teased it in the fucking season trailer.
Oh, that's
Not the next time
terrible.
trailer from
Yeah.
the last episode, the season trailer. They
That's
gave that shit
terrible.
away.
Wow, that's bad ratings. They want to bring
Yeah.
people in. That's
Yeah.
unfortunate. But yeah, he shows up and there's like dialogue about like, why are you why are you a woman now? And it's I don't know, this whole thing that's basically like soft setting up that can happen with the Doctor.
Yeah.
And that does happen. And I guess we should talk about everyone was very upset when they vaginified the Doctor.
Yeah.
See, I was one of the few that
They were
wasn't. 'Cause I
quite
was like,
upset.
I liked the actress from Broadchurch.
Yeah,
I-
me too.
The
I
biggest
was
problem
excited.
was that she was not ever a fan of Doctor Who, and they advertised that fact for some reason.
I mean, I'm
so
okay
they went
with-
from the biggest ever Doctor Who fan since at least Tennant, anyway.
Yeah.
to Jodie Whittaker. Not great.
I'm okay with them casting someone who's not necessarily a fan, because that can
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah, I
It
mean
worked out.
that's the thing. That
I don't
that
think
works
Matt
with Matt
Smith
Smith.
or
Yeah.
Christopher Eccleston also. I don't think he was like a
Eccleston,
big fan.
Chris,
you know?
yeah, he wasn't a fan. He had seen the show
He
though.
knew the show.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's
like
fine.
Matt Smith,
Eccleston did a
Matt
great
Smith
job.
watched Doctor Who to prepare for the role, and Jodie was specifically told not to do that.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
is very weird.
I'm not sure if it was an order or suggestion, but she was,
Yeah.
at the very least,
I,
pushed a little bit
That's
to
what she
not
did.
watch anything of the show.
I have a
And she
very
again.
embar-
Everyone said Jodie Whittaker, very talented actress. She is in another show. I think it's Broadchurch. She's in it with David Tennant, and she's
She's great
very
that
good
fucking
in the show. She's great in everything else she's in. I saw her in a famous Black Mirror episode
Yep,
that she
she's
appears
great in
in.
that
She's
one.
really great in that one. She's just very she's gonna be one of those doctors that hopefully gets redeemed by Big Finish, just like Colin
Yeah,
Baker
I
or
really hope
Paul
so.
McGann. Yeah,
And
hopefully.
also, I really hope that Peter Capaldi changes his mind on showing up for Big Finish, because he
Why
said
doesn't
he said that it's just kind of boring, which I disagree with, and
I love Big
I
Finish
really want-
audios. Those are great.
Yeah.
I recommend everyone listening find a way to listen to Dead Media, the 12th Doctor short trip from Big Finish. Dead Media.
Okay.
Mamma
I
mia.
mean, as
it's
long as
great.
they bring
Also,
in the character.
if you're a fan, Regeneration Impossible.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say the
Yeah.
big thing with Capaldi isn't that he dislikes Big Finish; it's that he doesn't want to return to the character because he views it as like this was the character's arc, and that's that he wants to leave it with what
That's
he
kind of
liked.
fucking fair, honestly.
Well,
He's
yeah,
got an artistic look of
that's-
it. He doesn't want to just belabor the fucking character for 100 years. You know,
That's the
Disney-fied
reason he
that
doesn't
shit.
want to return to the show itself. When asked specifically about doing audio, he was like, "Oh, it's all terribly boring, isn't it?" Oh. So something along those lines. It's not a direct quote. I'm not going to disparage Capaldi for not wanting to show up in Big Finish. It's
Oh
fine.
yeah.
I get that.
I
Now-
am
But-
gonna disparage. Big Finish is great. Fuck that.
I mean,
But-
it's a damn shame. I would love to have more 12th Doctor stories.
So
It's
I have
very unfortunate. He's such a big fan. Supposedly, everybody else is on board with Big Finish. All the other doctors. What the fuck's wrong with you, Capaldi?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
recently got 10 and 9.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Well,
they'll probably
Nine
get Matt
even?
Smith.
They're going. to
nine.
get-
Nine has.
They're
Big
gonna
Finish.
rope. They're
Well,
gonna rope in Capaldi.
that's the thing.
Fuck
I
off.
think that Christopher Eccleston came on because they gave him a little bit of creative control with the Doctor, and apparently he wasn't a big fan of the Doctor being like a war veteran essentially and having that hang over him. He wanted a slightly more lighter-hearted one, but Russell was the one writing, so he
Which
got final say.
technically makes sense now because the War Doctor exists, and you could just say that
Well-
that was all the. I mean,
Yeah, go ahead.
Could
no, you're
reinvent
good.
Nine as a less
That's-
war-scarred version of.
That's the thing though. It was very plainly stated in Day of the Doctor that he still thinks that he did it, and that's kind of how it was all along. He
Yeah.
thought that he did it even though he actually hadn't. So it's
Right.
it's not as clean as that, but I'm fine with a new interpretation of the Ninth Doctor. I think we got a perfect season with him.
Yeah,
More stuff at this point.
it's bonus.
He could be completely out of character. I want to hear Christopher Eccleston say funny sci-fi words.
Yeah.
So true.
Also,
can
yeah,
I-
what you were saying before game.
We're putting this off for way too long.
Oh
Yeah,
we
this
are.
is
Yeah.
about to turn into
Kicking the
the
can.
Red Letter Media fucking Star Wars holiday special. We're gonna
Okay,
just push
actually,
off.
that would be a stellar bit.
It would.
That would actually.
It would.
I have a very embarrassing story of the day Jodie Whittaker's season premiered.
Mhm.
Because I was really excited. I was like, you know what? I
I
have
even
no
went out of-
qualms
I
with
even went out of
Jodie
my
as
way
the
to watch it.
Doctor. I have no qualms with Chris Chibnall running the show. Haha. Little did I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, visually, you see a still of this season. It looks
Oh, it looks
fine.
great.
It's
Even-
well
yeah.
done.
Great.
Yeah, even
This
in
is all
motion it
right.
looks good.
Sure.
I mean,
It
I'm
also
pretty
has-
sure it's filmed in proper CinemaScope, right?
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
It also
So-
stellar opening title sequence. I think
Oh, yeah.
that the
Ooh, it's good.
the
It's really
revamping of
good.
the titles for Jodie is really good. It's very cool and distinct.
It's
I
very
think
classic
it gives her the
too. It's like
face
a
in space, doesn't it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, does
Oh no, it's not technically a space. It's like time vortex stuff. I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up in a
okay.
different tab though.
Wait, we
Thought I
should.
saw
My
something like
embarrassing
that.
story
Actually-
is that I was out at the mall earlier that day before the episode premiered, and I went into the local comic shop, and they had a Jodie Whittaker 13th Doctor Funko Pop on sale
Oh,
for
no.
a couple dollars. No, it was a couple dollars, and her outfit.
Babe, they
Her
should have
out-
paid you. That's like a recycling fee for them. You
So,
are the
wait.
trash. They have put trash into your home.
It gets worse because I went to pay for it, and the guy was like, "Oh, doesn't that premiere tonight?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm kind of excited. I just figured I'd pick this up because it could be pretty good." And then I saw the season, and I was just thinking, like, that guy must think I'm the biggest fool on the face of the
Yeah,
planet.
now you
Why
have
did
to
I
burn
do
that
this?
place down and never show up there again. I do dig
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
title sequence though. This title
Yeah,
sequence
it's very
fucks.
classic.
It's interesting.
Like it's got all this new CGI and stuff, but like the mirroring and stuff, this part in particular, it's very classic.
It's not like Fourth Era or something. Yeah.
This is kind of, and I
Oh,
like that it
gross!
kind
Ghost
of, like,
Monument, get it out of here! Ugh.
I like that it kind of
Back
like
to that.
hyperdrives into the title.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of wish that's the kind of sequence we got for the new run, but we'll get.
Yeah, the new
that.
the new titles are a bit fine. they have
We should
issues.
probably talk about
Let's
these
say.
episodes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Woman Who
Yep.
Fell to Earth is not that bad.
It's okay.
There's a guy who has tooth.
Okay.
There's a guy who has teeth on his face. He gets salad thrown at him. It's all right. Woman dies.
Yeah, so
Sure.
the plot of this is she
I
gets
can't- I-
thrown out of
honestly-
the TARDIS.
I can't believe that people think that this era is woke because the first person who dies is a black woman.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah.
It's a really funny scene, actually.
Yeah,
It's a really
she
fucking
forgot to pack her
weird-
teleporter.
Sorry. So
Stole
yeah,
that
Bing,
joke from JX.
what is the plot of this episode?
Yeah, okay, so I remember this the most. I've watched this the most recently. So after regeneration, she gets like thrown out of a TARDIS. She lands in front of a train.
She presses the first thing she does is presses the crash the TARDIS button.
Hey,
Another joke
I
stolen
get
from
it. It's
JX.
very tempting.
Women
button.
drivers, am I right? Come on now.
Oh my god, the villain's name is like it's meant to be like Sim Shaw, but they always call him Tim Shaw. It's
Yeah.
like a
Yeah, I
recurring
hate that.
gag
At
that
first,
they always
really
call
like,
him
hate
Tim
that.
Shaw.
yeah, the first time it kind of makes sense. She's just recovering from her regeneration. Sounds like a miss here. It's like, all right, I get it.
Yeah.
The second time, it's like, okay,
You always
The
got to
third
give the
time.
doctor a little bit of leeway for they just regenerated. They might be a little fucking a little
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, because Jody kind of goes through a little bit of Tennant, a little bit of Four, a little bit of like a few different doctors
Yeah.
before,
which
like while she's in the post regeneration delirium.
yeah,
Yeah.
interesting choice for for a woman you've made not watch any like doctor on
Yeah.
purpose.
That's kind of a little strange.
Yeah.
Fucking baffling.
This series has some of the more controversial episodes, but it also has the so there's
Yeah.
Ghost Monument. I guess that's not a great one.
Ghost Monument
It's
is
just kind of
bad.
boring. It's quite literally just
Yeah, I
So
can't
Let's
remember
walk.
what
Let's
happened.
walk through the desert.
You're just walking in the
the big-
desert.
the big problem with this whole series is that they set up all these character things and they never use them, which makes every episode feel very boring because like
Yeah.
in the first episode, one of the things I loved going into the first episode is that one of the companions, Ryan, suffers from a condition that I forget the name of. Oh my goodness.
Dyspraxia?
Dyspraxia, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Which is a great idea. It's
Yeah.
an invisible disability that
We-
can actually be horribly crippling to people, and having
Yeah.
a companion suffer from something like that is really interesting.
I'm pretty sure
I-
the first companion who's technically physically disabled.
I think
some
so.
way.
Yeah. I liked him from the pilot. He seemed like an interesting character. I cannot tell you what happened in the later two episodes.
Tosin Cole, I think, is a very good actor.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was, I guess, character coached. I'm not, because it's not a direction thing, because there are different directors on each episode, and he acts the same.
It would have been showrunner alongside directors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess I would call it character coaching. But he was character coached so fucking bad. He always speaks in a monotone like this. Always. It's never, he
Yeah.
never stops. He never puts any emotion in his voice. But like in the background, because Witchfinders is this season, right? Or
Yes, that's
was
at the
it-
very end of the season.
Yeah, Witchfinders. There's this part where like the doctor's like, oh, she has this woman has a whole bunch of like tissues or handkerchiefs, I think. And Ryan says, well, maybe she cries herself to sleep. And nobody laughs. But there's this zoom out, and the doctor's talking, but Ryan's here laughing at his own joke. He's like, like it's so funny. And
Yeah,
it is legitimately the most endearing thing that Ryan has ever done. And it's amazing, and I love it. It's just, why did they force him to speak in this monotone?
yeah, and the other thing that and what I was gonna say is like characters are given stuff. Yaz is a cop. He has a disability. Graham is his father-in-law that he doesn't really get along with or have that
His-
great of a relationship with.
And his wife died in the first episode.
Yeah, like
Yeah, they've
there's
got a lot of
And
potential
the cancer
conflict.
came back.
Yeah,
The doctor's not
thank you.
going to provide him any support, though. She's going to stand there awkwardly and fiddle at controls.
Yeah,
Yeah,
getting
there's
his
some
wife
very
killed.
awkward moments where I've seen clips at least where like he'll talk about like his trauma with his fucking cancer, and she's just like, well, that sucks.
Yeah, a
It's
little
like-
awkward.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over here and do this.
And
Like she actually
Yeah.
says
Like,
that.
all of this is the reason every episode feels boring. They set up
Yeah.
Yeah.
so many elements of these characters, and almost none of them matter ever. In the Ghost Monument,
Yeah.
there's like a brief moment where Ryan is like, oh, I can't climb this ladder because of my dyspraxia. But the scene before, he picks up a gun and shoots at enemies with pinpoint accuracy. And it's like, the specific thing his disability affects is his coordination.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, like
this motherfucker would have
he-
stormtrooper aim. He'd be
he expertly, like, I'm pretty sure he hits their heads. Like
He does,
most
all
of
of
the
them.
most
They're
of the
all
time.
headshots.
And the the reasoning they give for this is that he plays Call of Duty.
I
That'll
mean,
do it.
no, I can tell you from real
Also-
world experience, it does not translate to a real
Yeah,
gun.
it doesn't.
Bane, you can
I'm-
become the next mass shooter if you
You can
really
become Ryan.
I have a Joker
don't
suit
say that.
already. I already have a Joker suit. I
But,
hear I hear it calling to me like the Green Goblin mask. It's like
Oh boy. Keep
But,
it locked up at night, Bane.
There's also this part right before, like when Ryan's going to pick up the gun, and she's like, "No, don't ever use guns." And Ryan's like, "Psh, whatever." Then he goes, he kills all of the enemies.
yeah.
He's like, "Oh yeah," he pops off. They start getting back up, and he runs away. And he's like, "Oh no!" And the doctor's like, "Yeah, this is why I don't like guns."
Well, I mean,
It's-
usually if a doctor
They literally, they
history,
got
it's
up
like-
afterwards.
Presumably among other reasons
The-
that they
That
might
too.
be
the reason that she doesn't like guns is for the exact opposite of what just happened.
The
Because
reason-
people tend to stay down when you
Yeah.
shoot
Well,
them.
It's a weird.
Yeah.
It's like they're both too effective and not effective
Yeah,
enough.
it's
Apparently.
like the problem with guns with Doctor's universe is actually it would be twofold. It's like the times the Doctor would probably need a gun, those things wouldn't stay down. That's
Yeah.
100% certain of this universe, where it's like if you want a gun to get rid of something that the Doctor's facing, it probably won't be killed with a gun. That's just a fact, also. But also, yeah, guns tend to kill people, and Doctor's not really a fan of that, notably.
Yeah,
I get
not
what they were
not big
going
on the
for.
killing thing.
Yeah, it's
It's
like
the same kind of Batman doesn't use guns thing, but it's just
Yeah.
not very. It's just not well written because it's not
Oh,
even. It's so
Wait till we
weird
get
that
to
it's.
arachnids in the UK.
Well, yeah, Rosa's there, and that one's kind
Yes.
of okay.
Rose is fine.
But
I-
like,
I-
yeah, it seems like generally the average is down for this fucking series.
Oh,
though.
100%.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Even the
But
people
like
that
Rose is
if this was
fine.
made for
I
it
think
didn't
that
seem like it that much.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think the time racist is really funny. Like as
It
a
is really
concept.
funny, but
A man who is so racist he buys a fucking vortex manipulator. Is like, I'm gonna go kill Rosa Parks.
I could see that happening. I could see
but
that
that's the thing,
actually
is, like,
happening.
that's a thing someone
That'll
would
probably
do.
happen. Yeah, that's the
It's
thing.
funny, yeah.
Yeah.
It is silly, but Rosa is like one of the better. It feels a
yeah.
lot more. at least. It feels like it has like intention behind it, at least.
Wouldn't you
Yeah.
know, it's the first episode in the series that
sucks.
wasn't entirely written by Chris Chibnall.
Yeah, well, that's what I
Sorry,
mean.
what
And
was
It's
then
I
like,
saying?
Arachnids in the UK was.
oh god,
I remember this being the Trump parody episode.
he brought down the whole
You
show.
you really missed out by stopping at Rosa because
I'm
this is
watching
the
this tonight.
oh hell yeah.
Oh.
Arachnids in the UK.
is awful. Saranga Conundrum is also not good. I don't
I
like that
wanna-
episode at all.
I want to real quick go over Arachnids in the UK just real quick.
Yeah.
First of all, this has a thinner than paper thin. Thinner
Yes.
than paper thin confirmed. Trump allegory man called
Hell yeah.
Robert? No, Jack?
Jack Robertson.
Oh,
Yeah.
I did
hate
technically get it
Robert
right. I just
Jackson.
missed the sun.
I don't know that off the top of my head. It's on my screen. I don't know that off the top of my head. I
I was
swear.
about to say, Gabe, what's going on over there?
But he's very thinly veiled Trump parody. And
Yeah.
American blowhard idiot, man.
I'm
he
I'm
like
interested.
builds his hotels on dumps, like garbage, like landfills. And he woke up some arachnids, some spiders, if you will, and
Yes.
the whole thing is, I think the spiders are like taking people and eating them, right?
Yeah.
Was it?
Something like
And
that.
Feel like that's accurate.
like they found like one of the spiders. I forget if it was like the mother of the spiders or just a regular spider.
Yeah.
But they're like they just realized that it's struggling to even breathe because it's so big. But then Mr. Trump guy comes in and shoots it. And the doctor's like, "What the fuck did you do that for?" And he was like, "Well, I mean, I'm gonna shoot it.
Yeah.
It's
fucking
a
creature."
big ass spider. I'm gonna shoot it." And then
Yeah.
instead of saying, "Oh, we should value all life," or I had a better,
Yeah, I
had a better plan.
Yeah.
He should have
She-
said all lives matter. That would have been a really great moment there.
Everyone would have clapped.
Yeah.
But she says, "Well, it was dying anyway," and that gives him an in to say, "Oh, it's a mercy killing." And then she responds with this stupid ass fucking retort that I actually forgot.
Uh-huh.
Man.
Chris, stop.
Yeah.
Saranga Conundrum, I don't have anything to say about except Pating funny.
Pating kind of funny, but boring episode.
Yeah, it's boring. the
Demons-
Pating sucks.
Demons of
but
the Punjab is
I
an
like it.
episode that is kind of like Rosa. It feels like it has some sort of intention behind it.
Would
but-
you guess who didn't write for this episode?
I'm gonna take a wild guess, and it's not Chris
Big old
Chibnall.
Chibi.
I'm
You
pretty
know-
sure Vinay Patel, the writer for this, because I have it pulled up. To be fair, I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of who wrote for the Chibnall era, but
I would hope
I'm
you
pretty
would-
sure first Indian writer on Doctor Who, right?
Maybe there had to have been another in the past, right?
Shit, I'm gonna look.
Sure.
No,
No.
the second ever person of color or non-white writer. The
Oh,
first
shit.
one being Mallory Blackman, who wrote Rosa.
Yeah, so she was the first Indian woman. Oh, sorry, he. I'm sorry.
So
And he also wrote Fugitive of the Jadoon, which is a good episode.
Oh shit.
Cool. I like that.
uh,
That's the thing. Demons of the Punjab is a pretty good episode. It's just kind of marred by weird things. Like-
Same things as the whole season. The characters don't really
Yeah.
make any sense. They don't do much. There's nothing for them to actually get
They
done.
they
during
didn't
the
notice
episode.
that the guy that the guy who's gonna marry the like hidden husband that Yasmin's grandmother had and her grandmother. It's a weird setup for this episode, but they didn't notice that he had been shot, and they thought that the alien smearing all the goo all over him was the one who killed him. They hadn't noticed that the man had been shot.
Jesus.
unfortunate.
But yeah, like Demons of the Punjab is a really good episode. Well,
And then what comes right after it, Tristan?
can I die, please?
Yeah, honestly,
Please.
it's the episode where the Doctor gleefully
This
talks
one.
about how amazing space Hitler Amazon is.
Yeah,
Um,
it's like basically Amazon. It's one of those ones
Kablam
where
sucks.
they
I
put the
hate it so
doctor, they
much.
put a weird message in the doctor's mouth, and it seems fucked up.
Yeah,
Anyway,
the doctor who just like 10 or so, like maybe 15 max episodes before, punched a man, like a super hyper capitalist man for being racist to his companion. Now she loves space capitalism. She is,
he also in
yeah,
Oxygen
in Oxygen.
actively said that capitalism is like a scourge upon the world and
Yeah,
society as a
essentially.
whole.
We're fighting the suits. But like
Witchfinders,
the doctor just fucking goes to town, dick sucking this massive mega corporation,
yeah.
saying that the system itself wasn't the problem. It was the people who exploited the system who were the problem. No, it's fine that only like a certain amount of employees are humans. It's fine that, the government hasn't given everyone a basic income to compensate for massive like
Unemployment.
automation.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's just the people who misuse the systems that are bad.
it's just the
I hate
people that
Kerblam
are
so
obviously
fucking much.
incentivized to use the system, misuse the systems. That's just
It's
the
not even really like a good moment to moment plot either. Like you can tear apart the
No.
themes all fucking day, but the moment to moment plot's just like
yeah, it's another boring.
it's a little adventure through space Amazon. It gets everyone like goes through the fucking tubes and gets sorted like packages.
There's too much
People
fucking-
die from bubble wrap.
There's too much like filler shit in this era
Yeah.
from everything that
Like,
I hear.
I feel like it could have been
Yeah.
20 minutes long,
Isn't
probably.
the core of the plot also like the space Unabomber or something?
Yes, there's this
the
guy who's
bubble wrap.
radicalized, which I'll be real.
It's
If
the
he wasn't
bubble wrap.
trying, yeah, if he wasn't trying to kill people and was just like, protesting, he'd be 100% in the right. But this guy will like makes explosive bubble wrap, assuming that literally everybody who opens packages pops bubble wrap like obsessively.
Yeah. Hey, I do it.
Which,
I mean-
that's fine if you only get like one package every 6 months.
You're
You're like,
only
ooh, bubble wrap,
killing.
a
You're only
novelty.
killing the fun people. Then what the fuck's
Yeah,
wrong with
exactly.
you? It's
But like, if you
disgusting.
order a bunch of packages and you have bubble wrap piling up to your fucking ceiling or whatever, you're not gonna
Yeah,
be
if
popping
you're
that
a
shit.
real piece of shit that's like a fucking corporate asshole, you're probably not gonna have hundreds of. You're not gonna get one package a month. You
And
know.
I'm pretty sure the whole reason he's doing it is like, if I do this, then Kerblam will get in trouble and go out of
Yeah.
business. It's like,
Yeah,
this is
it's
so
that because
stupid.
he's putting the blame, I think, on like the central computer of Kerblam.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, it's just
yeah,
such a
it's not good.
strange episode. It's
Unfortunate.
like Demons of the Punjab and Rosa are like, and I would even say the Witchfinders are pretty good for this, relatively for this season.
I just think
This is
Witchfinder's
like
kinda boring.
I kind of like it for like the location, and
Yeah.
I like King James. He's fun.
Yeah. So the best thing about that episode is just Alan Cumming as King James. It's
He's
the
so
only good
good.
thing.
I
about
hope
that
he.
episode.
I hope they bring him back. He's fantastic. But other than that, yeah, it is kind of a episode. But like, that's the thing. It's just those three, and they're good compared to the rest of the season. Like, if you put Demons of the Punjab in like series 10, it'll probably be seen as one of the like low points of the season. But here,
Yeah.
it shines.
Yeah, that's the thing. And this
I'm
is
liking
the
it better
overall-
because I came off of fucking arachnids in the UK and the Saranga conundrum.
when you get,
Yeah.
Peter Capaldi was a lifelong fan and he became the Doctor, and then Chris Chibnall was a lifelong fan.
The Doctor. Let's be real.
Well,
Doctor.
sure. And Chris Chibnall became the guy to ruin Doctor Who. It's like two sides of the same coin.
Well, he's the
because
second
you
guy.
see-
Michael Grade takes number one. He was the
Sure.
first.
Sure, but he's the guy that, I don't think that guy had any real love for Doctor Who
Yeah,
necessarily.
he hated it. He hated
Yeah.
it.
Chris Chibnall did what he did out of love and thinking
Yeah.
that he's just an untalented individual, and you see that famous clip of him on that TV show from years ago where he's basically directly criticizing his own writing in his own era of Doctor Who, but for another guy. It's amazing. A lot, like he has a direct thing that's basically like, wow, you can say a lot of that about your own era, dude.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's two sides of the same coin. It's very interesting. The overall general, it's like you get an occasional okay episode, but like, yeah, the general average of episode is much lower in this series, it sounds like.
Remember, when it gets to the Curb
We
Your
do
music,
have a lot
please
to
turn
say.
that
Are
low.
you happy with the new series, Chris?
It doesn't seem to have much to it. It hasn't improved that much since it went off the air. It could have been a lot better. It could have been slightly better written, especially the last story.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all you get at the Curb Your Enthusiasm thing. You get boom.
Wow.
Yeah, it continues. There's more with him talking there, but
Yeah, it's all very routine, running down corridors and stuff. Yeah, I agree, Gabe. We had a lot more than we thought to say about Matt Smith
Yeah.
and Jodie Whittaker.
Yeah, we could
And
blast through
about
these.
as
I gotta
much as
pee
we
first.
thought we had to say. Yeah, go
You
for it.
get-
About as much as we thought we'd have to say with Peter Capaldi. With the rest of this, I mean, Orphan 55 is notably a pretty bad episode.
Well,
Fugitive the Dude
I really,
of the Jadoon
really
is a
quick
pretty good
want
one.
to just want to just say, holy shit, the Battle of Ranskor Avkolos, which by the way, I only know because I'm looking at the TARDIS wiki right now in another window.
I would not remember its name otherwise.
Same. God, it's such an awful finale. Because what it does, it brings back fucking Teeth Guy. Fucking Sim
Tim
Shaw.
Shaw.
And
Yeah.
it brings him back in a sort of underwhelming way. And I like that the main stake of the personality. What? The main stake of the finale is a very personal one between Graham, who, by the way, up to this point had exhibited no sort of revenge, no capacity or inherent want for revenge. But the entire core of this episode is Graham wants revenge because this guy is the reason that Grace is dead. And it's executed very poorly, which is a shame because I like that idea for a finale, a very personal finale. But we got an episode that sucks.
Yeah.
It's not good. And then like,
Also, in
Spy-
keeping with one part finales being not great.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's,
Also, he
that's
changed.
shame.
Chibnall changed it to New Year specials instead of Christmas specials.
Yes, Resolution. That was
They were all boring.
okay, so Resolution was boring. Resolution was absolutely boring. We'll get to the rest as we get there.
2 out of 3 of them were Dalek episodes.
Yeah, I think they did that to keep the rights.
Right. Wow.
Then the
Yeah,
next
there's
series
a big
gave-
rumor that that Doctor
Oh,
Who has to
yeah.
use them once a year. I don't think that's true, but I think it's a little bit true. You know,
Say,
I don't think
we
it's
ain't
once a
seen 'em
year.
in a year.
Yeah, we
Well-
haven't seen him since
It actually
Power of
before
the Doctor.
Flux, wouldn't it be?
Yeah,
Series-
no, it was Power of the Doctor. They showed up for a couple scenes.
They
Series
used them in
12 here.
Destination Scarrow.
Oh yeah, they did.
Oh well, that's not. I don't consider. Okay, well, I guess.
I mean, that's the thing. I
Okay.
would say it was televised, it was filmed by the crew and all that.
Right, fair enough. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And then Skyfall Part 1 and 2, they have the new master introduced, right?
His official title is the Spy Master,
Right.
which is
Hell yeah.
funny. Funny. I get the joke. Haha.
It's we were talking last night, it's really unfortunate that they decided to bring the master back in desperation so quickly after
Yeah.
they had such a master-centric kind of send-off for at
See, I
least a
think-
while, you know?
I do think Chris
Yeah.
Chibnall wanted to do the Master. It's just, man, it's following up Missy.
Yeah. And
You're setting yourself up for
for
failure, honestly. Yeah, and I like him. Like, I don't really like him. I think he's entertaining to
Interesting.
watch, and
you
he uplifts
like-
every scene he's in. But that's about it.
You put him pretty high in your like.
Well, there
ranking
aren't
of
that many.
masters.
There aren't that many masters.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
that's true. Yeah.
It's kind of like 7 or 8.
Yeah. No,
Roger
I mean,
Delgado, both of the Crispy Masters, Anthony Ainley. If we really want to split hairs, the one at the very beginning of the movie, the one throughout the rest of the movie,
John Sim.
John Sim, Derek Jacobi, Michelle Gomez, Sasha Dewan. So there's been 10.
Huh.
10 televised masters.
I was close.
And there've
Sacha
been
Baron
like
is a
2 or
good actor.
3.
He's a
Yeah,
good actor.
he
He's
is.
given nothing to do here.
He played Waris Hussein brilliantly in Adventure in Space and Time, which, by the way, we didn't mention. Watch that. It's good. An Adventure in Space and Time.
And then there's just a lot of stuff in this season that I've just like, because I've heard people talk about it, I've seen clips, and I've just not a lot of it is like, whatever, Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror.
Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror was painful.
Yeah, really? I thought it was like fine.
For me, it was most of the dialogue like, "Oh, we don't
yeah, the
know who
dialogue
Tesla is," and they keep saying that
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember that.
Um,
Tesla
every
was
single
so
time. It was just like,
smart.
"Okay, come on."
And then they just
I'm
read
gonna
the
say,
Wikipedia entry.
I'm just gonna say,
Yeah.
I kind of want to talk about the Timeless Child stuff in 14 and 15 because so
Okay.
far they keep hinting back at it.
That'll
There's a lot of
bolster the
long-
runtime a bit too.
It gives me time to watch some of that too, because I wanted to see
Excellent.
that.
Yeah. Well,
So real quick,
So far, we
So
had a
there's some
few lines that
additional
are
stuff.
directly discussing, like him saying, like, I don't have a family. Like,
he was an
categorically,
orphan.
he does not have any traditional family anymore because he isn't a Time Lord anymore. Not
Yeah,
really.
and apparently he also hasn't had children yet, but he knew his granddaughter Susan.
He knows he
so-
will, yeah.
Interesting. Which, by the way, we'll get to that when we get to that, but it's a really cool reference to something.
all right.
But so going through the series, like Praxius, that's the thing. Praxius could have been cool if it
cool
wasn't
on-
so fucking boring.
Yeah.
Like, because it like deals with like shit like microplastics, and that has become increasingly relevant even after this episode,
I gotta say
which
though, like
It's in our
released in
balls.
2020.
this
Yes.
episode, literally, this episode's description on IMDb is the most boring thing an episode
Yep.
for Doctor Who could ever
Yep.
have. It's just the Doctor and her friends split up to investigate multiple mysteries across planet Earth. What they find will threaten all of humanity. It's just written by ChatGPT. This is the generic. That's you described the series. There you go. Good
If
job.
I remember right, the thing that could like destroy the world or whatever was like a ship in like close to the core
A
of the
weapon to
earth.
surpass Metal Gear.
I actually,
Maybe.
holy shit, I forgot most of Praxius. Holy shit.
It's like a
All I remember is like the
spaceship
weird
guy.
effects with the guy like dissolving into
Yes.
triangles.
Gas mask man. Yeah, okay. I mean, it looks pretty fucking dull. I don't know.
Can You Hear Me was so boring, I forgot 90% of it. It had a cool
Yeah.
animated sequence in it though. I like that.
It's probably not easy to make interesting television. I mean,
Yeah, but
and
that's
then
the
after that,
thing. It's not
Flux.
easy, so I don't try.
Yeah.
Flux is a whole. Dude, there's so much to talk about with Flux.
I mean, there's like
Well,
also
real quick
there's a couple
we
more
get
here.
before we get to Flux, I do want to mention something in that in the final two-parter really quick, and it's something positive. Well, actually, two things positive. So,
First of all,
I guess we're
Villa Diodati is the third to last episode, and it's apparently
Yes.
a pretty good one.
yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
like
that's-
Mary Shelley and like Lord Byron and all those like literary dudes, and the
Oh,
Doctor
shit.
shows up, and it deals with a Cyberman, and it's cool.
I've been told this is a good standalone 13th Doctor episode you can just watch
Yeah.
just on your own with her.
Yeah, all you need as information going into it is one time Captain Jack said, "Beware the lone Cyberman."
Mm.
I mean, shit, you could watch Fugitive of the Jadoon as preparation for it if you really wanted to. But can't speak today. Haunting of Villa Diodati is just good. Which, man, Maxine Alderton. I hope she comes back for Russell T Davies 2 era.
Yeah,
Yeah.
people were hoping for that.
But so for Ascension of the Cyberman and Timeless Children, two positive things. Which I guess if we're not going to get into it this episode, there's your positivity. There's not going to be any in the rest of it. But Ascension of the Cyberman has the coolest fucking cold open of all of Doctor Who. It's just a Cyberman head floating in space, and then we zoom in on the eye, and that's when the intro starts. Like the intro is taking place inside the Cyberman head. It's cool.
I like that.
And then I like the design of the Cybermasters, except the fact that they are very much based on the really shitty design that they did for Nightmare in Silver that looks like Iron Man.
Yeah.
I hate that. I hate that Cyberman design so much. But from the neck down, the Cybermasters are, and even the other Chibnall Cybermen that aren't Cybermasters, they're just that from the neck down, and I hate it so much because their heads are much more improved. They look so much better. In fact, I'll pull up an image of the new like Chibnall era Cybermen.
The problem, I'm just looking ahead at Flux and just thinking.
Yeah.
The problem with Flux is that it's all one giant story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they went back to the style in the next series. We're not talking about the rest of the finale here. In the
Yeah.
next series, they go back to the style that they used to have, basically, of like kind of one. Well, they never did one big story for a whole season, but this is sort of what they did here. It's closer to like a multi, like a serial thing, like they
Yeah,
used to do.
essentially that's the kind of format they did with this season. They titled it Flux, and I like the idea of it, and in
It's
a
a
way,
great
I kind of wish it's what we would get now.
Okay, so this is a Reddit image, but I don't feel like searching for longer.
Yeah,
This shit this head looks fucking cool.
Oh, yeah,
the
that head
body
looks like
sucks. I do like the pauldrons though. The pauldrons are nice.
The body's
I
kind
kind of like the outfit. It looks like Metroid armor or something.
Like that-
I was
cool.
gonna say Halo 4 actually, but
It's the chest piece. It's very much hey, we like
I think
fucking
the-
Tony Stark Iron Man too.
I think the
Vibranium
problem is
heart thing, yeah.
Yeah.
we just got updated versions of the classic Mondasian Cyberman directly before it, and
we're
they
u-
were
and we're-
awesome.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
yeah.
so good. Like the Mondasian Cyberman look fantastic.
like I
And-
said though, I like that helmet.
Yeah, the helmet's
It is
nice.
a good helmet.
It's
I'll
very
say
it's
that. Yeah.
it's very like
It's
fourth,
like-
fifth Doctor era. It's very, very nice. I
Oh,
like it.
definitely.
It
But
goes
yeah,
fucking hard.
it's just a shame about that fucking Iron Man ass chest plate.
Yep.
Here's Dan Lewis. That's gonna be our image for Flux because I forgot
Yes.
to switch to series 12. I'm gonna
Ah.
pull it up just for
Do
The
series 12
series
for a second, and then
12
I don't-
in universe page.
I think Flux is pretty easy to talk about. I'll be honest,
There
because
we go. There's series 12.
it's basically the first episode is here's a setup of all the different things the Doctor's gonna have to face. We hear about Cybermen, or not Cybermen, Weeping Angels. We hear about Sontarans. We hear about other things, and then the rest of the episodes are kind of like checking off those things they mentioned
yeah, checklist,
Really-
checklist.
until
quick.
the last 2 episodes.
So real quick before we get into Flux, I just want to say Revolution of the Daleks also kind of
Yep.
although
Yeah,
Trump guy returns, which is fun.
Mhm.
Also Jack,
Always
I
love it.
think. Right?
It's nice
Yeah,
that they
because
brought
this
him
is like
back.
right before the allegations.
Oh,
Yeah, he comes back again in that episode. Yeah.
I must have missed something with John Barrowman. Oh shit! All right.
Yeah, he took his penis out on set. You know how it
Well,
is.
well, that happens.
Sometimes you just gotta take your dick out on the set of Doctor Who.
Yeah. Typical Doctor Who thing.
This was like
Yeah.
back in the day. This wasn't like with Jodie and everything.
I was about to say, just like plop right on the desk of a fucking
Plop.
reading table. Plop.
Yeah.
All right,
Um,
so
I mean, I am planning on watching Flux, so like the minimal
Yeah.
spoilers as much as possible.
I plan on-
Flux is
blow through it.
okay.
We
Yeah.
may touch on this because I probably watch it before we do the Yeah, I'll make that a mission. We'll watch it before we do the
Me
next
too,
one.
because
Yeah,
they
well-
mentioned Flux. We can talk more in depth about it in the next one because they mentioned Flux a
Shit,
few
I'll
times
rewatch
in-
Flux
Sure,
Oh,
in
God.
14,
so I can discuss it with y'all.
in
Fuck it.
14's run, they mentioned Flux and what happened there, and I was like, man, did something happen? This sounds like a pretty big deal in Doctor
Oh,
lore.
it was
I didn't
massive.
know.
It was
Yeah.
it was
actually a
massive
huge
in
deal.
the it was massive in the lore for sure at the very
Yeah,
least.
but not
Yeah.
super big in the ratings or like fan approval or anything.
Yeah. Well,
No.
I mean, it was
Yeah.
better than 11 and 12 at the very
Apparently,
least.
it was okay. Yeah, like it's
But
all right. That's why I
Halloween
wanna see it.
Apocalypse.
it's
We got Dan Lewis.
We did. Yeah, they,
My
they
boy.
actually mention it a couple times in Wild Blue Yonder.
Did they do? Yeah, yeah. I think a couple
So,
times
yeah.
even, maybe in one of the other.
Wild Blue
specials.
Yonder and Once in the Giggle.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Giggles.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I guess okay. I guess then that's worth covering.
You want to just cut it here?
Well, I want to say like I think Jody. I
want
Capaldi's
to
era-
wrap up on the
Sure,
Chibnall
sure.
era at the very least, and then we can kind
Yeah.
of do a recap of Flux at the beginning of the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna say like Capaldi's era is an era that when it was happening, people were kind of like, yeah. But I think now looking back on it, it's like this is
Everyone,
kind of how Doctor Who should be treated. And then Jodie's era was just like the polar opposite, where everyone immediately hated it, and only now are people like,
Jodie
Wait.
is totally. She's gonna
wait
be
a
the.
minute.
She's gonna be the Colin Baker. You know.
I think
quickly
she might
cast
be a
aside.
sleeper. She might be a
that
sleeper.
see, that's the thing. If it wasn't for the bad stories, she would have knocked it out of the
He
park.
needed better
know,
writing.
Behind every first woman doctor is a terrible man. You know. So there you
True.
go. That
Literally,
really
yeah.
explains a lot.
No.
Yeah.
Carvanista is a character in Flux. He's like
Oh.
a big dog alien.
Okay,
Which
I
I
was
like.
thinking.
I
was
like
thinking,
that race.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I don't remember anything. You're saying things, and I'm like, oh, that happened.
Yeah.
To be fair, I've forgotten most of Flux, but I love the big dog guy. He's my
I
favorite.
remember that the bad guy's name was Swarm,
Yep.
which is such a stupid name for a villain. That's not like a superhero comic book villain. He's just a dude whose name is Swarm.
Not the swarm.
No, his
Yeah.
name is Swarm.
Swarm. There was another one though.
Azure.
Azure. That's an okay name. I mean, it's a
Yeah,
color, but
because
still.
she's blue.
This whole
Ooh.
series, this whole era of
Bravo, Chibnall.
this Chibnall era just feels like it's desperate because it just keeps like so.
Yeah.
Because the first series, it's like, what do you got? You got like, I mean, okay, the first series tries to do its own thing. It's mostly like original stuff. Oh, what's up?
Priest Triangle.
I forgot
Yeah.
about these things.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
that's pretty good.
Sorry, there's a thing
Priest
Out of context.
Triangle.
No, I don't know the context. I like it. It's just good.
This is one of the like that time temple thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole like overarching thing where they're in like a temple of time that's on a planet called time that exists outside of time and controls time.
Yeah, they get really weird with this one.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on
But I'm
here.
looking at series 11, and I think this is mostly original. I think it's all
It
original
is
stuff.
entirely original villains, yes.
Yeah,
Everything after that, they
failed
started
hard.
tossing in new stuff or
They
old stuff.
they get real desperate with like fucking. There's
Dalek,
Jadoons,
Weeping
there's
Angels.
Cybermen, Weeping Angel,
They bring
and then
the Santarans back.
the,
To be
the
fair,
Daleks several
good.
times. Flux has like what? There's like Daleks and fucking like Santarans, and there's
And Weeping
Weeping, and
Angel.
all in this big like. Please watch it. Our ratings are going down. Please.
They
Come
also
in and watch
they had
it.
some weird ass marketing during this too. Like they deleted the entire ass Doctor Who social media for like a day or two.
Oh, weird.
Like they did weird things.
Very strange.
Also they
Yeah.
didn't announce the release date until like a month beforehand, which is
Yeah, they
real
announced
close.
It's odd.
they announced Flux was coming, and then we didn't know when.
Mm.
Bravo, Beebs. Bravo.
Oh, the Ood come back as well. The Ood come back as
Ooh.
well.
Did they?
Good.
Yeah.
Well, you know, that's one you might want to bring back. But like Weeping Angels.
ATSTs.
Yeah, I remember that. They look weird and different.
Yeah, they have new prosthetics, and their heads are a little like too bulbous, so their eyes
little
poke
bit.
out the sides now.
I want
Yeah.
to point out, I mean, this is are we done with Flux? Or are we going to talk about that more in depth later?
Let's.
I
I
can
think
save
we'll
it more
talk
for
about it
later.
I think we've got Flux down. Let's
Yeah, it's already
finish up real
3:19
quick.
on
Because
this
Yeah,
there's a
let's-
recording.
whole
Let's finish up
2020
real quick with
Well,
these
there's-
Oh my God, this is
specials.
gonna be six and a half hours total. Oh,
there's a
Yeah,
whole
that's why I'm saying real
2022.
quick.
Yeah, I know. There's a whole 2022 that's just 3 specials.
Yeah.
So just 2022 was just 3. It's like the year with like the
David
just the
Tennant.
specials for David Tennant. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, they're
it's
all
it's better than
really
2016 where we got a single Doctor Who episode.
Well, I'm looking at this here. Power of the Doctor is one of the more highly rated ones I've seen, but then
Yeah.
Legend of the
The
Sea
Venom one
Devils.
We'll get to
It-
that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll save a special
So
for them, too.
Eve of the Daleks. I liked Eve of the Daleks, which shocked me because, like, you know, it's a Chibnall New Year's special. They've been kind of like since he started, but Eve of the Daleks I liked. And to be fair, I mean, I'm a bit of a sucker for time loop stories. Like, I'm not like hyper into them. I haven't played 12 minutes. I'm not gonna subject myself to that.
Yeah,
But
no, don't do that.
I like Eve of the Daleks, and
Okay.
it's a fun time loop story. I like it.
Yeah.
Shame about. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say shame about Legend of the Sea Devils.
Yeah. Legend of the
Yeah,
Sea.
this one, I
tough.
just want to point out, this one and Orphan 55 are the only ones I've seen in the past few that we've been doing this that are below 5 on IMDb. And it's
Legend
also
of the Sea
it
Devils.
also has the fewest ratings I've seen. It's only 3.3 thousand people have rated it. Generally, it sits around like 6 to 7,000, so that's
Yeah.
pretty low.
It's so bad
Legend of
people
the
don't
Sea
even want to
Devils.
rate it.
Legend of the Sea Devils commits the worst sin a Doctor Who episode can ever commit. It is entirely boring.
Oh,
Well, it sounds like a
It
lot
was-
of her era, yeah.
No, like this is on another level of boring.
Oh, it's bad. Yeah.
I completely forgot the plot 20 minutes after I
Oh, and of
finished it.
course, it's written half by Chris Chibnall.
Yeah, it is a
fucking
shame
round of
about
applause.
it is
His
a
track
shame about
record
the
with that
additional
series.
writers and the director because I'm sure they could do better. I haven't seen or read any of their other work, but like
No.
this is uniquely bad.
I'm pretty sure Legend of the Sea Devils and Orphan 55 are the 2 lowest rated episodes in all of Doctor Who history on IMDb.
Yeah, like the
Yeah.
only thing I could even think like coming close is like Twin Dilemma.
Mm.
And even then, that's just kind of like, it's fine. It can
Well, let me
get kind
take
of
a
funny
look.
bad sometimes.
Well, then last special.
While you wrap up,
All right, so-
I'll take a peek at the lowest rated episode ever.
Power of the Doctor. Power of the Doctor is a story that people like for 2 reasons.
Mhm.
It has a lot of old like continuity
I'm
stuff,
looking
like
through the pictures of the cast and stuff now.
yeah, you see Jodie Whittaker wearing the fucking question mark vest and the celery on her lapel. Cool.
Sure.
They also like it because the master has a funny dance scene, which to be fair,
Yeah, he dances
love
to
that.
Rasputin by Boney M. While he is
and it's
Rasputin.
fantastic. It's the
Also-
best part of the Chibnall era. But those are the only 2 reasons people like this fucking episode.
I'm down
Yeah.
for it.
Oh wow! So the 2 lowest rated stories from Classic Who are Twin Dilemma and Space Pirates.
Space I didn't mind Space Pirates. It was all right.
I don't know those 2.
It's definitely the worst part of the Key to Time saga. I recommend, by the way, watching that
Yeah.
whole season.
Oh yeah.
Like, was it 14 or 15? Season.
Let
I
me check.
could pull it up and check too. I have them all in a
Yeah.
folder.
But yeah, I think with that, I think we're done, dude. This is 6
Yeah.
hours of content.
It's
Oh my
quite a
god.
lot.
You don't have
jumping in.
anything else to add to Power of the Doctor, the
No.
intensely exciting episode Power of the
I
Doctor.
think we'll get to more of some of that later era Jodie stuff when we watch some of it. I'm not gonna sit through all the specials.
Yeah,
but
don't.
No.
Like maybe
Yeah.
watch the first and last. Don't bother with its Legend of the Sea Devils. It is one of
See,
those episodes
the way
that
you-
you will
the
be
way
better
you
off
say
if you
it-
miss it.
The way you say it makes me
No, no,
sickened
no, no, no.
and curious.
That's the
mean,
thing.
Orphan 55 is like funny bad if you
Yeah,
wanna
I
watch
recommend
it, from what I
Orphan
understand.
55 and Arachnids in the UK because those are
Yeah.
like funny bad
I'll watch
or
those.
bad in ways that like make a point. Legend
Yeah.
of the Sea Devils is just a miserable experience.
Yeah.
Oh,
It is a damn
alright.
shame. By the way, the key to time arc is season 16.
Okay.
And yeah, that's
That's a lot of
sadly the Chris
Doctor Who.
Chibnall era.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with that, we are finally effectively done with the
Wait.
longest thing we've ever made, effectively.
Yeah.
I mean, it took us a couple.
This is
days
longer
to
than the
do
Snyder
it.
cut.
Yep.
Yep.
This is
And it's
actually
an
longer and better than a
It's
Snyder
been an enjoyable chat, I would say. I'm looking
You
forward
should
to
export this in
more.
4.3.
I'm looking forward to talking about more of the new stuff and
Oh, I can't wait. The
Yeah.
finales this weekend. Oh,
It's gonna
gonna be
be
great.
so refreshing after this discussion to see
Yeah.
how this new series ends and go.
I'm gonna
"Oh, I'm
I'm
so
gonna
glad
come.
you're back.
Yeah,
I'm so
do
glad you're
not
back."
come.
I'm gonna piss,
Yeah.
but in a good way.
With that, folks, we
We have been
We're-
loud equals
And
funny.
when we all come and piss, we're gonna do it from our
penis.
penis.
Penis.